Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
This week in our 266th episode, we're doing our best of 2019. And there were a lot of really awesome discoveries. It was a very difficult one to put together because there was so much to go through.
That happens every year.
It does, yeah. We also have Dinosaur of the Day, Amargasaurus, and a really quick fun fact at the end. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank our patrons who keep the podcast running. We've now made it through our 5th year. It's been 5 full years.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Half a decade.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but I guess 266 episodes is a fair number.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the patrons we'd like to thank for helping us get to this milestone are Scotty, Megan Dixon, Kessler, Rhinosaurus, Morgan Eklov, Risa, Kelly, Manda, Laurasaurus, Timmy, James Pasco, Gabe, TRX Dinosaurs, and Michael.
Yeah, thank you so much to everybody. We really appreciate all your support. And we mentioned this a lot, but we really couldn't keep the show going without you. So
yeah, especially through 2019, most of our funding came from our patrons. So paying for the hosting and keeping the website up and all of those little details or trips, at least partially, definitely need the patron support for that. And we really appreciate that you help us keep the podcast going.
Yeah.
And also to kick off 2020, we just launched an Ark server for all of our patrons, the Ark Survival Evolved video game for Steam specifically. I don't think there's a cross-play option. I think you have to do it through Steam. But I do believe you can do that on both Mac and PC, or at least you could do a boot camp on Mac, definitely, and do Steam through that. And yeah, it's pretty fun. So you can join us and tame your own dinosaurs in that game. It's pretty fun. I've already spent a few hours in there making a little hut, and I've tamed a Pteranodon and Tech Parasaurolophus. It's kind of a weird thing, but it's fun. Anyway, if you're interested in that, check out our Patreon post where I have a link to the server.
Yeah, we also have a Discord if you want to keep talking with us or other dinosaur enthusiasts. So all of that good stuff and more. You can join our growing community. It's on patreon.com/iknowdino.
But without further ado, we're going to jump into our best of 2019. And the first one is very long. I considered it putting a little bit later because it's very long.
But it was also very big news.
It was, I think, by far the biggest news in 2019. Some people knew about it before 2019, but it was pretty hush-hush. And it's the new site, which is known as the Tanis site, and captures the moment that dinosaurs went extinct, we believe, in really great detail. So we're going to start with that. This article was written by Robert De Palma and others and published in the Proceedings of the National Academies of Sciences, also known as PNAS. And it's titled, A Seismically Induced Onshore Surge Deposit at the KPG Boundary, North Dakota. And from that title, you can tell that it is about the KPG boundary, meaning the thing that wiped out the dinosaurs. But we're talking about North Dakota. So it's pretty far from the actual impact.
Right. And you may have seen a bunch of different news articles with headlines about the day the dinosaurs died kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah, that was the general trend. Although the word dinosaur is not mentioned once in the entire article, and the only dinosaur that's mentioned is mentioned briefly in the supplemental material. So not really about dinosaurs, but it is incredibly important to dinosaurs. And then the New Yorker had a piece that really covered all sorts of stuff that wasn't actually in the peer-reviewed journal article. So we're going to talk about that too. And again, thanks to everybody who shared this article and various news coverage pieces about it with us. So you might recognize the lead author's name, De Palma. He named Dakotaraptor back in 2015.
It's a good one.
It is. Definitely one of my favorite dinosaurs now.
Mm-hmm. Some good paleo art with that too.
Yeah, there was some really good stuff. But also on the author list are Peter Larson, who we talked to a while ago. He's one of the big T-Rex kind of for-profit, a little bit controversial that way in the paleontology community. And then Walter Alvarez, who's one of the guys, one of the Alvarezes, who named the Alvarez hypothesis that it was the Chicxulub impact in the Yucatan Peninsula that wiped out the dinosaurs, along with that iridium layer. So some pretty big names, and there's also a lot of other people who we wouldn't recognize by name because they don't deal with dinosaurs. They deal with sedimentology and the KPG boundary that are involved in this paper. So a little bit star-studded.
Cool.
Yeah, so what they described was this new site in southwest North Dakota, which is near the Montana border, and it's part of the Hell Creek Formation. It's actually pretty close to kind of the actual Hell Creek because that's in eastern Montana. So it's like in that area. And Hell Creek, is with the T-Rex and all that kind of stuff. It's at the very end of the Cretaceous, really the end of the Maastrichtian. So it's like the end of the Cretaceous. And they call the site the Tanis site after a city in Egypt where archaeologists found a sort of Rosetta Stone-like document with 3 different languages on it. And that's because they think the site is so important that it has like this Tanis sort of level of significance.
It unlocks some secrets.
Exactly. And it definitely is a pretty amazing site. It already has a lengthy Wikipedia page with over a dozen sources because so many different news media pieces have interviewed different paleontologists and dug together little bits and pieces from all over the place.
Dug together.
Yeah. Because there, like I said, there isn't a lot of dinosaur related stuff in the actual article. So we had to get this from a lot of sources, which is why I was reading so much for the last couple of days. So the Tanis site is reported to be over 1 meter thick of stratigraphy, basically representing just a few hours when the Chicxulub impactor hit, and then just a couple hours after that, which is really crazy because we believe, based on what's there, that there are actually individual layers from different hours. So in a couple of interviews, De Palma has called it like a slow motion camera in terms of paleontology of what was happening. It's just really cool. So within that 1.3 meter thick, or about 4 feet thick of those few hours, they apparently excavated over 400 cubic meters of sediment.
Wow.
Which, if it's about 1.3 meters thick, means that it's about 307 square meters, which works out to over 3,000 square feet of excavation.
Pretty big.
It's a ton. Usually, when you're excavating a dinosaur, it might be like 15 feet long, maybe 5 feet tall, 10 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
This is like 20 times that big. And I don't even know, there aren't a lot of details on just how big the site is and things like that, but I know that work is still ongoing there. So there's more than this amount to be dug up for sure. And De Palma has been working on the area since at least 2012 too. So this is at least 7 years of cumulative work at this point.
Pretty good.
They call the 1.3 meter thick piece that's like supposed to be over those few hours an quote unquote event deposit. So it's just like a deposit of a single event is the idea. Basically, the way it works out is that the base of the event deposit is sandstone that's made up of a point bar. And a point bar is basically a sandbar at the edge of a meandering river. So if you imagine you've got like your river moving around, and then there's kind of like those silty edges, kind of like a beach, I guess. It's like loose sand at the edges. They form these little bars, like a sandbar. And then if it gets fossilized, obviously it turns into sandstone. Now, combining that with the fact that it's in southwest North Dakota, we believe that the Tanis site was along a river, which was kind of headed towards the Western Interior Seaway. So if you imagine you've got this like ancient river meandering through the Dakotas, headed towards the Western Interior Seaway, which filled up a lot of Montana, and then, kind of spread out a little bit as it went south. That's sort of the ecological situation that we're in. And really, in that sandstone, they don't describe anything special. It's just kind of the base layer. Then at the very top, above the event deposit, is the typical iridium dust layer that's seen all over the world at the KPG boundary. So presumably, the asteroid that hit in Mexico had a lot of iridium in it, and when it vaporized and it hit the ground, it like left this dust cloud that went all up in the atmosphere, got all over the Earth, and then like slowly settled down.
It's pretty amazing to think how that ended up all over the Earth.
Yeah, we've found this layer all over the place. And when you do the argon dating in it, when you can, you find that it's all around the same age. That's 66 million years ago, period. So basically, the idea is this 1.3 meters in between that dust layer and the fossilized sandstone is all stuff that happened in like within the day or however long it would take for that iridium dust to settle. All that stuff had to pile up. So usually when you find the iridium layer, it's right on top of what would be that sandstone bed. But in this case, we just got a whole bunch of other material kind of shoved in between.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a ton of really interesting stuff in that event deposit, but I kind of wanted to set the stage for what actually was the event deposit, because most things kind of glazed over how we knew what it was. So in there, we've got lots of sediment moving all over the place. It's got all sorts of interesting little layers in it. And it's also got tons of tektites, which are basically like glass marbles that are formed when you have a meteor or asteroid impacts the Earth, and then a whole bunch of sand or silica from somewhere gets sublimated or blasted out as like molten glass all over the Earth. And then it rains back down as kind of like glass hail.
Ooh, bet that caused a lot of death.
Yeah, for sure. And we've talked before about how that effect also could have caused some of the fires, because condensation releases a lot of heat. And so you could think of it like the meteor hit, it turned a lot of that energy into molten glass by melting it, then it spread all over the Earth, and then it released that energy when the molten glass resolidified.
Okay.
Or went from gas to liquid. I'm not sure exactly what phase it was in throughout the process.
So in this 1.3 meters of sediment, you can actually see the marble-like shape of the tektite? Okay. So
Yeah.
it's not flattened.
No, yeah. So the tektites usually stay round because since they're glass, they're like pretty hard and they don't usually get smashed too much.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes they're called microtektites too because they're pretty small. The biggest ones there were about 1.5 millimeters in diameter. So that, that's pretty tiny.
Right.
But I feel like I can call them a tektite and not a microtektite because you could see it with the naked eye, 1.5 millimeters.
Sure.
But as you got to the top of the layer, they got a lot smaller. So at the top, I think they were as small as like 6 microns. And that's like a tenth of a human hair, sort of. So that's definitely microtektite kind of size. But that's part of the story is like what we see is that at the bottom of the event deposit, you have these larger tektites. And at the top, you have much smaller tektites. So basically, the assumption there is that these tektites are going flying out from the impact crater. And the big ones don't go as high, so they land sooner. And he even talks a little bit about how if you look around the world, say in Haiti, which is pretty close to the impact site, you find these really big tektites, like say up to 8 millimeters.
Oh.
But if you go really far away, like say to Europe or something, you only find little tiny ones. And here you see big ones at the bottom, but then you also see smaller ones as you go up. So I guess what's happening is they're going higher and higher up, and then it takes them longer to fall down. Or it could be that they have a lower terminal velocity, so they go up and then the air kind of slows them down a little bit more, like dust settles a lot more slowly. And actually, originally, what they were thinking was, okay, you've got these tektites landing, and we know this is an event deposit. So what's happening is the tsunami came in, and it washed all this sediment there, and then the tektites landed in it. But what they realized was the tektites go so fast because they have models of how fast the ejecta went from the crater. And it was going crazy fast because the meteor hit so crazy fast. It was so much energy that they're estimating it was going more than 10 times the speed of sound. So it only took about 15 minutes to make it all the way to North Dakota.
Wow.
From Mexico. And because of that, there's no way the tsunami could have made it there that fast. So what they ended up deciding is that it was probably caused by an actual seiche. And a seiche is this really weird thing that happens where basically an earthquake causes a lake or a river or really any body of water to sort of slosh back and forth. And when it sloshes, it pushes all sorts of stuff up the banks of the river or up the sides of the lake bed.
And by stuff, you mean rock?
Well, it could be anything. So there's, for example, there was this huge seiche in Alaska in, I think, the early 1900s. And there's a boat that got pushed up.
Wow.
Because there was a huge earthquake. Alaska gets big earthquakes. And there was just this lake that was in just the right spot. And it just went sloshing and, shoved everything that was on the surface. If it was at the edge, it could just get kind of stuck. Sort of like at the edge of a draining bathtub or something, it just leaves stuff behind along the edges as it drains down or sloshes to the other side.
Crazy.
Yeah. So basically, that's what they think was happening here. And as it sloshed in, it left all this sediment. And then when it kind of went back out, like low tide sort of thing, it left a bunch of stuff on the beach, basically. So what we're left with in this 1.3 meters is sort of a layer cake of stratigraphy. And there's at least 4 individual directions the water moved. Like it went in, it went out, and then it went in again and then out again. So you can kind of measure that based on the way that the fish are oriented in the stratigraphy.
Oh, the poor fish.
Yeah. So there are literally fish. There's tons of fish in this deposit, and they're pointed in direction with the way the water was going. So yeah, that's one way to tell where it was going.
Right.
And then on top of that, the really cool thing is that with those layers, you can see the tektites, the really big tektites, especially like the over a millimeter size ones. You can see them leaving a little crater, and it kind of pulls the layer cake down.
That's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, they were going terminal velocity, so hundreds of miles an hour probably. Right. And it was probably pretty soft sediment too, based on the fact that it could bend it like that. You know, it wasn't going into rock. Mm-hmm. And if it was rock, the glass probably would have just broken and not made a big divot in it. So based on that, they think, okay, yeah, it must have been soft, sediment, just like silt from the bottom of the river gets washed up. And then this little glass ball comes flying down at hundreds of miles an hour and then leaves this big divot in it. It's really cool looking.
Sounds like a really scary time.
Yeah, for sure. Just another element to that. And one more note about the seiche too. They estimate, based on kind of limited data we have about seiches, that it could have, quote, easily generated seiches worldwide with amplitudes of the order 10 to 100 meters, end quote. And that's so all over the world. They think the Chicxulub impact going upwards of 300 feet potentially on the high end, 30 feet on the low end.
Wow.
Yeah. And that kind of agrees with the model we saw of sort of where the tsunami went all over the world. I was saying like 10 meters seems to be where it reached all over the world from that model.
So what happens is the Chicxulub impact happens, then all these glass marbles start raining down, and then you have the seiches and the water levels are just going crazy and sloshing everything around.
Yeah, everything becomes a tsunami. But on top of that, you also have the crazy burst of wind that comes through and like blows out everything's eardrums, right, and kills a lot of things nearby just with the pressure.
But that's nearby, worldwide?
That would go pretty far, yeah. That would definitely go thousands of miles. And then everything bursts into flames with the glass condensing and the energy. And then also, yeah, the flooding from everything.
Basically every kind of natural catastrophe type event.
And then nuclear winter for a couple of years.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely bad.
And yet things survived.
Yeah, some things.
Mammalian ancestors survived.
Yes. There's a little bit about that in this too. But not in the actual paper. Again, just kind of in the hearsay portion. So the things that they actually did describe specifically in the paper that have been peer-reviewed, I want to emphasize the things that have been peer-reviewed versus just sort of casually mentioned. So the peer review includes a piece of amber with microtektites in it, which is just crazy. I don't think that's ever been found before. It's really useful for chemistry because it preserves the glass then in the original state, and we can see potentially more details about what was in the meteorite or what was in the dirt when it went flying. There's a school of fish that, like I said, are facing the same direction of the flow with, quote, ejecta clustered in the gill region, end quote.
Oh.
Yeah, so they think that the fish probably suffocated from their gills getting clogged.
That's probably the best way they could have
You want to go quick for sure.
Yeah.
They also noted that their mouths are open, which is apparently something fish often do when they're trying to move more water over their lungs. You might have seen that happen if you've had a pet fish that you didn't properly care for. I've definitely seen it before. There's a brief mention about ammonites, which was mostly just to point out that there were marine and freshwater species mixed together during the crazy destruction.
Oh, because of all the sloshing around and everything getting mixed together.
Exactly. So they think that it was like, okay, we're in a river headed towards the Western Interior Seaway, right? So it's mostly freshwater stuff. But then the Western Interior Seaway sloshes on up all the way back up the river, and you're getting all these ammonites.
And that would have killed them as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just like the pressure and like the change in
if you're
salinity.
Freshwater versus saltwater, yeah.
Yeah, all that stuff. But, even just suffocating. Because even though they found these microtektites near the gills, it could have also just been full of sand too. If it's getting shoved through all this silty water, that could have suffocated it too. But when you're digging a fish fossil out of sandstone, it's hard to tell if there was sand on the gills because it's like, it's full of sand. But the tektites are still there at least. They also specifically mentioned both paddlefish, which are freshwater, as well as sturgeon, which I think they're thinking was freshwater, but I know that sturgeon can sometimes be from marine environments too, so I'm not sure exactly what kind of sturgeon they are. Then in the supplemental material, they also mention a lot of other stuff. They mention shark, mosasaur, and fish teeth all clumped together. So there's big mix up mosasaur. That's crazy. Huge mosasaur. Their teeth are getting in there.
There must have been so much confusion right before the end.
Yeah, I'm guessing the bigger the animal is, the quicker it died. Because how far does a mosasaur get sloshed around before it's unconscious?
Right.
Versus like a fish or an ammonite or something. Maybe it could hang on a little longer. And then they didn't say that they found like a mosasaur skull, so it could potentially just be that like a tooth that fell out of a mosasaur got washed inland too.
Right.
It's hard to say, but there definitely would not have been mosasaur teeth in a river headed towards the Western Interior Sea under normal circumstances, or shark teeth for that matter.
This kind of completely, I don't know how to phrase this, but we've talked before about this impact and the destruction and everything. And sometimes we've thought, oh, maybe it would have been good to be a water creature.
Yeah, right?
But no, it was bad for everyone.
Yeah, every water environment is at least like 30 feet of waves. If it's deep, the deeper you are, probably the better off you are, would be my guess. But even then, who knows? Because your ecosystem's collapsing.
Right.
And then it might just be a slow death rather than
Which
a quick.
could be worse.
Yeah, exactly. Another interesting thing about the teeth, it's not just what type of teeth they were. They also analyzed the oxygen-18 isotope in them, which correlates with the level of salinity that the animal was living in, to kind of compare the marine to freshwater. So they found a pretty wide variation there. So kind of showed, yes, this shark tooth was from a marine environment. And this, paddlefish was from a freshwater environment. So just more confirmation on that. It's always good to have multiple sources. And then in non-animal world, they also found a tree trunk, which I think is where that amber was attached to with the microtectites, a section of a palm frond, and some other plants. So a lot of really interesting stuff. But like I said, the word dinosaur is nowhere in the article. In that supplemental material, though, they do mention a ceratopsian ilium, which is a hip bone that was already exposed in the area. And then they did a little digging.
Well, we know the dinosaurs were affected.
Yes, for sure. So, you can definitely infer from this crazy environment and the fact that we know it was a KPG boundary, that this was the day the dinosaur died, or whatever title you want from it. But really, this was about a bunch of fish dying. It's really all the article was about, at least, other than a little bit in the supplemental material. So that's everything that was officially published in the PNAS article. It's been peer-reviewed. It's gone through scientific rigor. But even with that, the peer review process continues on after the publication. So there's a chance that someone will look at this and say, that's not a sturgeon, that's a whatever kind of fish. And there'll be some more refinements. But generally, I think we can be pretty confident that this is a deposit from the KPG boundary, that at least it is before the KPG boundary, because we have that iridium layer on top of it. There could be some debate about whether or not it was immediately after the impact, but the fact that there are all these tektites through it, it seems pretty solid.
Right.
The stuff I'm about to say, not so much, because it was just published in an article in the New Yorker, and there's no scientific requirements of that. And in fact, a lot of it was done kind of by just Robert De Palma, so a lot of his co-authors might not have even seen this stuff. So it's really just like one guy's opinion at this point. And one thing that was a little bit frustrating about it too is that this article came out 3 days before the PNAS article. So a lot of people were expecting tons of this stuff to be in the real journal article. And then when we got access to it, we were like, wait, this is just sedimentology and tektites and a couple of fish. Where's all the dinosaurs? So anyway, getting into it. Apparently, Robert De Palma contacted the New Yorker back in 2013, and he required some pretty intense secrecy about this find. And the New Yorker titled their article, "The Day the Dinosaurs Died, a young paleontologist may have discovered a record of the most significant event in the history of life on Earth."
Which is quite the title.
It is. I don't even think it's the most significant mass extinction in the history of Earth, let alone event.
It might be in terms of the number of people interested in it.
Maybe. The Great Dying in like the Permian
Right.
That is pretty epic.
That was much bigger.
The Cambrian explosion is also way more important. But anyway, we don't have to get into these semantics. They also said that more than 99.9999% of all living organisms on Earth died, which I think might be a little bit of hyperbole. Because I don't think like all the bacteria died, and that's probably most of the living organisms. But anyway, I don't want to poke too many holes in it because there's going to be a lot of other holes to poke.
Yeah, it's a nitpicky one.
Yeah. So the picture and the language associated with this is kind of all about presenting Robert De Palma as like a superhero paleontologist. So it's not too surprising that it's mostly just like his firsthand accounts of what he found. And that's kind of what he was going for, in contacting the New Yorker and giving them some exclusive information and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Interestingly, he says he never digs on public land because he prefers to work with private landowners and get exclusive rights. And sometimes he even sells the fossils to raise money. So he's not like a typical paleontologist.
Right.
He doesn't go through the traditional channels that most paleontologists go through. Most paleontologists, at least paleontologists that publish in peer-reviewed journals, tend to work for a major university, and they tend to work mostly on public land. They'll get, just permission to go on various public sites and dig for fossils. And if they do go on private sites, they either try to get them donated or they try to get a donor to buy it. And they're not really allowed to buy it, so sometimes that can get a little bit dicey. Mm-hmm. But once they do buy it, it goes into the museum collection, and it's definitely never sold.
Right.
So this is a little bit of a different process. It's a little bit more like Pete Larson at Black Hills Institute, who does some paleontology, but also does some fossil dealing. So I think some paleontologists from the outset might be a little bit uncomfortable with this discovery just from the fact that a guy who sells fossils is the one writing about it.
Right. But that doesn't mean that his findings aren't valid.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So as usual, he has secured exclusive rights to the Tanis site for some undisclosed amount of money, according to the New Yorker. And it's described in the New Yorker as being standard practice. But like we explained, like that's not really standard practice. Like it is sort of standard practice that you have to pay landowners when they want money. But really, it's more common for them to donate it, I would say. That would probably be the standard practice. And a lot of paleontologists, since this article came out, have criticized the fact that he has exclusive access to the site and they can't get in there and see the fossils as well. But, museums pull this kind of stuff all the time, too, with access to their collections. So I don't know. One interesting thing about that, too, is the New Yorker basically justified all of the secrecy about the fact that he's been digging there since 2012 and not really sharing the information with the public or with his fellow scientists in terms of the bone wars from the 1800s. They're like, oh, this isn't, secrecy isn't new to paleontology because there was this thing called the bone wars and everything had to be secret. It's like, that is not where we are now.
Just because that happened 100 something years ago, a lot has changed in the last century.
Yeah. The level of secrecy does not need to be nearly as high. No one's going to get in there and steal his stuff.
Or destroy anything.
Yeah. And even if there are things you can do if you're afraid of that. So sometimes people will camouflage the exact location of the site. But he didn't really even do that in there. He has a pretty detailed map of where it is. It's not like, I don't think he has GPS coordinates, but it's not the kind of thing where it would be super hard to figure out where it was. Anyway, there's a large list of things in the New Yorker article that aren't in the paper. So I'm going to go through some of them. First, there was a jaw of a small mammal, and they said, quote, this one was already dead when it was buried, end quote, and later that it was a relative to primates. So I don't know why you'd know that it was already dead when it was buried.
Yeah.
And that it was a relative to primates. There was one criticism of De Palma later in the article where they said that he tends to like overinterpret or sometimes like use extra flowery language that might not be warranted.
Oh, the New Yorker article said that?
Yes, because they talked to some other paleontologists about him to try to, because they couldn't actually ask the paleontologist much about what they thought of his work because it hadn't been published yet.
Okay.
So all they could do was ask about like, well, what do you think about Robert De Palma? And some of them were like, I don't know who that is. And other ones are like, oh yeah, I remember that one time he mentioned a Dakota raptor and accidentally included some other bone in it. But I don't really think that's fair, though, because the Dakota raptor find was really good. And just because it had one other bone in it, he still did really good science on that.
Mm.
But like you can tell from that the color commentary is really at a high level in the New Yorker article. It's not just scientific fact. He also found something that he says looks like a mammal's burrow with potentially a mammal still inside it, and that it might have been born in the Cretaceous and died in the Paleogene, which is kind of a cool thought.
Yeah, it is.
Because it seems to have burrowed down through that iridium layer. So it's like it survived and then like dug back in terms of sedimentology into the past, and that's where it died. It's pretty crazy. They found something that's either a flower or an echinoderm, which is a marine creature. So
Very different.
yeah. They also found a dinosaur feather, which they say is over a foot long and possibly from the forearm of a Dakota raptor. So one of the articles I read, they talked about how the quill knob on the Dakota raptor forearm matches the size of the feather quill at about 3.5 millimeters, which is pretty massive for a feather quill. And if it's over a foot long, it makes sense that it would be so big. I was hoping, though, in the New Yorker article, because they start talking about these theropod feathers that he found, that he was going to say, like, and we found this tyrannosaur bone next to it, and then it would be like the first evidence of a feathered tyrannosaur. But we don't have that yet.
Maybe someday.
Maybe. One can hope. They found a 6-foot-long fish. It's pretty massive, possibly with gut contents.
Nice.
And he says it's likely a new species. Like I mentioned before, there's a ceratopsian hip bone. And in the New Yorker article, they talk about how it was previously discovered by a different paleontologist who had bought rights to the land to do some digging up of dinosaurs. And then they excavated part of this fossilized hip and then decided like, it's not worth continuing to excavate. It doesn't look like there's going to be any awesome ceratopsian skull attached to it or anything. And then gave up. And then De Palma wanted it for the exact reason that this guy didn't want it. So that guy looked at it and said, it looks like it all got deposited at the same time. I don't want that. It doesn't look like the typical, like even small layers where you find these great dinosaur fossils. And De Palma had previously worked on something similar with these fine layers sort of near the KPG boundary and, was really excited to get it. So that's kind of funny. But in the New Yorker article, they say there's a, quote, suitcase-sized piece of fossilized skin from a ceratopsian, end quote, which sounds pretty fantastical. And it's probably hyperbole because in the supplemental material, it talks about how there's a skin impression from a ceratopsian, which is very different than fossilized skin and also much more likely in sandstone like this.
Right.
So, oops. They also found ammonites that they say were tossed inland. There's an ant's nest with ants inside, a possible wasp burrow, another mammal burrow, quote, with multiple tunnels and galleries, end quote, several shark teeth, a large sea turtle femur, several new fish species, a plant that might have been related to the banana, and, quote, more than a dozen new species of animals and plants and several other burrow types, end quote. Which is all just crazy. This is an amazing number of things.
That makes sense. Everything got mixed up.
Yeah, but like the level of preservation. But you're right, the variety of stuff is just crazy. They also found what they're describing as an unhatched egg with an embryo inside it, which I think has only been found once or twice before.
Mm-hmm.
And they also said that, quote, at the bottom of the deposit, in a mixture of heavy gravel and tektites, De Palma identified the broken teeth and bones, including hatchling remains, of almost every dinosaur group known from the Hell Creek, as well as pterosaur remains, end quote.
That's a lot of different dinosaurs.
It's a very bold claim, because that would be pterosaurs, ceratopsians, hadrosaurs, ornithomimosaurs,
Ankylosaurs,
hypsilophodonts, dromaeosaurs, pachycephalosaurs.
all kinds of theropods.
Yeah. So if they found all of those things, and some of them as hatchlings, that would just be amazing.
Does that mean the Saurian team has a lot of updating to do?
Oh, God. I hope not. I feel so bad for them at this point. If they found a tyrannosaur feather, then they'd have to maybe they could just undo it. They just go back to the old Gen 1
Right.
tyrannosaur with feathers at that point.
But this is, I guess, is technically unconfirmed or unpeer reviewed.
Yeah, this is all just like basically hearsay from one person. Although, he is a paleontologist and he's the one that's been working on it.
Right. So it could be his next few papers.
Yes. So that's what a lot of people are expecting, that there's going to be more papers coming out and it's going to have all this stuff in it. Hopefully sooner than later.
Yeah, we're all expecting now.
Yeah. Come on, Robert. Speed up. But like I mentioned before, there has been a lot of criticism, partly about the way that the New Yorker described things and the fact that they didn't really emphasize that this stuff hadn't been peer reviewed and what was included in the paper and what wasn't, since the paper hadn't come out yet. And also for publishing early. But it turns out that the New Yorker found out that somebody else wasn't following the PNAS embargo, because no one was supposed to publish about this until the official journal article came out. And when the New Yorker found out about it, they asked PNAS if they could publish early too, so that they didn't get scooped, because they were supposed to have like this pretty exclusive interview and access.
That makes sense. They put a lot of work into it and they have this whole audio part to it.
Yeah, exactly. And then so PNAS said, yeah, sure, you can, if you're going to get scooped, you can publish early because somebody's publishing early anyway.
This seems to happen a lot more than I would have thought before we started this podcast.
I don't know how they keep sending these articles to people that disrespect the embargoes. Maybe they don't. Maybe now PNAS won't send anything to whoever that was. Nobody disclosed it either. I was like, wow, you really...
Well, the last time we heard about it, nobody disclosed who was breaking the embargo either.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. Guess maybe it's some kind of journalist code I don't know about.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, so you can be mad at the New Yorker for using too flowery of language, but you shouldn't be mad at them for publishing early because they didn't really have a choice. But then there's, like I said, there's been a lot of criticism from other scientists too, mostly around the fact that it's so secretive, because the quicker that information spreads throughout the scientific community, the quicker we can move forward and learn more and more and more. And also the more scientists that can get involved, the better. And De Palma's kind of hoarding it. So people are jealous, basically. And then there are people who, like I saw a comment where someone is researching something similar and they're like, oh, I really want to find out about that specific marine mollusk or whatever that he hinted at because I'm working on that. But since it's so secretive, he can't get access to it. So that's the Tanis site. It's a lot to share.
Yep.
But I mean, that footnote of it should have every type of dinosaur that's been in the Hell Creek is pretty crazy. And over a dozen new species.
Mm-hmm.
But like, we don't really know what any of that means.
Yet.
All right, if you're still with us after that monster best of, I think that was about a half hour. We're going to move on to our best new tyrannosaur, which is Susquityrannus. There was also Moros, which was discovered, but Susquityrannus was later, and we talk about Moros in this one, so it made the decision easy because this one actually kind of includes both. Yeah. But I think Susquityrannus was a little bit better of a discovery, a little more exciting. It's a new tyrannosaur that was found last week, and it was published in Nature, Ecology, and Evolution, which unfortunately is behind a paywall. But thanks to everyone who shared it with us on Discord and Patreon. This paper was published by Sterling J. Nesbitt and others, but it includes a lot of people who we've interviewed on the show before, including Steve Brusati, Jim Kirkland, and Andrew McDonald, who we interview later in this episode. So, jumping into this new dinosaur, it's named Susquityrannus. A lot of people are just calling it Suski, which I like because that's easy to say.
It is, yeah. It sounds nice too.
Yeah.
Very friendly sounding.
It does, unlike how it probably behaved in real life.
Well, yeah.
And its species name is Hazelae. Susquityrannus comes from the word Suski, which is Zuni for coyote. And that's apparently because it was called the coyote of the Cretaceous for decades prior to its official naming.
Interesting.
And then when it came around to name it, they were like, okay, yeah, we'll stick with coyote, but let's make it something more interesting than just coyote in English. And they used the Zuni language because of where it was found. And then Hazelae is after Hazel Wolf for work at the Moreno Hill Formation. So well earned. As you could guess, it was found in the Moreno Hill Formation in New Mexico. And it was found in the pueblo of Zuni, where much, if not all, of the Moreno Hill Formation is located. And the tribe has previously been honored by Zuni ceratops, so the name Zuni might be familiar. Suski is from the late Cretaceous, about 92 million years ago. That's basically how old the formation is. And they actually found it way back in 1998. In this case, it's really interesting because the discoverer is the same person as the lead author, which a lot of times isn't the case when there's a 20-year gap in between the fossil discovery and the publication. So PBS actually has some great pictures and interview information about this find. And they spoke with Sterling Nesbitt, the lead author and discoverer, who found it when he was 16. I think he was with a group, so I'm not sure if he was technically the first person to see it, but there are pictures of him when he's 16 pointing at bones that are still completely buried in mud, other than the little part sticking out. So he was definitely there at the very beginning.
That's cool. It comes full circle.
It does. And there's also one of the pictures was taken by Hazel Wolf, who the species is named after. So they've clearly been involved ever since 1998.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely been working there for a long time and deserving of the species name. They actually found 2 individuals, which is always great because then you get a little bit more information about the dinosaur and you're less likely to describe the dinosaur based on things that are just individual variation from the dinosaur. But unfortunately, there isn't a lot of overlap between the 2 dinosaurs. So one of them is basically just the jaws and 2 neck vertebrae. So not a lot. It's kind of like part of the upper jaw and part of the lower jaw. It's not even a full upper jaw or lower jaw. But they still decided to pick that one for the holotype, probably because a lot of times skulls are a little more diagnostic. They tend to have more differences between species. So I'm guessing that's why they picked it as the holotype. And then the other find was a lot more complete. It had much less of the skull, though. It had kind of the tip of the bottom jaw and then a little bit of the post-orbital, so kind of behind the eye. And then also about a dozen vertebrae pieces, much of both legs and feet, and a few fragments from the hips, and just 2 finger claws, but nothing else from the arm, really. So it's kind of weird that they just at the very end. A lot of time you see the opposite, where the claws are missing. This time it's just the claws. Both of the individuals are about the same size, so they analyzed them together, kind of treating it like it was just one dinosaur. When they're comparing it, when they laid out the pieces together and stuff, you can basically just treat it like it was one dinosaur in terms of how big it was and description of it. But we know that it's not the same dinosaur because there's a couple bones that overlap. So dinosaurs don't have 2 mouths, for example, so you could tell that it's 2 individuals.
Yeah, they're weird, but they're not that weird.
Yeah, unless this is a very interesting dinosaur. During their analysis, they took a histological section from the femur, and they say it, quote, exhibits a minimum of 3 widely spaced growth lines with no sign of decreasing growth rate. For example, similar tissues throughout the cortex and no secondary osteons, indicating that the individual was young and actively growing at the time of death, end quote. So in other words, it was about 3 years old and it was still growing rapidly, which is what you'd expect because as far as we know with tyrannosaurs, a lot of them reached skeletal maturity in like their teens.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not surprising that it was still growing rapidly when it was 3. It's pretty young for a dinosaur in general, actually.
Yeah.
Based on the bone structure, they think it grew a little bit more like early theropods than T-Rex, and therefore it wouldn't have reached the same massive size as T-Rex. Also not surprising since it's 92 million years old, so we're talking almost 30 million years before T-Rex. And we know a lot of those earlier tyrannosaurs were smaller, even at adult size. In their recreation, they recreate it with 3 fingers, which is pretty typical for an early theropod hand, although all they found were just the claws from the first and second fingers. So I'm not sure how confident they are in this restoration, but phylogenetically speaking, it does seem like it probably still had 3 fingers, a little bit more like a normal theropod than the weird features that T-Rex would later have.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't have that same huge, disproportionately massive skull. It's still a little bit more normal sized.
Hasn't quite specialized yet.
Yeah, it's not quite in that super weird alpha predator mode yet. Which I think is partly why they called it the coyote of the Cretaceous too, because they expect that it wasn't the apex predator. So just like a coyote has to be maybe a little bit more adaptable and maybe scavenging from time to time and things like that. From the pieces that they found, they estimate the skull was about a foot or 30 centimeters long. So that's a decent sized skull. And they can tell that its snout was broad and U-shaped, like later tyrannosauroids. If you've ever looked at some of these dinosaur fossils straight on, you know that things like Allosaurus have actually a pretty narrow head. But usually when you look at dinosaurs, you're looking at them from kind of a profile view, and something like an Allosaurus doesn't look that different than something like a T-Rex because they both have pretty long heads. But when you look at them straight on, you can see this really big difference. And this one's already starting to get a wider head. So even though it's smaller and the head isn't proportionally huge on its body, it is starting to get a little more robust. Maybe it had a stronger bite force than some other similar theropods at the time, and it's starting to specialize a little bit, but they didn't have a real complete skull, so I'm not sure how much they can tell about its bite force. They didn't talk about it in the paper, obviously, because this is just the first description. It also has those characteristic D-shaped teeth and a set of 4 small teeth in the premaxilla at the front of the mouth that we're really used to seeing in T-Rex that might tell you a little bit about its diet. In with the paper, there's one of those really nice skeletal drawings by Scott Hartman showing all of the bones that were found and then, which ones were from which of the 2 individuals, as well as which ones overlap, and a lot of interpretation from the other relatives, obviously, like how the other fingers were shaped and how bulky its rib cage would have been and things like that. And basically everything about the tail, because they found very little of that. I'm guessing that he finished his drawing a few months ago at least, because last month he had a post where he talked about how he was adding lips to all of his new, quote, non-beaked, non-avian theropod skeleton reconstructions, end quote, which would definitely include this one because it doesn't have a beak.
Right, and it's a theropod.
And it's a theropod, yeah. But just like a lot of the older tyrannosaurs, it's depicted as like its teeth sticking out and not having lips. But I'm guessing if he had another shot at this one, he would redraw it as a skeletal with lips covering the teeth. And the reason he said that he started doing that is basically he thinks the majority of evidence points to having lips over teeth versus not having lips over teeth. So we might be headed in that direction generally. I don't know. It's still pretty contentious.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people arguing. There was a lot at SVP last year where we heard about people arguing over whether or not things had lips or whether they even needed something to protect their teeth since they shed them all the time. Overall, the skeletal drawing puts it at around 1 meter or 3 feet tall and 3 meters or 9 feet long. When I tried to measure it, it looked a little bit smaller than that, but since it's still growing, it's only 3 years old, its exact size isn't really all that useful because we're basically comparing, 3-year-olds. It's kind of like if you took a random 3-year-old human and then tried to guess how big an adult would be.
But maybe an even bigger difference.
Yeah, it's super hard to project that kind of thing, especially because it's like we know it's still rapidly growing. How can you even possibly make a guess at it? So at this young state, it's definitely smaller than the morose individual that was found and described in February. And PBS said that it was larger than morose and that morose was 4 feet tall and 6 feet long, which would be super weird proportions for a theropod. Nothing's ever 6 feet long and 4 feet tall. Like nothing.
It's kind of boxy.
Yeah, with the tail, they're never that length and height. So I don't know. Maybe they were talking about the actual fossil block that it came out of. I'm not really sure. But it could be that it was larger as an individual. I think that might be what they're going for. Because as a quick refresher, Morose was a tyrannosaur. It lived about 96 million years ago, so about 4 million years older than Suski. And the one morose individual that we have, morose individual, was about 6 or 7 years old. And they estimate weighed about 78 kilograms or 172 pounds when it died and was likely near adult size. So even though it was estimated to be about 4 feet or 1.2 meters tall at the hip, if it's twice the age of Suski, maybe Suski ended up getting bigger by the time it was an adult. So it's hard to say. Also, morose is only known from a single leg and a few toe bones and a couple teeth, so we don't have as good of an idea about the overall size of the animal, unless you just take kind of standard proportions of a tyrannosaur and say like, well, its leg is this long, so we think its overall body was this long, which isn't the worst thing to do, but it's obviously not the best way to size an animal.
The paper itself didn't name a specific weight for the individual, but a couple sources mentioned that they thought it was between 20 and 40 kilograms, putting it between about 45 and 90 pounds. So then that would make Suski both about 4 million years younger and about half the weight of Moros. But again, Suski was still growing, so it's hard to say. And I think the narrative of T-Rex being at the end of this evolutionary path, and therefore Tyrannosaurs increasing in size generally, is really driving a lot of this. So it's like, well, Suski has to be bigger because it's 4 million years younger.
Right.
And we know that the younger Tyrannosaurs were bigger. But unfortunately, evolution isn't that simple. It's very possible that, say, Moros was on the line that actually ended up being T-Rex, and Suski was on a side branch and was smaller. Or even more likely is probably that neither of them were on the same branch that ended up being T-Rex, and they're just all cousins. So it's hard to say. It would be good to get a larger individual of Suski. Hopefully they can find something.
And now we've got our gnarliest pathologies, which was the poor Tyrannosaurus.
Yeah, it had all sorts of problems. We'll go into more detail in the news item. So if you're squeamish, though, you might want to skip that. I think that's how the item starts, too. So this is a double warning about how intense it is.
And I should warn that this is a little bit graphic because we're talking about severe injuries to a dinosaur, and a lot of them involve like broken bones and how they formed and infections and things like that. So if you're sensitive to that sort of thing, you might want to skip this one. But we love paleopathologies because they're fascinating. And I think they're a great window into how dinosaurs were living creatures and had to deal with all sorts of rough stuff. They weren't just these big, invulnerable creatures that got to do whatever they wanted and never had to deal with any consequences. So this specific article was written by T.C. Hunt and others and published in Scientific Reports. And it's about a subadult Tyrannosaurus from the early Cretaceous, and it's an ornithopod. If you're not familiar with Tyrannosaurus, it's often depicted being eaten. It's sort of the life of a Tyrannosaurus. It's herbivorous, and at full size, they were about 7 meters or 23 feet long. I'm not sure how big this one was because it was a subadult, so it may have been a little bit smaller. This specific individual was collected in 2001 in Oklahoma, and they found a total of 5 paleopathologies on it. Or I guess I could just say pathologies, because obviously if it's a dinosaur, they're paleopathologies. The first one is that the left toe and left rib, quote, are both fractured with extensive callus formation in later stages of healing, end quote. And a callus is a normal part of the bone healing process. So the fact that it was there meant that the dinosaur had at least started the process of healing. It didn't just die from these injuries. Another left rib, as well as a right rib, have, quote, impacted fractures, end quote, which shortened them both by about an inch. And I had to look up what an impacted fracture is because I'm familiar with lots of types of fractures, like compound fractures and things. But an impacted fracture, unfortunately, is exactly what it sounds like. It's basically an impact that simultaneously breaks and then jams the two parts of the bone together, sort of like a telescope.
Ouch.
Yeah, it sounds terrifying, and I didn't know this was a possible thing that bones could do, but apparently it can happen. And like I said, it shortened both of the ribs by about an inch. So an inch of the end of the rib got jammed into an inch of the other part of the rib. Pretty gnarly. The authors say that all of these pathologies are consistent with a fall. So I guess what happened is it fell, it injured its toe, a rib, and then 2 of the ribs actually got broken and kind of jammed up. So it must have fallen kind of down directly on those ribs so that they broke and then got shoved. Anyway, if you're counting, I've only listed 4 pathologies so far. Number 5 is the toe and rib that have a callus appear to have a, quote, post-traumatic infection in the form of osteomyelitis, end quote. And osteomyelitis is a bone infection. That's what that means.
Yikes.
In this case, one of the infected bones in the foot has a Brody abscess, which is a first for an herbivorous dinosaur. I think it was only the second one ever known in a non-avian dinosaur, so that's exciting. If you're wondering what a Brody abscess is, it's a type of bone infection usually caused by a bacteria that generally stays inside a single bone. So it's not like the worst type of abscess.
Right.
In fact, they're kind of hard to diagnose in people because people also get these, and they tend to be, at least in people, in our leg bones. And in this case, they think that the bacteria came in through its blood
Oh,
and then sort of spread into the bone. In humans, I think they said that it takes between months to up to 10 years to heal, but it's not a chronic condition. So it does heal eventually, but it's just kind of a infection you get. You might not know about it, and then it heals slowly. I think they're quite rare in humans. They referenced maybe 25 cases that they knew about, but since it's inside the bone, like why would you even know it was there unless it was causing pain for some reason? And then it's hard to diagnose because it's buried in there. Anyway, the Tyrannosaurus didn't die immediately from the fall because we saw that it has those calluses forming from healing the bones, but they think that the fractures would have caused chronic pain, while the Brody abscess seemed to get kind of bad, and it might have caused it to limp, which put together meant that it would have needed extra food to fight the infection, but its injuries would have made it harder to get around and gather food, and eventually, quote, resulting in malnutrition and a suppressed immune system, potentially leaving it susceptible to greater secondary infection, end quote.
Catch-22.
It is. You get infected, so you need to eat, but the infection is preventing you from getting to the food, which is making the infection worse. Not great.
Poor dinosaur.
Yeah. Tyrannosaurus cannot catch a break.
All right, we've covered pathology, so now we can get into less gnarly type things like best new sauropod, which in 2019 was Borealopelta.
So the article is written by Pablo Gallina and others and published in Scientific Reports. And it's a new sauropod, like I said. It's specifically a dicraeosaurid, which is the group that includes Amargasaurus. And Amargasaurus, again, is that sauropod, and it's got the sort of dual sets of sails, usually it's depicted, kind of running down its back. So its vertebrae have these really tall neural spines that stick out up through the skin of its neck into the air, and then they're either covered in skin or keratin or something. We don't really know why it has them. It's really weird, but it's amazing looking. It's one of the coolest looking dinosaurs. There's a couple of museums in Europe that have them on display. I don't think I've ever seen one in the US, though. We tend to focus on like the American sauropods, like Diplodocus and Brontosaurus and things like that. I don't see a lot of Amargasaurus around here. It's also a little bit smaller, but it has those really cool spines. Anyway, this one was found in southwest Argentina. Its name is Bajadasaurus pronospinax, and Bajadasaurus is from Bajada, which is Spanish for downhill, but really it's because it was found in the Bajada Colorada formation. So it's really named after the formation more than just being downhill. It's like downhill lizard is kind of a weak name, but yeah, it makes sense if it's in that formation. And then pronospinax comes from pronus, which is Latin for bent forward, and spinax, which is Greek for spine. So if you put that together, you get these spines that are curving forward. And that's a really good name for it because it has spines on its back that are curving forward.
Very descriptive.
Exactly. So if you know, Amargasaurus has spines that don't curve. They just stick out basically straight up out of its neck. This one, on the other hand, they like have a pretty dramatic curve, like almost 90 degrees by the end of the curve forward, which looks really, really strange. And in addition to those spines, they also found the jaw, including teeth, and most of the skull, and then two vertebrae, one of which has those really cool spines. The other vertebrae is sort of the link between the skull and the neck, so it doesn't have any spines because it's the bone that's known as the axis. It's sort of more of like a connective joint than anything that you could stick a big spine on. But the other one, the really impressive one, that's basically the whole reason that this dinosaur is so interesting, is probably about the fifth from the head. So it's still not that large of a vertebrae overall, but the spines on it are massive. I think they said they're about 4 times as long as the vertebrae is long.
Wow.
So it's, yeah, they really stick out of there. There's no way that this could have been contained within the neck. Like there's no thickness of neck that's reasonable that could have kept these neural spines of the vertebrae inside the neck. So they must have stuck out. Like Amargasaurus, the spines are bifurcated, meaning that they are 2 separate spines all the way from the base, which is, still within the neck, up to the top. So it's actually like a pair, almost like the old depictions of Stegosaurus, where they had the parallel plates running down the back. It sort of has that look to it, except that it actually has it. Unlike Stegosaurus, where we now think they're more alternating. According to their analysis, Bajadasaurus's closest relatives are probably Lingwulong and Pilmatoea, but with such fragmentary remains, we're probably better off just saying that it's somewhere in Dicraeosauridae, because it's mostly based on just one vertebrae and like subtle differences. But, you can have some individual variation and things that kind of makes that tricky. It's about 140 million years old, which is about the same as Pilmatoea, and they're from the same formation, so that's not surprising. That's probably why they're dated the same. But like I said, some of those differences on the vertebrae and the shape of it, they think make it distinct from Pilmatoea, so they don't think that they're the same dinosaur. But who knows? In the future, maybe this really cool named dinosaur might just get synonymized. Since it's 140 million years old too, that makes it about 10 million years older than Amargasaurus, in case you're wondering, because Amargasaurus is pretty well known.
So spines have been around for a while.
Yeah, for sure. And its spines are especially strange because, like I said, they curve forward, and they curve so far forward that even though the one that they found is the fifth vertebrae, so the fifth from the head, they might have almost reached the back of the head in terms of like the position forward. They wouldn't have curved downwards towards the head, but like if you imagine it kind of like a parasol or something curving up like it was going to shade the head. They're very thin though, so I mean, unless they had skin attaching them sort of laterally, it wouldn't have actually provided any shade. That'd be kind of a cool thing though. Anyway, their main hypothesis is that the spines were covered in keratin sheaths, and they're basing this on previous work which concluded that Amargasaurus had keratin sheaths on its spines.
So no skin.
That's what they're saying, yeah. But they did point out that on their specific spines, they weren't in good enough condition to really see what the interface with the air would have been like. So they can't really say that for sure. It's all just based on this Amargasaurus research that they think is close enough. And I don't really think that's settled even with Amargasaurus, because usually I see that depicted with a connection in between the bones.
Right.
But one of the reasons they say that it might have had keratin sheaths is that they think the keratin might have made it stronger and then less likely to break. Whereas if it was just connected with skin, these are really thin pieces of bone and really long too. So you could see how if it was just covered in skin, then it could be pretty easy to snap off if you bumped your head on something, basically, which would be awful.
I wonder what the point of the spines were then.
Yeah, it's really strange. They had a few different hypotheses about what they could have been used for. They said maybe they could have been used for defense, which I think is pretty dicey.
Since it's so thin?
Yeah, they're very thin.
Unless the keratin sheath is so thick.
Exactly. That's, I think, the only way that that's possible. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it'd be strong enough to be very useful in defense. The only way that it might be useful, though, is that if the keratin makes them look a lot larger, then it's a defensive mechanism in the same way that like a cobra's puffing out of its neck skin to look more intimidating is a defense mechanism. It could be more of an appearance thing,
right,
than like an actual physical, like bludgeoning weapon. As usual, they also said it could have been used for sexual attraction, which isn't surprising because that's one of the main uses for horns, is just like a big display structure. Like, look how amazing I am. I got these big old horns. I'm really good at finding food, so I can grow these big horns. You should mate with me. Weirdly, though, they also said that it could have been used for temperature regulation. And it doesn't seem like horns are much of a temperature regulation kind of structure.
No, but that same hypothesis has been proposed for Stegosaurus plates.
Yeah, it's a strange one, the temperature regulation one. It seems like there's better ways to do this. But then again, it could be a combination of things. So maybe they grew them originally for defense, for example, to look bigger because maybe there were bigger, badder predators around or something and they needed to look tougher. And then that also led into a sort of sexual selection thing, because the ones that weren't getting eaten and look tougher are more attractive. And then maybe on top of that, it helps them regulate some temperature. So they just took advantage of all these things. It's not uncommon for like a single structure to serve multiple purposes.
Yeah. I just had an image in my head of that Land Before Time scene where I think it's Littlefoot, Ducky, Spike, and Petrie fell into a tar pit and they get out, but they got out by climbing on top of each other, and so they have these tar and sticks sticking out.
Oh, yeah.
And then they scare Sarah because they look so big and scary and like a much bigger animal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Because a lot of it is just that first instinct of how big is this compared to me? I better get away from it.
Yeah. Plus they had the sticks coming out. That reminded me of the spines.
Yeah, that's cool. The other interesting thing about, especially if they were keratin covered, it makes the spines look much bigger, in addition to just how massive that these bone spines are coming out of the back. Based on the reconstructions that they showed, the keratin covering almost doubled the length of the exposed spines, because there's the portion of the spine that's still in the neck. It has to reach the skin before you can actually see it. And then that additional part that sticks out, they added like another almost 50% to that piece. So you could see how that would really improve their chances at finding a mate if that was sort of a selection criteria, because keratin is probably easier to add on top than it is to grow the bone that much bigger. They made a really awesome replica of Borealopelta too. They have one of sort of the fossil, so the kind of thing you're used to seeing in museums where it's just the bones. But then they also made a sculpture replica so you can really see what it might have looked like in real life. And that one thing I really like about it is they have these coloration patterns on the spines, and they colored it differently, sort of where the bone runs out and then where it's just keratin continuing on. So you can kind of get a feel for just how much the keratin impacts the overall appearance of the dinosaur. It's really neat. They sort of recreated from maybe about the 10th vertebrae up through the head. And so, yeah, they're kind of curling down. And the way that they textured that keratin sheath is also really cool. It sort of looks like the ring texture that you see on an antelope horn, if you know what I'm talking about, like a whole series of rings, like it was built.
Oh, yeah.
Like ridges along the horn. It also kind of reminds me of rebar, that sort of texture to it. Mm-hmm. That was the texture that they gave to the Borealopelta spines.
That's fun.
Yeah, it looks pretty tough. In addition to that spine, that's really cool, I actually think that the skull may be even cooler because it's the most complete skull we've ever found for a dicrasaurid. So it really gave us a lot of information about sort of potentially their feeding habits and things like that. They found that its eyes are near the top of its skull, which possibly indicates that it had its head facing down to eat low plants. And it had teeth that were a lot like a diplodocus. And the overall skull shape, too, reminds me a lot of a diplodocus, which isn't too surprising because we've previously thought that dicrasaurids are closely related to diplodocus. And so we call them diplodocoids, sort of the larger diplodocid-ish group of dinosaurs. So I think the previous recreations of Amargasaurus skull were pretty close because it looks like they based them on diplodocus by my eye. So pretty cool. I hope we find more of this guy. I'm a little bit curious if the spines actually did curve as far forward as this find makes them look, because there's a possibility that that's a preservation issue it got bent during fossilization. And it could be that this whole bent spine thing is blown way out of proportion because we only found one. So you can't like compare a whole series of them and say, oh, well, it's unlikely that all of them would bend in the same way at the same angle and stuff. But when you only find one, it's like that could just be a preservation thing.
At the very least, it would feel weird to have a bunch of bent spines.
Yeah, it seems really strange. And on top of that, it's like you couldn't really do a backward bend like you're doing the limbo or something, because it looks like its spines would have run into each other. It looks like it could only kind of bend forward or flat. So I don't know. Need more fossils.
Yeah. And now, almost as good, in my opinion, best early dinosaur discovery, Gnathovorax.
The paper was written by Christian Pacheco and others and published in PeerJ. It's an open article too, so you can look at it if you want. It's from Brazil. It's not a sauropod.
No. Is that what makes it so interesting to you?
Sort of. What really makes it important, though, is that it's a very early dinosaur. So this one is named Gnathovorax cabrerae, and Gnathovorax translates to the Greek for jaws inclined to devour.
Wow.
In other words, it has good eating mouth.
Teeth.
Yeah, there we go.
Strong teeth and jaws. That's quite the name.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then cabrerae is after the paleontologist who found the fossil. And there's actually a really excellent YouTube video of the whole find and kind of the process of the find, the prep work, the fossils themselves, and all of that. Unfortunately, it's all in Portuguese, unfortunately for me at least, not unfortunately for any Brazilian listeners. And there's no subtitles. But they do show Sergio Cabrera finding out that it's named after him.
Oh.
And it's really awesome. He's like so touched by it. It's really cool.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's a good video. Even if you don't speak Portuguese, I enjoyed it without that. So on to what Gnathovorax actually is. So it's about 233 million years old. And somehow, despite being that old, it's in really amazing shape. And if you're familiar with when dinosaurs evolved, you know 233 million years old is way at the beginning. It's like probably within 10 million years of the very first dinosaur. So it's very important. And in the paper, they say it's, quote, the most complete and best preserved hererasaurid dinosaur ever found, end quote. And they pointed out that Hererasaurus, the hererasaurid Hererasaurus, is pretty well known too, but it's a composite of individuals. So it's not one individual dinosaur that was found. They had to piece together what Hererasaurus was from a bunch of different individuals. Whereas this one, Gnathovorax, was found as just one individual and is incredibly complete. It's really awesome.
Cool.
It's also only the second Hererasaurid ever found in Brazil, and the other one was found about 80 years ago.
It's been a while.
Yeah. So Gnathovorax includes a nearly complete and articulated skeleton.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's basically only missing bones that can be inferred from their mirror image, like the right leg. And it's got like the complete tail, the complete skull, a complete arm and leg and ribs. And I think it even has gastralia, if I was looking at the skeletal drawing right. But yeah, it's a really, really great find. And the skull is in really good shape too, which is awesome.
That's better preserved than a lot of dinosaurs, not just hererasaurids.
Yeah, it's in the very upper echelons of well-preserved dinosaurs for sure. And the fact that it's from the Triassic, when usually the older you get, things start to get more sparse, is just extra awesome. So quick background on hererasaurids, because we don't talk about them that often. Like I said, they're not all that common. They only existed during the Triassic. They were extinct about 10 million years before the Triassic ended. So there aren't all that many formations that have hererasaurids, mostly in South America, and even then they're usually pretty fragmentary. But what we do know about them, in general, hererasaurids are relatively small. You can think more of a Deinonychus size than a Utah raptor size. So that's smaller predator, I would say, somewhere in the 4 to 6 meter, sub 20-foot scale. So yeah, pretty small.
Small for a dinosaur.
Yeah, and the authors call them medium to large bodied. And I think that's because Triassic dinosaurs were in general a lot smaller than later dinosaurs. So at the time it was pretty big. So it was one of the bigger predators for sure. But yeah, compared to something like a T-Rex or an Allosaurus or something, this one's pretty small. And it also was a lot skinnier than later carnivores at that same length. So just the length alone doesn't really give you the full picture of it. Gnathovorax also had a boxy head. It was kind of like an early sauropodomorph. You could kind of think of Plateosaurus, kind of, that same sort of early...
Well, the early dinosaurs had a similar look.
Yeah, they did. And they don't look particularly well adapted for anything. Kind of generalists is sort of how they look, with a head that doesn't look like it had really strong jaws. And with Plateosaurus, you're like, really? That could do anything with plants even? Like, what's going on? This one has really sharp teeth, so you can tell, like, the authors named it, it's intended or inclined to devour, but yeah, it's not really an apex predator like you'd see in something like a T-Rex, sort of really functionally designed for crushing bone or ripping through flesh. And it also had some other really weird features that all Herrerasaurs have, like having 5 toes, although only 3 were really functional. So it sort of is theropod-like, but, if you look at the bones, you can tell it's different.
Yeah. It's early days.
Yep. And like all the early dinosaurs, it was bipedal, and the hands were also superficially theropod-like, probably good for grasping. It had pretty curved claws and, hand-like hands, not T-Rex weird fingers or like Carnotaurus little baby arms. This one still had real arms that could actually pick something up. In general, I think Herrerasaurs are basically like an early attempt at theropods that just didn't quite pan out. It has a lot of the same sort of attributes, but it's just not quite there yet. And because it has so many weird features, and also because they're so not well known, we have a lot of fragmentary individuals, they're one of the most troubling groups for paleontologists to fit into cladograms. So in order to fit them into that early dinosaur family tree and see where they fit is really hard to do. Sometimes Herrerasaurids are separated from all the other dinosaurs and they're totally alone. Like, I think that often happens with Ornithoscelida, if I remember right. Herrerasaurids will kind of be off on their own. Sometimes they get included with Saurischians, and even when they're included with Saurischians, they can vary where they exactly are. Sometimes they're basically like a sauropodomorph, probably because its head looks sort of like a Plateosaurus. Sometimes they're more like theropods because of the toes and hands and things like that. But the consensus now seems to be that it's a little bit more like a theropod than anything else. So back to Gnathovorax. Gnathovorax is 2 million years older than Herrerasaurus, which is only 231 million years old. It's just a little baby. And Gnathovorax was found in the southernmost state in Brazil, which I think is pronounced something like Rio Grande do Sul. Most Herrerasaurids come from Argentina, and like I said, this is only the second one from Brazil in general, so it's pretty cool. And fortunately, this one was found near Santa Maria, and even more fortunately, in Santa Maria, there's a university with a paleontology program. I don't really know if that's the fortunate side. It might be more like the only reason it was found is because there's a museum there with a paleontology program and then they noticed it. Or someone nearby knew about dinosaurs because of this paleontology program.
It all worked out.
Yeah, but it's another good example of why we need local paleontology programs in as many places with dinosaurs as possible, because that's how we find new and interesting dinosaurs for the whole world to appreciate. Looking at the skeletal, it's in really amazing shape. Like I said, it's pretty much completely preserved. And in its head, its teeth do look very carnivorous, but they're not quite like any other dinosaur that I've really seen before, because they are definitely carnivorous. They're very sharp and they're curved pretty strongly backwards. So, it's good for keeping things in the mouth if it's struggling, or otherwise tearing it off and making sure that it ends up heading backwards towards the stomach where you want the food if you're this Gnathovorax. And it has a very defined premaxilla. So that's sort of, if you're familiar with the way Spinosaurus looks, and it's got that front part of its snout that is very distinctly separated from the rest of its mouth on the roof of its mouth. So it's got a few teeth that are a lot smaller in the front there, and then there's a little bit of a gap, and then there's some more teeth. You also see it in Dilophosaurus. It has a pretty defined premaxilla. This is the same kind of thing. And then there are the biggest teeth right in the front of that maxilla, right after the few small teeth in the premaxilla. And then they just kind of evenly get smaller as they go back in the head. So it's almost like the opposite of our head, where we have like the big molars in the back. These are just getting tinier and tinier as they go back. It's really interesting, really weird dentition.
Better for devouring, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe these teeth in the back are mostly there just to make sure the food doesn't like fall out of the mouth and keeps heading in the same direction. Kind of like the weird teeth that mosasaurs have on the roof of their mouth. They're not really there for chewing or slicing or anything. It's just kind of there to keep the stuff going in. Turtles have something similar too. That's my best guess. I don't know. It looks weird. Some of the unique things that this dinosaur has is it has just 3 premaxillary teeth, which we haven't seen in other Herrerasaurids. It also has 3 bones in its pinky toe. So even though I was saying, it's got 5 toes, but it mostly uses 3, the one that it's not using, the pinky toe, is still, 3 bones in it. That's like as many as our pinky has in it. So this is a reasonable number of bones. It's not completely vestigial and going away at this point. And I think the weirdest thing is that its tibia is way shorter than you'd expect it to be. It's actually shorter than its femur. And generally, fast sprinters have longer tibias than femora because there's this leverage equation that makes it better for hunting and better for running if you have a longer tibia or tibia plus metatarsal bones than the femur, but this one doesn't, even though it's a carnivore. So it's kind of weird because its legs don't look like it would have been that great of a runner, even though its mouth definitely looks like it was eating meat. I don't know, maybe it wasn't chasing anything that was all that fast or something. I'm not sure.
Maybe it went for carrion.
As a scavenger?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it probably did, even if it could run fast, because paleontologists always tell us you don't pass up a good meal.
True.
But you're right, maybe it wasn't fast enough to catch the quick prey and it had to just kind of make do by being the biggest thing around, scaring away other animals when they hunted something. I don't know. Another great effect of it having a really well-preserved skull is that you can actually see its brain case. So you can see how big its brain was and the proportions of different lobes in the brain, which we can use to infer what kind of behavior it might have had or what kind of senses might have been better than other senses. And based on the shape of its brain, we think that the part of the brain that's responsible for eye, neck, and head movement is really well developed. So it might have had that as an adaptation for hunting. So it was quick with the quick reaction speed with getting its head darting after prey, potentially. Since it's an early Herrerasaurid, they obviously had to do a good cladogram to see if this one helped fill out that whole puzzle of where Herrerasaurids fit in the tree of dinosaur life. And in their analysis, it came out as a saurischian, but not as a theropod. So it kind of pulled it a little bit farther out than some of the other recent analyses. And it actually came out as the very most basal saurischian. So right at that ornithischian, saurischian split, Herrerasaurids immediately started doing their own thing, at least according to this cladogram. And interestingly, too, Gnathovoriax was found right next to a rhynchosaur and a cynodont. And I don't really know much about those animals, so I'm just going to quote Riley Black, who said, quote, "The bones of Gnathovoriax are framed by the scattered bones of weasel-like proto-mammals called cynodonts and tubby-beaked reptiles called rhynchosaurs," end quote.
It's a good quote.
I love it. So I guess at that time, mammals weren't doing so great. They were doing better than they were in the Jurassic and the Cretaceous, but weasel-like isn't really a great thing to be. And then the tubby-beaked reptile also. Maybe it was prey? I don't know. We don't know. They did say in the paper that it looked like some of the animals might have gotten there after it was already dead and starting to get buried and stuff. So maybe it wasn't preying on these. We don't know. I do think, though, that that's a good reminder that the Triassic really wasn't the age of dinosaurs yet. There were still all these early mammal-type ancestors, like there was Dimetrodon is another similar to mammal. It's another synapsid, just like the rhynchosaur. And since everything was so well preserved, they did a CT scan of the skull, which is how they found out about that sense of sight and ability to quickly move the neck potentially. And the 3D models are actually available on Morpho Museum. We'll have a link in the show notes for that one. Unfortunately, the skull is pretty smashed. You can download that, the original skull, but I think it could be kind of fun as like a pretend or practice dig or prep piece. Like you can bury it in some sand and uncover it or something. And there's also a really great model of the brain case with the inner ear, so you can see exactly what its brain looks like. You can print that out too if you want.
You can print anything these days.
You can, as long as the 3D files are available.
We've also got an honorable mention for best early dinosaur discovery, Nodotesauraptor.
Yeah, it's an honorable mention because it's not as early of a find. Gnathovoriax is really like pretty much right in the Triassic where all the dinosaurs were diversifying. Nodotesauraptor was a little bit later, but still really cool. And these early dinosaur discoveries, there were several of them this year that it was hard to pick between them. That's why we ended up with 2. It was published in Nature, Ecology, and Evolution and written by Marianne Zahner and Wynand Brinkman. And thanks to James for sharing it with us on Patreon. So this theropod specifically is from Switzerland, and its name is Nodotesauraptor fricensis.
And Noda tesseraraptor comes from noda, which means feature, and tesserae, which is Latin for mosaic tiles. I think it's kind of like a tessellation, maybe the same root there, plus raptor for predator. And they used mosaic tiles in the name because it has a mosaic of Dilophosauroid and Coelophysoid characteristics. I'm not really a big fan of the raptor usage, though, because it keeps coming up on all these non-dromaeosaur dinosaurs, and I think it's just really confusing.
I think that was a thread on the dinosaur mailing list, too.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the only restrictions that the ICZN has on names is that they shouldn't be confusing. And naming a bunch of non-dromaeosaurs raptor, it's one thing if you do it accidentally, like Megaraptor, but come on. Then the species name Frickensis is after Frick, Switzerland, where it was found, and that's really just a few miles south of the German border, so could have easily been a German dinosaur. Since I mentioned it's a mosaic of Dilophosaurus and Coelophysis, you might be guessing that it's from the Triassic, and Noda tesseraraptor is estimated to be about 210 million years old, placing it firmly in the late Triassic and making it one of the earlier known dinosaurs.
Cool.
Yeah, and not surprisingly, it's thought to be a predator too, because a lot of early dinosaurs were, plus both of those close relatives are also predators. They found the skull, which is full of really sharp teeth, and it had hands that looked like they might have been good for grasping, although they're on relatively short arms, so I don't know how good they really would have been. And both the hands and skull are in really amazing shape and are super rare finds. They said, quote, 90% of the skull elements are known, which makes SMF09-2, that's the specimen name, the most complete theropod skull from the late Triassic and early Jurassic of Europe, end quote. So being the most complete of not just the late Triassic, but also the early Jurassic, is pretty amazing. And these skulls mean so much when we're trying to figure out behavior of dinosaurs and evolutionary patterns, because you can see such minute differences even in the dentition, or say if it looks like their eyes or their brain endocast is developing a certain way. It's great to have stuff like this. In addition to some really great hands and skull, they found most of the torso, and by that I mean all of the ribs, the hips, and the vertebrae in between. They also found both fully articulated arms and a couple of vertebrae from the base of the neck and the base of the tail. So it's a pretty good find. A lot of times Triassic finds are pretty incomplete, especially things that are from Europe, but this one's in pretty great shape. Unfortunately, they didn't find any leg or foot bones, which can also be really helpful, especially in these early dinosaurs, but I'm happy with the skull.
You can tell a lot from the skull.
You can. And Sabrina, you'll be happy about this. They also found gut contents.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Specifically, what they found was the upper jaw of a Clevosaurus, and I had to look that up. So a quick Arictodromeus burrow tangent. Clevosaurus is from a group of reptiles which is extremely similar to the modern reptiles Tuatara that live in New Zealand and can live to over 100 years old.
Wow.
To me, they look a lot like iguanas or a lot of these other modern reptiles, but it's pretty amazing that they live so long.
Yeah.
And also, the Clevosaurus bone that's in its stomach was only a few millimeters long, so they think that this ancient Clevosaurus was smaller than the modern Tuatara group. It's pretty cool, though. And that probably means that this dinosaur was very quick, because being able to catch a little lizard is not an easy task.
Nope.
Especially considering how short its arms are, it probably had to catch it with its mouth and no other help. I can't imagine running and trying to grab a lizard off the ground with my mouth.
Face dive.
Yeah, not an easy task. The authors think that Noda tesseraraptor was still growing, so the sizing estimates that I can give aren't really too relevant, because usually we compare adults, but they estimate that this juvenile was around 3 meters or 10 feet long. At first glance, it looks a lot like a Coelophysis, especially since it doesn't have a large notch in the front of its mouth like Dilophosaurus, and it also doesn't have any head crests like Dilophosaurus, which are the two dinosaurs which we think it's most similar to. And since 3 meters would have been about the max size of a Coelophysis, and Dilophosaurus was around 7 meters long, maybe Noda tesseraraptor would have been in between. Just kind of random speculation I'm making. But if they're all around at the same time, a lot of times different sizes is kind of how dinosaurs got their niche partitioning so they could all coexist. In their phylogenetics, it came out as a more basal neotheropod than Dilophosaurus, and it also came out as a slightly closer relative to Dilophosaurus than Coelophysis, which was surprising to me because I thought it looked more like Coelophysis. But since a phylogenetic analysis includes so much more than just the shape of the head and whether or not it has head crests, this includes things like the length of different arm bones and shapes of fingers and things like that. All of those details must add up to make it a lot more like Dilophosaurus than Coelophysis. That's why we use phylogenetic analyses with powerful computers that can compare like 200 things at once and not just look at a skull the way I would. Another interesting thing is it was found in the same quarry as several Plateosaurus specimens, although based on what we know, it probably wouldn't have been much of a threat to a Plateosaurus unless they were very small, like maybe hatchlings or an eggs or something.
That's any dinosaur, though. That's a hatchling or an egg. Lots of threats.
Very true.
So moving on, speaking of filling in gaps, we got best gut contents.
Yeah.
Which is Microraptor in 2019.
That was a great one.
A Microraptor that was found with a complete lizard inside its stomach. And I really do mean a complete lizard.
That means it died before it got digested?
I mean, I think everything dies before it gets fully digested. Where in the process of digesting it died could have been a couple minutes. Hard to say exactly. But this article is written by Jingmei O'Connor and others and published in Current Biology. Jingmei really cranks out the articles. It's pretty crazy.
Well, she told us she's all about the research.
She really is. And this is another really amazing find. So just a quick refresher on Microraptor from our dinosaur of the day. I think of it as basically a bulkier crow with teeth. So it's largely black, we think. It's around the same weight as a crow, although a little bit heavier, maybe like 50% heavier. It also had a feathery tail and feathers on its legs. But other than that, pretty crow-like, I would say. And amazingly, this is the fourth time we found a Microraptor with gut contents. We've previously found it with mammal bones, also with fish scales, as well as an enantiornithine bird, also known as another dinosaur, all inside different Microraptors. So this thing was eating all sorts of different things. We mentioned during our dinosaur of the day that it might have hunted at night because it had a sclerotic ring in its eye. That might be a little bit out there because just about all dinosaurs had these sclerotic rings. But it was eating so many different things, it could be helpful to at least be able to hunt at different times of day. Maybe you'd end up with more opportunities to catch things unaware. There's still a lot of debate over whether it could fly or if it was just gliding around, especially because of those four wings, because that's controversial whether they just created drag and maybe helped with gliding, or if they could have flapped them in any meaningful way. And then also with the tail with feathers on it, what did that do to flying? It's weird. But this paper calls it volant, meaning they think it was flying.
Right, because we've also had scientists say that they think it could be for brooding or other reasons, not related to flying.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Why the hind limbs evolved feathers, we've heard about, like it finishes the circle of brooding. It's kind of a fun hypothesis. And I probably don't need to mention it, but finding exactly what a dinosaur ate is incredibly rare, and it's especially rare for figuring out specific prey. Sometimes we find things like some teeth or some bones, and you can classify it as, say, a mammal or another dinosaur or something, but actually having enough bones that aren't all broken to smithereens where you can actually tell the species of the thing that it ate is really amazing. The lizard that Microraptor ate is also brand new to science, so they actually named the lizard in this paper.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, so a lot of the paper is actually about this lizard. They named the lizard Indrasaurus, and that's after the Hindu deity Indra, which was swallowed by a dragon in battle.
Fitting.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I usually wouldn't bother mentioning the name of the lizard, except that it was a dinosaur/dragon eating a lizard, and they came up with a really good name for it. It appears to be a juvenile or subadult lizard, probably making it easier pickings, I'm thinking, because it doesn't look like it was fully grown, but it still takes up a very large portion of Microraptor's abdomen.
Well, Microraptor wasn't that big.
It wasn't, and this lizard is like, I don't know, it really seems like it would have been tough for Microraptor to swallow this thing. There's some fun paleo art of it eating the lizard, and it's like, yeah, that's pretty much the limits of what it could get down its mouth.
What if the lizard killed the Microraptor?
So I don't think that's the case. They didn't actually speculate what killed the Microraptor, but it did fully swallow it. So
Yeah.
it's like deep in the abdomen. It doesn't look like it kind of choked on it or anything.
But maybe it weighed it down so much it couldn't get away from however it died.
Yeah, like it couldn't fly anymore or something.
Yeah, or run fast enough or something.
I guess it's theoretically possible. We don't know.
Sure.
It doesn't really look like it got eaten because we didn't find it in like a coprolite and it's still articulated, but maybe it could have drowned or something because of it. I don't know. They didn't say. In any event, though, this lizard that it ate was definitely a solid meal. When I look at it, it just looks like a huge blob of bones in among the ribs and everything. But fortunately, these paleontologists are amazing at their job, and they made a really nice drawing highlighting the skull, teeth, ribs, and limbs of the lizard, so you can really see how it was arranged in the Microraptor's gut. And once you see the drawing pointing everything out, you're like, oh yeah, now I see it. Now I can see where the lizard, where its tail is and where its mouth is and everything like that. But before that, it's really hard to see. So basically the way it's arranged inside the Microraptor is that the head is near the bottom of the abdomen. So thinking like kind of at the very bottom of the stomach. The legs are a little bit higher, and then the tail is all the way up at Microraptor's sternum. So it's really stretched out. It's not really all that compressed. And I kind of wonder if some of that might be taphonomy. So after Microraptor died and then it started to decompose, these bones maybe could have sprung out a little bit, like maybe the tendons on the lizard were holding together longer than the stomach of Microraptor was keeping it in a shape. It's hard to say exactly how that pieces together. I don't think there's been any taphonomy studies on birds eating lizards and how that works out. But in any event, it does look like it ate the lizard head first, since that's what ended up in the bottom part of the stomach. And the authors had a really good line about that, saying, quote, "The lizard is largely complete and articulated, confirming the current perception of Microraptor as an agile, opportunistic predator that, like extant reptiles, including raptorial birds, ingested small prey whole and head first," end quote.
That's the easiest way to make sure your prey isn't fighting you back too much.
Just swallow the whole thing.
Yeah, head first.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah, go for the head. Then it can't bite anything. Interestingly, they think the specimen is partly faked. They say, quote, "It is extremely likely that the crushed skull has been manufactured and or enhanced. The morphology of the dentaries is inconsistent with other Microraptor," end quote. So they believe the rest of the fossil is genuine, but even just me looking at it, I can see that the teeth look completely wrong. The skull is not at all a Microraptor. But other than that, it's a pretty convincing fake skull. Some of these fakes are really, really impressive. So I think it might be prudent to throw this Microraptor in a synchrotron and double check the rock chemistry. It's amazing in the synchrotron. Different types of rock will light up different colors, and you can see what it's made out of. And if it's from a different piece of rock, you can usually tell that the striations and the chemistry don't line up the same. So I think that'd be a good idea. Maybe that'll be in a future paper. I think one of the most interesting things about this find, though, is that the Microraptor eating the lizard is actually what preserved it. Because we talk all the time about how you don't find small animal fossils because a lot of small animals just end up as prey and they just get eaten. And then once they're eaten, they get, smashed up and disarticulated and strewn all over the place. But in this case, since the Microraptor died before digesting it or scattering its remains all over the place, it actually kind of wrapped it up in a nice little meat package.
Meat package.
To be buried and preserved rather than it just scattering, because something that's small, it's so easy to lose the bones. Plus, if you're out in the field looking for fossils, noticing these little tiny fossils like a little lizard is really hard to do, even if it does preserve. So it's pretty neat. We've talked before about this kind of thing happening in coprolite, but I don't remember ever seeing a new species named from inside another animal. It's just awesome.
What an awesome meat package.
It really is. Maybe we should put that on a shirt.
Next, we've got best amber find, Electornis.
Yeah, there were quite a few good amber finds.
And I expect a lot more in 2020.
This find was published in Current Biology by Lita Xing, Jingmei O'Connor, and others, because of course Jingmei is on it. She apparently is involved with all the most exciting research happening in China.
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on.
Yes, and this paper is also very well written, which I think might have a lot to do with Jingmei O'Connor and why she's the second author on it, because it has a similar tone to some of the other papers I've read of hers recently. And the authors give a really good synopsis of what dinosaurs we've found in amber lately, saying, quote, "So far, 5 bird specimens have been described from Burmese amber, 2 isolated wings, an isolated foot with wing fragment, and 2 partial skeletons," end quote. Of course, we've covered all of those over the last few years, and they are all amazing in their own way. There's also a tail that was in the mix too, which is really cool. That might be what's the partial skeleton. Could be one of those. This new dinosaur is named Elector ornis chunguangai, and Elector means amber, so Elector ornis means amber bird. It's a pretty good name for a bird found in amber.
Yeah.
It is really a dinosaur too, because it's an enantiornithine, so it's a toothed bird, and these went extinct. They didn't evolve into modern birds. So depending on where you draw your line on what is a bird and what isn't a bird, if you're a bird purist, you might not consider this a real bird. I don't know. Then Chungguangai is after a curator who works at the Hupoga Amber Museum. And I have not heard of this museum. I tried to look it up and couldn't find anything about it.
Sounds like it has to do with amber.
Yeah, I think maybe it's in Myanmar, and that's why I can't find it. A lot of times more rural museums can be really hard to find. Might not actually be rural for all I know. Could be in some major city. But in any event, this new piece of amber is really cool. It has a partial leg as well as some feather in it. And the feather looks like it's the right shape for flight. So that gives you a clue that it was probably flying. It has that asymmetry and everything to it. But most of the paper is really focused on the foot because that's the unique thing that gave it its name. So we had to compare the foot, this amber trapped foot, to a bunch of other dinosaur feet to see if it warranted its own genus. And it did, because the foot is really interesting. So it has 4 toes, which isn't too surprising. It looks like it would have been really good at perching because the first toe, also known as the hallux, looks a lot like modern bird feet where they do a lot of perching. It is 180 degrees almost from the other 3 toes. It sticks out the back, so it gets that good grabbing action for a branch that it's perched on. And one of the unique things about Elector ornis is that its hallux is longer than some of its close relatives, so maybe it was extra good at grasping branches and perching. But cooler to me than that is the fact that since it was in amber, it preserved the keratin sheaths on its claws, and they saw that the keratin sheaths covering the bone claw, the bone part of the claw, made them about 33% longer than just the bones alone would be. So if you look at any enantiornithines now, you might be able to assume that you take its claw and add another third to it, and that's how long it actually would have been.
It's quite a bit longer.
Yes, and a lot sharper, because that's what happens when you can grow a fingernail, it can come to a finer point. It also had really interesting scales on its feet. They were very small, around 0.1 millimeter in diameter, as well as significantly smaller than that. So basically indistinguishable from skin at that point, but it looks really cool under magnification, obviously. And of the 3 toes that are facing forward, because we had the hallux facing backwards, but then you have more of a typical looking theropod, 3 toes facing forward, the middle toe is much longer than the other 2. And when you combine that extra long middle toe and the long hallux, it's definitely a unique characteristic, which is why it got its own name. And they came up with some really interesting ideas for why the middle toe might be longer, which are obviously all very speculative because we can't test what it was doing. One of the guesses is that maybe it was for climbing trees. The authors point out that there are some tree climbing lizards that have long toes. So maybe Elector ornis had a long toe for doing just exactly the same thing, wrapping around a branch or bark or something a little bit better with a longer toe. They also pointed to something we've talked about a lot, which is a similarity to an eye, that weird lemur that eats bugs that keeps coming up. We talked about it with hands on some other dinosaurs, which may have actually been wings, but we're not sure. It's been proposed that they had these really long fingers for digging into things. And they're saying, well, maybe Elector ornis used a toe, like how an eye uses a weird finger to dig inside a little insect burrow or down a tree or into a little gap somewhere to fish out a grub or some other insects.
Interesting that lemurs and dinosaurs have so much in common.
Yeah. It seems like everybody's noticing this similarity with the long, weird digits that keep popping up on these dinosaurs. It's weird, especially weird to think of it on a foot, though. Even more interesting to me is that there are also these small hair-like scutellae scale filaments, also known as SSFs, on the foot and toes. And this is something you'd never see fossilized because they're basically like fine hairs sticking out of the fossil. But when it's in amber, you get to see this really amazing detail. So they also put out some guesses at what those might have been used for. They said possibly it could have been used for increased traction in a wet forest, since wet leaves are very slippery. It's kind of similar to the sauropod claw hypothesis that Ashley and Lee Hall explained to us, get a little extra traction. But now we think that it was used for digging, although it's hard to use hair for digging. They also said that it could possibly be mechanosensory tactile function. And they cited a paper, which I had to read, by Susan Cunningham and others. And in it, they describe that a lot of birds have avian facial bristles. They were trying to figure out what they have them for. They kind of look like whiskers. You see them on kiwi birds. That was one of the main ones in their study. Kind of things sticking out from their head. They look just like whiskers, basically. But they're obviously not whiskers because birds don't have mammalian hair. They grow these weird scutellae scale filaments, basically like a hair, except it's made out of the same stuff as a feather, and it sticks out from in between scales. So what Cunningham and her co-authors found was that these facial bristles may have been used for, quote, prey handling, gathering information during flight, navigating in nest cavities, and on the ground at night, and possibly in prey detection, end quote.
That's a lot of things.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. So for prey handling, it's basically if you're holding prey, but you can't see exactly how it's moving, but maybe your bristles can help you feel how it's moving and you can respond so it doesn't get away from you.
Is that similar to a cat's whiskers?
I think so. I've heard with mammalian whiskers, a lot of times it gives the animal information about their width, that a lot of times their whiskers are equal in width to the widest part of their body.
Mm-hmm.
So if their whiskers don't touch something, then they know they can squeeze through it.
Okay, so that's kind of like the navigating in nest cavities part.
Yeah. And I think in that case, they also might be thinking it's more of like when you're walking in a dark room and you put your hands out so you don't bash face first into something.
As feelers.
Yeah, exactly. Then there's gathering information during flight, which is really interesting too. It'd be like a windsock sort of thing is my guess at what that would do. You might be able to feel where the wind is going and react. But prey detection, I think, is really the one that they're thinking about, especially with the eye comparison, because what they found was that the longest and biggest SSFs are on the end of the long toe. So if you imagine you're sticking a toe into a crevice, and that toe has its own little whiskers on it, and it can feel real sensitive detail about what it's sticking into. Maybe it can tell if there's a little grub in there that it wants to grab onto. It's like having an eye on the end of a finger so you can see what's going on, feel it rather than having to see it. So they're like little bug feeler hairs, potentially.
Hey, whatever gives them the advantage.
Yeah. And this is all very speculative. They do know that those SSFs are there. We're just not sure exactly what they're for. I like the feeling for bugs in a tunnel with your toe. It's just like the strangest thing you would never make up.
Now we've got Best Biomechanics Study, which is about how raptors use their claws.
Yeah, I thought this one was fun just because it's so different than the way most people imagine it. Most sculptures depict raptors using their claws. So I think it was a good test on whether the pop culture is accurate, but it's definitely a preliminary study. We need some cool models of raptors slashing at things to suss this out.
We have an update on how raptors like Deinonychus use their claws. And this is according to an article by Peter Bishop published in Peer J. So if you think about what raptors might have used their claws for, and of course, when I'm talking about their claws, I'm really referring to their second ungule, as it's technically referred to, but really we think of it as that curved hook claw that raptors are famous for. And there have been lots of proposed uses for this claw. So most famously probably is slashing, which is what they talk about in Jurassic Park. They talk about how maybe they were smart enough to potentially target a critical area. Like in the movie, they talk about disemboweling a small boy. Or you could be, cutting the throat of another dinosaur, or maybe going for a large artery, something to that effect, because it looks like the way they're holding it off the ground, maybe they're saving it up and trying to keep it sharp to use it in a very specific way. And since it's right on its foot there, it's kind of like using a finger. You can be pretty precise about where you poke. So that's one potential option. Another potential option is for gripping. If we think about things like Allosaurus, they have a good grasping hand, and modern raptor birds use their feet in a similar way. They can grab onto prey, and they fly away with fish and all sorts of different things. So maybe Deinonychus was using that extra long sickle claw to hold down prey. They could have also potentially used it for climbing. So they could have used it, as is often depicted, for climbing animals, say a Tyrannosaurus or a hadrosaur or a sauropod. They show it almost like using it like a crampon. I think
Yes.
one article described it like, sort of climbing up the slippery side of an animal by sticking in the claw, then using the other foot to stick in,
Ooh,
and then proceeding up.
that's got to be painful for that other animal.
It would be if it happened. We're not really sure if they did it because we don't have any evidence of that specific behavior. Another thing you could climb too, though, is trees. So a lot of animals have claws specifically for climbing trees, which isn't unreasonable. We know that a lot of dromaeosaurs had wings, or at least wing-like things, and therefore maybe you want to climb a tree to get to a nest, or to chase down prey, or to glide off of the tree to get somewhere else. Lots of reasons you might want to climb a tree. Another potential option is for defense. This is one I hadn't thought about before reading this paper. So they talk specifically about how modern birds kind of kick at each other when they're defending themselves against other birds of the same species. So they kind of flap their wings and then stick their feet out in front of them and kick at the other bird to try to keep them away. And a lot of times this might be between males, rival males or something like that. You may have also seen modern birds that grab onto each other's feet and kind of play a game of chicken, like diving towards the ground.
Yeah, do chickens do that?
No,
Chickens playing chicken?
they do not.
Oh, that's too bad.
Chickens don't really fly much. But yeah, the feet could be used for defense or some sort of intraspecific combat, either among themselves or maybe against another animal, I suppose. If some smaller animal is coming at you, maybe you could just kind of kick at it and scare it away. And then finally, they propose that maybe they could have used them for digging. It's kind of obvious. A lot of dinosaurs use their feet for digging or their hands for digging. There's lots of good stuff underground, lots of mammals, especially during the Cretaceous, that you could dig out and maybe have a snack on. Although this claw specifically, given its shape, doesn't look like it would have been a great option for digging. Still technically possible, or maybe just an alternative usage, maybe not the main usage, but a side usage. So to test some of these, Bishop created a musculoskeletal model to try out some different options. Specifically, they just modeled one leg and foot of Deinonychus. So it's not all raptors, it's just Deinonychus. It's usually a good choice when you're looking at raptors because we have a good number of Deinonychus specimens to look at. You wouldn't use something like Dakota raptor, then we just have the one of. And with their model of the Deinonychus leg and foot, each of these activities, whether it's kicking out in front of it, trying to climb something, digging, what have you, it's going to require a different force and a different angle of a claw. So if you imagine you're digging, you're kind of rotating the claw across, whereas if you're climbing something, you probably have the claw at a little bit more of a fixed position. You're kind of just using the leg behind it to do the climbing. So it depends on which activity you're using, and maybe by looking at the muscle attachment points on the bones and what we know about modern birds and similar animals, we can figure out how they might have been able to bend their claws and which of these behaviors it would have best aligned with. So the models rely on accurately guessing the tendons and muscles of a Deinonychus, which is a pretty tough ask because none of that has ever fossilized. So what they do is they make a bunch of assumptions based on what we can see in Deinonychus's bones and what we can infer from modern animals. First of all, they assume that there's a separate muscle running to that special sickle claw than there are running to the other claws. And the reason that they assume that is because we know that when it's walking with its feet on the ground, you don't see that digit on the ground. And in order to keep it retracted, the most reasonable way to keep it up while the other toes are down is to have a separate muscle there. So if you try to do it with your own hand, I was just doing this the whole time I'm reading the paper too, because if you imagine just like holding one finger up for a really long period of time, it's really difficult and strenuous on your hand. And that's because all of our ligaments are pretty closely tied together. You know, when you bend one finger, the others tend to bend with it. But since Deinonychus, we know, tended to hold its sickle claw off the ground, it's most likely that it just had a separate tendon for that toe, so it didn't have this problem. The other big assumption that they made was that it used a single flexor and extensor muscle. So basically, it had one muscle to bend the claw down, and it had a different muscle to bend the claw up. Along with this, they opted for a model where the claw is passively raised, meaning that when it's in that upward position while it's walking around and it's not touching the ground, that's the neutral position. And then when it wanted to bend the claw downward, that required flexing. So it's a lot like our hand in that way too. If our fingers were pointed slightly higher up, when you grip something, that's when you use your muscles. Whereas when you're not gripping, they're neutral and just kind of extended.
Right. And that keeps the claw sharp, right?
Yeah, by keeping it off the ground. And it also uses the least amount of energy, which is why they picked it, because they figure most of the time it's just walking around. It's not stabbing stuff or digging or fighting or whatever it did with its claws. So it would want that to be the neutral position, just up. But that means that the important muscle to look at is the one that flexes it downward. And that muscle they kind of used in a similar way to our arm. So they modeled it as attaching to that large bump on the claw bone. You know, there's on the inside radius of the claw, the curved inward part, there's a big bump on the bottom of it. So that's a big muscle attachment point for bending that claw down. And then if you imagine it's on your finger and then it goes down your hand through your wrist and then attaches at your elbow, that's basically how they had their tendon. And that's how our tendons are too, because so many land animals have all these like really specific things in common, even across hundreds of billions of years. So it seems like that's the most likely scenario. And then they just use the one muscle and there's their biomechanical model. So after making these assumptions and then trying lots of different positions of the claw and different tension on the tendons and muscle strengths and all that kind of stuff, they came up with a maximum force of the claw that was just under 20 newtons or 4.5 pounds of force, which if you think about it, 4.5 pounds of force really doesn't sound like all that much, especially for an animal that weighed 490 newtons or 110 pounds. So it's a little bit weaker than it's shown in a lot of places. But interestingly, what they found was that the highest force was possible while it was crouching. So that's because the flex joints in that wrist and in the elbow increased the tension on that tendon, and then that just increased the force available on the claw a little bit. And that led the author to assume that crouching is the preferred posture while using the claw, because if it had the most force available while it's crouching, maybe that means that it was crouching while it was using the claw. It's really as simple as that. There isn't any proof to it. It's just kind of sort of like how you assume that it's going to not need energy to hold the claw up because it's doing that most of the time. You might assume that it would get its peak power from the position in which the peak power was available. Among all the options of different ways that it could use its claw, the one that they pointed out as being the most consistent with crouching is the grasping prey, specifically small prey. The one that's the least consistent is probably something like slashing at large prey with legs extended. So that's more of the Jurassic Park kind of idea of it reaching out and slashing at you. it doesn't seem like that would give it the most available force. And then the amount of force available on that claw being just 4 pounds of force wouldn't be a great slashing weapon. So it was more of a pounce on something and kill it there sort of attack style than a run up next to something and slash at it from the side, potentially.
Pouncing raptors.
Yeah, which they do show that kind of thing a lot in Jurassic Park as well, especially in the later movies.
Mm-hmm. Especially for the larger animals they're fighting.
Yeah, or they pounce on people a few times.
Oh, true.
It's also consistent, they point out, with the quote-unquote fighting dinosaurs, that Protoceratops and Velociraptor, which were found buried together, presumably in some sort of conflict or fight to the death. And they were pretty close together, so it looks like this might have been consistent, even though it's not crouching on top of it necessarily. It did have its leg in that flexed position that might have increased the force that it could have pushed with its claw. So like I said, Deinonychus weighed about 110 pounds, and if it could only do about 4.5 pounds of force with the claw, climbing with the claw does seem a little bit unlikely. I guess the analogy would be like us climbing with a single finger on each hand,
Ooh.
which might be technically possible. I mean, it might have been technically possible for Deinonychus too, because if you hook in, you don't necessarily need all of that force available for moving the claw, as long as the joint can just support the weight. But it's just, there seem to be better options available for getting on top of something than trying to climb like that. It just doesn't seem like the best and most likely possible option. Another thing I should point out is that although the force of just 4.5 pounds is pretty low, there's a lot of leverage on that claw, especially when you include the extra claw sheath, which would have been covering it while it was alive. So sort of like having the fingernail sticking out from the end of it. And that would have also made it incredibly sharp. So the pressure that this thing is capable of would have been, thousands of PSI. So it would have been plenty to puncture just about anything that it would have encountered. So it's not an issue of, oh, these claws are really weak and they couldn't do anything with them. It's more that, well, they might not have climbed with them and they probably wouldn't have fought with their legs sticking out in front of them. Although I do wonder with the self-defense against other animals, you don't need that much force behind such a sharp blade to maybe deter something from attacking you.
Right.
So it might be a reasonable secondary use.
When in a pinch.
Yeah, exactly. But the biggest caveat of the paper is that they didn't include other muscles in the animal's limb. So specifically, back to the analogy of our hands, our grip is affected quite a bit by other arm muscles than just the tendons in our fingers. So if you think about when you're gripping something, the position of your arm makes a big difference. If you have your arm down at your side or above your head, it's harder to grip something than if you kind of hold it in front of your chest. And that's because the other muscles in your arm are helping you to get that grip strength when it's in the right position. But we don't know what those muscles might have been in Deinonychus. So maybe there's something in there that would have helped it when its arm is outstretched or when it's crouching that would have helped us to figure this out a little bit better. Also, the study only looked at Deinonychus, obviously. So even though you might broadly say raptors did XYZ, this is just Deinonychus. This isn't Velociraptor, even though I talked about the fighting dinosaurs, which is much smaller. It's also not Utah raptor, which was like 10 times as big. So there might have been different behavior going on with these other dinosaurs. I was also really surprised that the paper didn't mention Tyrannosaurus anywhere in it, because Deinonychus is very frequently found with that hadrosaur, and Deinonychus is often depicted in paleoart taking down Tyrannosaurus, often in a group.
It's for another study. Crouching Deinonychus, hidden Tyrannosaurus.
You're all full of one-liners today. Yeah, and actually, now that you mention crouching Deinonychus, hidden Tyrannosaurus, maybe Deinonychus could have just crouched on the back of Tyrannosaurus and gotten that extra force that it needed, because there are other ways to crouch than crouching on an animal while it's on the ground. You can crouch on the back of an animal too, and if you're on its head or its neck or something, I'm sure you could do plenty of damage. Although maybe the more likely scenario is that they just went after juveniles solo, and then it didn't really matter whether or not they could climb an adult because they were only going after juveniles in the first place.
I think after saying need more fossils, the next thing you could say about a lot of dinosaurs is that it's really tough to be a juvenile.
Yes, especially an herbivore, because the parents tend to just bail on you
They got to survive too.
I guess.
Now, heading back into a best type of dinosaur, our best hadrosaur of 2019, Cumwesaurus.
Yeah, that one we've talked about that one for years and how amazing it was before it got a name. So it definitely deserves a little mention here.
And the article was written by Yoshitsugu Kobayashi and others and published in Scientific Reports. And in it, they talk about the Mukawa dinosaur, as we've been calling it for a while. I don't know, it might have even been over a year ago when we first heard about it. But its official name now is Cumwesaurus japonicus, or maybe Japonicus. Not really sure exactly. Probably depends on where you're from, how you'd say the species name. And we've been talking about it on and off for quite a while. It was actually found way back in 2003, and it was found in Mukawa. So that's a good reason to call it the Mukawa dinosaur. And then Kamui is actually a deity from Hokkaido, which is where Mukawa is. So its name literally means this local deity plus lizard. So kind of fits. And then Japonicus or Japonicus is after Japan. So it's the Japan Kamui lizard. Cumwesaurus is remarkably complete. That's why we've been talking about it so much for a while, especially for a hadrosaur from Japan. Usually dinosaurs in general from Japan aren't all that complete. And this one's been displayed quite a bit over the last few months. It's been shown in pictures kind of laid out, and you can really see pretty much the entire skeleton, just with a few bits and pieces missing.
Cool. I think we've seen pictures of that leading up to this.
Yeah, you've talked about it a few times. So there's hundreds of pieces. We're not missing any of the leg or arms when you combine the left and right, because they're always identical basically, but just mirror images. So if you combine like the bones that we have from the one leg, it always fills in the gaps that we have for the other leg and arm in this case, which is really cool. And then other than a couple of those little pieces of arm and legs that you can fill in, we're still missing a couple bones, mostly vertebrae, part of the skull, and some claws. So it's not 100% complete, but it's really complete. It's a relative of Edmontosaurus. They're very similar looking. So if you just kind of picture Edmontosaurus, but with a shorter head and overall kind of a slightly smaller build, you get a pretty good picture of what Cumwesaurus looks like. It may have also had a small crest in between its eyes, kind of like Brachylophosaurus. But unfortunately, we can only see sort of near where the crest attached to the rest of the skull, because the crest itself is missing, as is kind of the closest part. So we don't have a great idea of how big the crest was. But there were some articles talking about how it had this big fancy crest, which is a little bit speculative at this point. Based on the lag spacing, so those like tree ring growth lines that you get in dinosaur bones and any animals that have these periods of growth that kind of slow down, it looks like it was about done growing, because those lines are getting really close together. So you can tell that over the years, it's not really getting much bigger. And when it died, this Cumwesaurus was about 8 meters or 26 feet long, which is smaller than a Edmontosaurus, but obviously still a big dinosaur. And they actually gave 2 weight estimates, which I think is really interesting. They said that it would be about 4 tons if it was a biped and about 5 tons if it was a quadruped.
Because it could handle more weight?
I think so. Yeah, like the arms would be supporting some of the weight, and therefore the legs, even though they weren't big enough maybe to hold 5 tons on the legs alone, if they had the arms helping, then maybe it could add that extra ton of bulk. Or maybe they're just thinking that based on the way the mass would shift. So if it had like bulkier arms and a bulkier torso, it would shift the center of mass forward, and therefore it could have more overall weight that it wouldn't be able to just like physically sort of have around its hips, is my guess. I don't know. They didn't really say why they had this. It's the only time they talk about the stance that it had. It's just sort of in there. It's like, it's either 4 or 5 tons, depending on biped or quadruped. Moving on to more description. So I'm not sure. Maybe there's more papers coming out where they'll talk about why they think it was either a biped or a quadruped, or why they can't tell. Cumwesaurus was found in a marine sediment, which is unusual for a hadrosaurine, not like the larger crested lambeosaurines, which were apparently constantly getting swept out to sea. We talked about this a little while ago. I think it was with fauna that were up in Alaska, if I remember correctly. They thought that there were much more lambeosaurines, so the big Parasaurolophus type ones down by the beach. But then as you got up farther, maybe more towards rivers or just up in the mountains, you saw more of the typical hadrosaur, less exciting head Edmontosaurus type dinosaurs away from the beach. But this one was obviously near the sea because it got swept out to sea. And Gizmodo called it a beach bum, which I thought was kind of funny. And since it got swept out to sea when it got buried, it was buried with a bunch of other marine animals. In fact, the museum where it's on display now is mostly marine stuff because that's what the formation is. And Camuisaurus specifically was found along with some mosasaur, sea turtle, and ammonite remains. So it was a pretty active marine environment going on there. There's also a pretty cool piece of paleo art showing all of those animals together, the ones that were kind of found in the same general vicinity. But I suspect that if there was a mosasaur around a Camuisaurus, we wouldn't have found Camuisaurus in such good condition because it probably would have bitten some pretty big chunks out of it, and we'd be missing some of those bones that we did find.
Maybe it went for the crest.
Yeah, the tasty top of the head bony part.
The delicacy, yeah.
The closest relatives to Camuisaurus are, not surprisingly, other Asian edmontosaurines, which are Leiongosaurus and Kerberosaurus, which are geographically the closest edmontosaur relatives. So it's not too surprising that this one looks like an edmontosaur, and its closest relatives are things that were nearby that also looked like Edmontosaurus. But this is also consistent with Hadrosaurus arriving from Asia from North America, probably via Alaska, and they mention that in the article as well. So we're starting to see this idea that even though tyrannosaurs seem like they might have originated in Asia and made their way over to the US, it looks like hadrosaurs went the opposite way, likely starting in the US and then migrating over into Asia. When exactly, we still don't really know. And Camuisaurus is stored at the Hobetsu Museum in Mukawa, Hokkaido, Japan, which is very near where it was found. It's on the southern coast of Hokkaido, about 50 miles southeast of Sapporo. And Mukawa has less than 10,000 people in population, but a pretty good-looking dinosaur museum, or I should say natural history museum, since a lot of it's marine reptiles. So if you're in that area, it would be cool to see. I think they might have Camuisaurus on display. I'm not really sure. It was mounted and shown at least a replica of it was, at the Dinosaur Expo 2019 in Tokyo. And I think it might be back at the Hobetsu Museum now. I'm not really sure, but since it's so complete, it would make sense to put it on display.
And coming from the same episode, must have been a good episode, is Best Paleo Art 2019, Brian Eng's Dinosaur Thermoregulation Infrared View. That was a really cool one.
It was definitely my favorite piece of paleo art for the year. There's an article by Casey Holliday published in the Anatomical Record, and it's also accompanied by some really great new paleo art by Brian Eng. And in it, you see dinosaurs as if they were thermally imaged. So taking one of those infrared cameras and taking pictures of dinosaurs, but it's all drawn by Brian. It's really great. This article by Holliday et al. Is all about a new feature that they discovered on the skull roof of many archosaurs. In other words, dinosaurs, birds, and alligators. And specifically, they were looking at this area that they call the dorsotemporal fossa. And that spot is basically the area right in between the eyes of an alligator. It's actually slightly behind, but if you think about the top of an alligator's head, it kind of has the eyes sticking out of the top of the head. It's kind of funny looking because, when they're below the water, they can just peek their eyes up in a super creepy, scary way. But in that, there's a little bit of their head that gets out of the water too, and that's the spot where they were researching. So what they found was that there's kind of this little shelf there, and previously it's been assumed that that area was a muscle attachment point for the jaw muscles because there's an area right behind it which we know is a muscle attachment point, and this sort of has a muscle attachment shape to it. Sometimes these broad areas where bones flare out are good for attaching muscles. But these researchers looked at alligators because they have a pretty good dorsotemporal fossa. And what they found was that there weren't muscles attached there. Instead, what it was is a whole bunch of blood vessels on the top of their heads that go down to the eyes, brain, and spinal cord. And there's also a really great video by Brian Eng explaining this to go along with his paleo art.
So what they describe is this method that alligators have for regulating their body temperature by pumping blood to this little spot on their head in between their eyes. And in order to test this, what the researchers did is they went out into like an alligator farm. If you've ever seen these things, they're pretty popular in Florida. And they pointed thermal cameras at alligators at different times of day to see what that part of their head looked like. And what they found was that in the morning and when they were trying to warm up, they pumped blood to that area in their head to try to warm up. And so you see these little bright spots on the infrared cameras, or in Brian Ng's version, in an infrared drawing on the top of an alligator's head. So it's both a really useful way to warm up and cool down. And T-Rex had a very large dorsotemporal fossa on the top of its head, much larger than average for an archosaur. So we think that T-Rex must have been using this to really cool down or warm up. Maybe it's because it had a large brain and large eyes, and those created a lot of heat that needed to be dissipated, or in the morning needed to be warmed up extra, and therefore you'd want to get the blood moving and warming up to get the brain functioning fully. I don't know, but they show some really good evidence in this article that alligators use this spot on their head to warm up and get their blood pumping. And tyrannosaurs have a very similar aspect on their head. So it's really cool. You should definitely check out Brian's blog post on this so you can see this picture. It's really great. It shows a Daspletosaurus guarding a killed ceratopsian from some Deinosuchus. So the Deinosuchus have these bright spots on the top of their head, and so does the Tyrannosaur, although the Tyrannosaur is largely brighter in general because we think that they were a little warmer bodied than the crocodilian type animals. But the coolest thing to me about it is that the ceratopsian that it's guarding, you don't even really notice because it's room temperature because it's dead. So it's sort of blended into the background and you only notice it because it's blocking part of the Daspletosaurus. So really cool picture, a really cool paper. It shows that there was something basically hiding in plain sight all this time that we just assumed was a muscle attachment point. But it turns out to be this new function that no one had thought of before.
Next, we've got the best video short, which was Sharp Teeth. It's great for people who are Land Before Time fans.
Yeah, or just fans of dinosaurs in general. It's really cool.
David James Armsby, who has a YouTube channel, Dead Sound, recently released a short film called Sharp Teeth. It's less than 3.5 minutes, but it tells a really compelling story about dinosaur life, mostly around ceratopsians and theropods. The animation was gorgeous. I really enjoyed it. The story is told via narration that rhymes, and it's really cinematic, just really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it too. I found it separately, I think on like a subreddit or something.
Yeah, it's making its rounds. The dinosaurs are pretty accurate too. Like some of them have feathers. It's a really good story. It's sad in some ways, but it also shows how animals are just living their lives. And you know, there's two sides to every story. Don't want to spoil it too much. I mean, it is only 3.5 minutes, but it involves mother dinosaurs trying to protect and feed their young. David also made a making of video that was really cool, and he did a lot of research. He said he's loved dinosaurs for a long time, and his desk is covered in them. And the animals in the video, there's Triceratops, Struthiomimus, that's the one with feathers, Alamosaurus, and then Pteranodon, not a dinosaur, but I said the animals in the video, and T-Rex, which is scaly. And in the making of video, there was a flash where he showed the latest Saurian post about T-Rex, and I think that's what caused him to make that his T-Rex scaly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The latest version from Saurian.
Yes.
Not the latest from a year ago,
Yeah.
where it was all fluffy.
So the video set in the late Cretaceous in North America, and David said that he purposely included some inaccuracies, probably for the storytelling. For example, there's a line of trusting those who fly, like pteranodons, and that's not true. They would have gone after whatever they could easily eat. There's also not enough eggs in the nest, and the baby Triceratops is too big to be a newborn, he said, and Triceratops probably didn't show that much parental care. And also he added grass.
Those aren't too bad. Actually, grass, if we have Triceratops, is probably okay, because grass was evolving in the late Cretaceous.
Yeah, but maybe it's the way he depicted the grass or something. I don't know.
Those are pretty light. I think he gets a pass on all of these.
Yeah. He said some of the shots were inspired by Walking with Dinosaurs, telling this storytelling through it, almost
for sure,
documentary
yeah.
style. Yeah.
Yeah, especially I was thinking like in Walking with Dinosaurs, they have some scenes where the puppets are sort of in the nest, like tending to eggs, and some of the animation sort of fits with that.
Yeah. We also have Best Video, which is My Pet Dinosaur on BBC. That was a good one. And the film, it goes over a lot of the basics of dinosaurs. It interviews a lot of scientists. They talk about cool finds, especially the Red Gulch Trackway in Wyoming, which may show gregarious behavior of theropods. There's also a twist. You might be able to tell by the name. The film is reimagining the world where humans live alongside non-avian dinosaurs. And so there's scenes of a family eating dinner with a small dinosaur on a leash under the table, begging for scraps. There's a clip that's like a BBC News clip. There's a bunch of raptors destroying some garbage cans, and then they run to a car, and then a newsman saying that people are unhappy because of property damage. But like it or not, these dinosaurs are here to stay. They also talk about how smart dinosaurs were at the end of the Cretaceous, especially Troodon, and whether if it hadn't gotten extinct, it would have evolved and maybe changed to look like a humanoid called a dinosauroid.
Oh, they're taking the Jurassic Park 4 approach.
That was one of the things, yeah. I mean, that film was less than an hour, so not too much time devoted to it, but they did have this dinosauroid and some scenes walking around the city, reading a newspaper, getting coffee at a coffee shop, while there was, in the background, while they're talking to a paleontologist.
Oh, man.
And then it ends with how the, quote, age of dinosaurs never actually ended, in quote, because of birds, as we know. So, technically we do live alongside dinosaurs. Some of us do have pet dinosaurs, like parrots. They're very smart. And the film actually ends with a shot of a parrot. I think they say something like "clever girl" and then go to credits, something like that. So we'll share a link to the video. It's about 50 minutes long. It's pretty entertaining and a lot of great scientists in there.
Can you get it even if you're outside of the BBC?
Yeah, I was able to watch it. I don't know how long the link will last. Sometimes they take it down, but...
Oh, gotcha. It's like on YouTube or something?
No, it was on a news site, and they had it embedded. And
interesting.
I thought it was going to be a short clip, maybe a trailer, but it was the whole thing.
So you bit off more than you expected to chew.
Yeah.
Nice.
But of course, we also have an honorable mention for Best Video, which would be Jurassic World Battle at Big Rock, because Jurassic World.
Yeah, hopefully that's what the next movie's like.
Many of you probably saw the 8-minute short film Battle at Big Rock, which is set 1 year after Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. It's directed by Colin Trevorrow. If you haven't seen it yet, spoilers, it's very short. You can watch it online for free, so no excuses. But if you haven't seen it yet, you might want to go watch it and then come back to this.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of discussion on our Discord server about this and what was potentially inaccurate about it, because it's not, it's Jurassic Park, so you don't expect it to be the most accurate thing ever. But
sure, but I do like the concept.
I did too. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty fun scene.
So basically the story is there's this family camping at Big Rock National Park, about 20 miles away from the mansion where the dinosaurs escaped from.
Oh, really?
Jurassic
That's where it's
World
supposed to be.
Yeah. And according to Colin Trevorrow, it's, quote, the first major confrontation between dinosaurs and humans. And Trevorrow co-wrote this with Emily Carmichael, who's also co-writing Jurassic World 3 with Emily. And he said, quote, it felt like a first step into a larger world after the last film. You have these animals loose in an unfamiliar environment. They're disoriented, struggling to adapt. The first people they run into are bound to be camping. I wanted to see that.
It's really interesting because there's a little girl in it, and she immediately recognizes the ceratopsian, and it's not Triceratops, but she's just like, oh, it's a Pseudoceratops or something.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, okay, well, if these are, I had assumed that they were all over the place, so she was familiar with what kind of ceratopsians were out and about. I'm willing to bet that if this was the first time a human saw it, they'd be like, that's a Triceratops.
I don't think it's the first time they saw the dinosaurs. It's just the first confrontation.
But we're 20 miles from the place where they were released. So wouldn't it be like they were camping and they got released like a couple hours before?
They got released a year before.
Oh, it's a year before? But
yeah.
This is the first confrontation.
So that's what Colin Trevorrow said, although I thought I remembered hearing the family talking about, oh, do you remember at school they talked about these other incidents? And maybe these are smaller incidents. It does say major confrontation.
Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, so it's 1 year after Jurassic World. There's an Allosaurus, it was a juvenile in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. Now it's grown because it's been a year.
They don't grow that fast. Come on. But it also looked really weird. The Allosaurus, when I saw it, I thought it was supposed to be a T-Rex, but then you notice it's got those bumps by its eyes, and you're like, oh, is that supposed to be an Allosaurus? But it's got that super wide Tyrannosaur-like jaw.
Mhm.
So it's just like all Jurassic Park things, it's got like a Tyrannosaurus sort of ratio of skull to make it look tougher. But I wish they would have made it like an Allosaurus head, with a nice narrow and not big T-Rex teeth sort of head. And it would have been smaller and quicker, which would have actually worked better with the scene.
Right. And so the scene is there's this family camping and they're about to sit down to dinner, and then they notice that the campgrounds have gone completely quiet. And then they see the Nasutoceratops, and it's totally fine in the beginning. It kind of feels like we're watching them watch a show.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're seeing it through the glass of their RV. And the Nasutoceratops is just kind of looking for food, sees the fire, and then a baby pops up, and everybody's admiring the cute baby.
Yeah. Oh, baby.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what else likes babies?
Carnivores.
Yeah.
Right. So then they attract the Allosaurus, and that's where the fight begins. At one point, another adult Nasutoceratops comes in too. So then you've got the whole family fighting.
And so you kind of figure it's over because you got the two ganging up on the one. So you figure, oh, okay, they'll be safe. And that's what the people in the RV are saying too. Like, oh, it can't take on both of them. So it'll have to scamper off.
Right. But then the Nasutoceratops family leaves, and something attracts the attention of the Allosaurus to the human family's RV.
Yep. Kind of hearkening back to some of the scenes in the other Jurassic Parks where a kid makes a noise when they shouldn't.
Yes. Oh, that's what it was. There's a baby that cries.
Yeah.
And then you've got the crazy scene of the Allosaurus attacking the RV.
Yeah, and RVs are notoriously flimsy, so it just tears through that like nothing.
Mm-hmm. Which they did a really great job capturing the terror of that scene.
Yeah, I thought I enjoyed it as much as a lot of the scenes in the most recent Jurassic World movie.
I did like how it ended with the girl, I don't know exactly how old she is, maybe 8 or something.
Yeah, that ballpark.
Yeah, she ends up saving the day with a crossbow. It's pretty epic.
Which I was saying in the Discord server too, is a little weird because a lot of these dinosaurs are like bulletproof. They were shooting them and the bullets just kind of bounce off. But arrows are like their kryptonite, apparently. You just shoot it with an arrow and it's a goner, but you could shoot it with a whole clip full of ammo.
Maybe if you get it in the
fine.
exact right spot.
I guess. I don't know.
Could be. But I really like this idea of the girl saving the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny too because they were yelling at the neighbor like, don't teach my daughter how to use a crossbow. And then she saves the day with a crossbow.
Yeah. And then the end of the film, there's clips of other humans interacting with dinosaurs and other animals. They've got Compsognathus, Stegosaurus, Parasaurolophus, and then the Mosasaurus and Pteranodon.
Yeah, I really like the Stegosaurus one the best because it's basically somebody driving down a road and then they come out of a tunnel and there's a Stegosaurus right there. So they have to swerve to avoid it. And I was just thinking, yeah.
That would happen.
That would definitely happen. The largest thing anybody hits on a road nowadays is a moose, which is probably a quarter the size of a Stegosaurus at most. And that'd be a nightmare.
I'm surprised there wasn't any mention of people hunting dinosaurs. Maybe that comes later in the movie.
Yeah, that's true. You would think that with these big herbivorous dinosaurs, they'd be pretty good eating. And if they'd been loose for a year, well, I guess dinosaurs don't breed that quickly, so you wouldn't have to cull them quite like deer, maybe, or kangaroos. But you could imagine some of the smaller ones, like Compsognathus or something. There'd be serious epidemics of them, like a blight of Compsognathus running across the city, like a huge horde of coyotes eating everybody's pets or something. Then there'd have to be big efforts to try to combat them. I hope that's where this next movie is going. It seems like it is, because it's sort of showing that transition now, which I think is the most exciting thing you could do with a Jurassic Park movie. It was my favorite part by far of the second Jurassic Park, Lost World, where you had the T-Rex in San Diego, and just imagining how like people deal with this dinosaur getting thrown into their world in a pretty realistic way nobody's really fully explored before.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where this movie goes.
Yeah.
So apparently for this short film, they shot it over 5 days in Ireland last winter. I wonder if it'll be like Game of Thrones, where they have multiple places around the world they film.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool to not just see it in the, California forest sort of environment, but to also see maybe what they're doing in like cold environments and hot environments, and which dinosaurs they show as like suited to those places.
Right. Maybe some bigger cities, like they alluded to Las Vegas at the end of the last movie.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. So what is it? We got about another year or two, then we'll find out.
June 2021.
A little less than 2 years.
And like I said before, if you haven't seen the short film yet, or you want to watch it again, you can watch it online, and we'll post the link to YouTube. And then last, we have Best Dinosaur Thought, which this one I think is controversial between us and our Patreon community. But anyway, sauropods squishing turtles. Sure.
It's controversial?
Well, I seem to be the only one who defends the sauropods.
Oh, you mean on Discord? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of an update from, I think we had a best of item last year too, where we talked about this.
Yeah, just keeps coming up.
It's just such a fun thought. It's worth multiple best ofs.
There's a new paper that came out in Paleo Archive Papers about a marine turtle that got trampled by a sauropod in what's now Switzerland.
Sounds like a rampage.
No, it's trampled. They think that the turtle was already dead and then got stepped on. So not a rampage, probably.
Typical sauropod sympathizers.
Anyway, this paper was authored by Christian Puntener and others, and it happened in the Jurassic. A sauropod stepped on a Plesiochelis bigleri. Don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Don't know turtles too well, but that's an extinct sea turtle, and then crushed it. And it's not the first time we've talked about sauropods crushing turtles. Actually, Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week talked about this, sauropods stomping turtles, and how this isn't depicted enough in paleo art.
I wonder why it isn't depicted in paleo art. Is it a conspiracy?
I don't think it's a conspiracy, Garrett. So in this case, the turtle was in a tidal flat environment, and the shell was found under a sauropod trackway. It's possible that the turtle died at sea and then was washed up on shore, but it's also possible the fossil was crushed by the weight of the rocks above it over the millions of years that it was buried. But the authors think it's more likely that the turtle crawled across this tidal flat and then was stranded and died. Then the sauropod came by. Maybe it was looking for an easier way to walk through the area rather than go through a forest, and then it stomped on the turtle. So most likely, Garrett, the turtle was already dead, and this is based on characteristics of the shell, though the authors say that there is no definitive evidence. Anyway, apparently there's cases of modern elephants crushing turtles, so this idea of a very large animal crushing a smaller one is not unheard of.
I was trying to get to that sweet turtle goop. Squish it and then slurp it up.
I don't think that's what elephants go for. Or sauropods even. At least not on purpose. Sauropods are so big, they probably don't even see the turtles.
That's possible.
Yeah.
But it could be tasty.
Could be.
You get tired of eating leaves all the time. You see a turtle stranded.
Right, opportunistic eating. And we talked about before, too, of the sauropods have to bulk up really fast, and if they want more protein.
Find a turtle.
I don't think it's on purpose.
Okay.
I think it happened. Maybe sauropods have eaten turtles at some point, but I don't think in most cases it was on purpose.
I think their reputation of being a gentle giant is at stake.
They could still be gentle giants, just not if they can't see you.
Or just not so gentle to turtles.
I guess so.
And that wraps up our best of 2019. But I also want to mention that Sabrina did an excellent job in our 250th episode talking all about the Bone Wars. And if you're interested in the Bone Wars, you should definitely listen to that episode. I think it was one of the best episodes of the year and best content of the year, but it is a very long episode. And so if I put it in here, this episode would be like 4 hours long. So instead, I'll just say, if you haven't heard that episode, I think it's worth a listen.
Thank you, Garrett. That's really nice, all the compliments you said. It was a lot of fun to work on that episode, and I got a lot of nice feedback from it. So if you feel like listening again, or you hadn't heard about the Bone Wars yet, then please check it out, episode 250.
It's kind of like a best of the Bone Wars in a way, because it was such a long story over so many decades that putting it into a podcast in and of itself is basically a best of.
And now onto our dinosaur of the day, Futalognkosaurus, which was a request from Ricardo via Patreon. So thank you. One of the bonuses of being a patron. And just a quick note that this dinosaur has an interesting spelling, but I did look up the pronunciation, so hopefully I'm getting it close.
Yeah, I think I've seen this misspelled before, because it's got the futa part, and then it's not long L-O-N-G, it's L-O-G-N.
Mm-hmm. I have seen it spelled a couple of different ways, but I think the official spelling is the way Garrett said.
Which involves a G followed by an N, which I have no idea how to pronounce. So we're just kind of pronouncing it like it's long, even though it's L-O-G-N.
Anyway, Futalognkosaurus was a titanosaur sauropod that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Argentina, in the Portezuelo Formation. It was originally estimated to be 105 to 112 feet or 32 to 34 meters long, but in 2008 it was estimated to be 85 feet, 26 meters long. Gregory Paul estimated that at most it was 98 feet or 30 meters long, though that's hard to say since most of the tail hasn't been found.
Yeah, that's always the conundrum, like we mentioned with Scott Hartman. The number of vertebrae you put in your tail in your reconstruction can really make a big difference.
Yes. So they did estimate the length with the tail based on proportions of other titanosaurs, though paleontologists do need more fossils to get a better idea of its actual length. They do think it's comparable in size to Puertosaurus and Argentinosaurus. There's one paper that says it was about 15 to 25% smaller. And at the time when it came out, it was considered like, well, this is one of the biggest dinosaurs ever.
Yeah, over 100 feet is definitely a pretty exclusive club.
Mm-hmm. It's also estimated to weigh between 38 and 50 tons. So Futalognkosaurus had a strong, large neck, and that shows a little more diversity in titanosaurs. Its neck had 14 vertebrae, and it had tall neural spines with a shark fin shape. It also had large, bulky hips that were almost 10 feet or 3 meters wide.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big guy. The type species is Futalognkosaurus dukai, and the genus name means giant chief lizard. And that name comes from Mapuche, and Futa means giant and Lonco means chief. The species name is in honor of the Duke Energy Argentina company, which sponsored the dig in 2002 and 2003. So the fossils were found in 2000, then collected between 2002 and 2005, and described in 2007 by Jorge Calvo and others. And at the time, the team described it as, quote, the most complete giant dinosaur known so far, which is pretty good.
Maybe a little bit hyperbolic. But 70% complete is awesome.
Yeah, especially for something so large.
Yeah.
The holotype included a complete neck, dorsal vertebrae, ribs, pelvis, and one caudal vertebrae from the tail. It was a titanosaur, so you might already know it was herbivorous. It probably lived in a warm tropical climate, and that's based on fossilized fish and leaves that were found near its bones. They also found more angiosperms than gymnosperms in the area, which may mean that Futalognkosaurus ate lots of angiosperms.
And as a quick reminder, since we're not a botany podcast, angiosperms are the things that evolved pretty late in the Mesozoic, and they're flowering plants. So they're everywhere now. It's like what all fruit comes on, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But back in the Mesozoic, if you're thinking about things like ferns and cycads and stuff like that, those aren't angiosperms.
Yep.
So to be surrounded by angiosperms is pretty unique, and it might, maybe it had a different kind of diet or something.
A tastier diet.
Yeah, I would say so.
Other animals found in the same time and place as Futalognkosaurus include pterosaurs, fish, crocodilomorphs, sauropods, theropods, ornithopods. Many of the dinosaurs are not yet formally described that have been found with it. And specifically, though, there was Megaraptor and Unenlagia.
Awesome. Hopefully they describe those other ones soon. They must not be as complete. Otherwise, they'd probably have higher priority. And our fun fact is all about ourselves because it's the best of. So let's talk about ourselves some more. But it's that there were about 47 new dinosaurs published this year, and we've covered 40 so far. So next year is going to begin with a bunch of new dinosaur discoveries as well, because we have to play a little bit of catch up. But I say about 47 new dinosaurs because it's always weird. They do these things like where they publish and they sort of pre-print the article. So the print publication date is very often different than the online publication date. So which year a dinosaur was officially published in can vary depending on who you ask. And there might be a couple I missed. I did quite a bit of scouring to find these, and I think there are 47, but there could be more, which is almost one a week, which is usually the way we say it in shorthand, and that's really close. One of these years, we might end up with more than one a week.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. It's good job security for us. Stuff to talk about.
I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
Well, that wraps up our first episode of 2020. Quick look back at 2019. And we're looking forward to what the new year brings. Don't forget to subscribe to us so you don't miss out on any of our new episodes. And if you want to join our growing community, check out our page, patreon.com/iknowdino. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 319th episode and our first episode of 2021, we're doing our best of 2020. Got to wrap that year up.
Better late than never.
I don't think it's late. It's the first episode of the next year. You can't do the best of 2020 while you're still in 2020.
I guess.
But in any event, we have a ton of awesome stuff that happened in 2020. Dinosaur-wise, there was a lot of good things. So we're going to go through all of that. We're going to do it a little bit differently than we've done it in previous years. We're not going to include clips from previous episodes. We're just going to talk about it from the current standpoint. And that helps in some cases because in some of these discoveries, there were updates afterwards. So we can include things that we learned after the fact, if there is things.
Ooh.
Hopefully people like that. But as always, because there are so many Dinosaur of the Days to get through, Sabrina is going to do a new Dinosaur of the Day as well. This week it's D-Long. I think we often say Die-Long, but...
Could also be D-Long.
Yes. And she also has a fun fact to go along with that.
Really mixing it up.
Yeah, really. And as always, we want to thank our patrons for helping us to keep the podcast running and getting us through another year. This week, we'd like to thank Michael, Jackson Crawford, Stego Sophie, Ranger Chris from Dino for Hire, James Pasco, Stego Steve, Richard, Bilal, Christine, and Rohan. And I know we said this last week when we were wrapping up 2020 a little bit as well, but yeah, we really appreciate all of our patrons. You guys mean so much to us. We could not produce the podcast without all of you. So thank you so much to everyone who's joined. This year, we have expanded quite a bit, especially on Discord. I think we started it like halfway to 3/4 of the way through 2019. But this year it really blew up, especially at the end of the year. It's really nice now when I go into Discord, there's always tons of comments in different channels. So I can go through and see what games people are talking about or what new discoveries.
The different projects people are working on.
Yeah, there's a lot of good artists on there.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty awesome. So it definitely cheers me up every time I go in there. And sometimes I really get into it more so than I should. It prevents me from getting I Know Dino stuff done, but I love it. So thank you all for making that community so great.
Yes, thank you. And if you want to join our community, then check out our page, patreon.com/iknowdino. Really quick, before we get into all of our best of 2020 stuff, I got one short news item that can't wait because it's happening the day after this episode comes out. So, the Museum of Discovery and Science in Fort Lauderdale, Florida is holding a free online speaker event about dinosaurs on January 7th. So, it's going to happen between 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can watch a screening of Dinosaurs of Antarctica, and then you'll hear from a panel of speakers, including Nathan Smith, paleontologist and associate curator of the Dinosaur Institute at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles, Patricia Ryberg, paleobotanist and associate professor of biology at Park University, and Libby Ives, sedimentologist and PhD student at the University of Wisconsin. And it sounds really cool. If you register, then you'll get a link so you can watch the Dinosaurs of Antarctica video beforehand and then hear from the speakers.
Yeah, the Antarctic dinosaurs are really cool. It's crazy that we managed to do any science there with how harsh the conditions are.
And all those penguins poking around.
Yeah, even just getting to Antarctica is crazy.
Mm-hmm. I hope we make it there someday.
I don't know. With your seasickness, unless we could fly there, those seas are really rough around Antarctica.
You never know. We've got time.
Also, you fly really small planes too, and those, you don't always agree with those either.
One can dream, Garrett.
I suppose. Maybe we could take a rigid airship there.
All right, so now going into our best of 2020, and this covers our episodes between episode 266 and 318. And we're starting off with the best of the best, which is the sauropods of 2020.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm glad we agree on this. So the best new sauropod of 2020 came out really recently. We talked about it in episode 318. That's Bagualia. And maybe you remember that one. That's the sauropod that was discovered in central Patagonia in Argentina. Yeah, this is the one where they found a good amount of the skull.
Yeah, and an articulated neck. There's also a bunch of other individuals, which weren't really a part of the description because it was focusing on what was new about the dinosaur, as they often do when you're naming a new species. But since there are at least 3 individuals from the find, we know that we're going to find out a lot about this animal, and there'll probably be some pretty cool mounts of it going around as well, because if you have the skull, you got a good portion of the neck and the limbs and things, you could reconstruct it pretty effectively in a museum.
Mm-hmm.
But really, as we talked about in episode 318, the most important thing about it is that it helps to show at least how the massive eusauropods, the sauropods everybody knows and loves, became so huge and how they became the dominant sauropods of the ecosystem, or sauropodomorphs, I should say. Because before that point in time, before 180 million years ago, there were all these diverse sauropodomorphs all over the place. But then around 180 million years ago, there was a ton of volcanism, and all of those smaller sauropodomorphs and some of the more diverse sauropods went away, and then basically we were just left with eusauropods, the ones that had the really long necks, the more peg-like teeth that just shoveled in the high-fiber food into their guts and then chewed it later in the gizzard.
The little foots, if you will.
I guess I will. I don't know. Yeah, but obviously we talk a lot more about it in episode 318 if you want to hear more details.
And it was too hard to settle on an absolute best new sauropod of 2020. So we have a couple honorable mentions. There's just too many sauropods, I guess.
There were a lot of really good sauropod discoveries this year.
Actually, what am I saying? You can't have too many.
Yes, you can.
Nah.
But the next honorable mention for best new sauropod was Bravosaurus. This is a titanosaur from Argentina. And the really striking thing about this titanosaur, it was only about 7 meters long, or just over 20 feet. So pretty small and unusual for a small sauropod. We don't think it was on an island. We don't think it was an island dwarf. It was just small for some other reason, and they think it was an adult, or at least nearly fully sized. So really strange. We need to learn more about Bravosaurus for sure, because it's weird.
Brava. Yeah, so if you want to learn more about that one, we talked about it in episode 314, and it's actually not the only sauropod we talk about in that episode.
Yeah, not even the only new sauropod.
Mm-hmm.
We also include some sauropod eggs in that one.
Yeah, a really large nesting site of titanosaur eggs.
Yeah, they call it the QSD nesting site, and it's in multiple layers. It's all over the place. I want to learn more about this. Apparently, it's been published on a little bit here and there, but I think they must still be working through the details since there are so many eggs all over the place. But pretty soon we'll probably know a lot more about how sauropods nested.
Mm-hmm. And last in sauropod news from 2020, we've got MCF PVPH87, also known as the unicorn sauropod, and we talked about this in episode 302.
Yeah, that one was crazy. I still don't know if I entirely believe all of the conclusions because it was so out of left field. It's basically a titanosaur embryo that was found, and it appears to have a horn coming out of its upper lip. Originally, it was like, well, maybe this could be an egg tooth because a lot of these animals that are born in hard-shelled eggs have a special tooth growing to help them crack their way out of it. But this looked like it was too big of a horn to be just an egg tooth. And it really looks like a horn structure more than a tooth structure, like something that would just fall off right after it hatched. So it seems like maybe this baby sauropod had a literal horn coming out of basically its top lip pointed straight forward for a while it was a baby. So strange. I have no idea what is going on with this. I still kind of wonder if it might have been some individual variation or a weird mutation that was happening with this individual, or like maybe it got squished while it was fossilized or something, because it's so weird that you would have a horn coming out of the top lip of a sauropod.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of it.
Oh man, I hope we find horned sauropods.
Yeah, it would be cool because we don't know. Maybe there's an adult version of this out there that has a big horn like a narwhal, right? Because, I mean, if you think about if you were hundreds or millions of years in the future from now, looking back at whale skeletons, and all you ever found was like blue whales and right whales and orcas, even though those aren't really whales, and then you found a narwhal, you'd be like, what is this? How does it have this huge horn sticking out of its head? Why would it have this? So yeah, maybe this is like the narwhal of sauropods. It just has some inexplicably large horn sticking out of its head for who knows what reason. I guess it's a good display structure, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure that narwhal horn really impresses other narwhals or narwhale. I'm not sure.
What I like about this embryo, too, is it's really cute. It's got the big eyes and everything.
Yeah. Although there were a couple pieces of paleo art, and one of them was significantly more cute than the other. I remember.
Yeah.
Different depictions of it. But I'm hoping that we find a larger version of this, and it isn't just a juvenile feature of like the babies needed horns for, I can't even imagine what reason, and then the adults didn't, so it went away.
Just thinking about how their dinosaurs lived for so long and there were so many weird varieties that it wouldn't surprise me if eventually we find a sauropod with a horn.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. I mean, we found sauropods that have osteoderms with the saltosaurines, and then there's Spinosaurus, which appears to have basically like a tail club on it practically, also a small sauropod. So if you can have those things, why not a horn?
Sure, and this just proves how sauropods are better than ankylosaurs because they have all the kinds of features.
Oh, man. I disagree. But sauropods are also very cool. I like large things that just peacefully go about their time trying to eat plants and not bothering nobody.
Right.
That's what I like about ankylosaurs. Sauropods also have that going on.
Although, as we've discussed, just because they're herbivores doesn't mean they couldn't get violent.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you came between a sauropod or an ankylosaur and its mate, or maybe in between it and its young or something, they would...
Or if they were territorial.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to take kindly to that, and they've got some weaponry. Mostly on the tail end on those two. Up next, we've got our best new theropod, and that's Oxoko. That was from episode 307. It's a new oviraptor from Mongolia, and it is so cool. That was the one that was found. It was actually 3 individuals stuck in one single block. It got recovered from some smugglers, and the species name actually is derived from the fact that it got recovered from poachers/smugglers, and that's Avarson, I think is how it's pronounced. And Oxoko is a cool name too. It's from the 3-headed eagle of Altaic mythology, and I think that's because
they found the 3 of them.
Exactly. And it's also just like awesome. Yeah, they've got like the high crest that you'd expect to see on a lot of oviraptors. They're relatively big, I would say, for an oviraptor, weighing about 100 pounds. and it's got at least one adult specimen in it, judging by the lags. There's only about 5 lags, but these guys grew pretty quickly, so we think that makes it an adult. And they're reasonably tall, about 1 meter tall and 1.3 meters long, or 3 feet tall and 4 feet long. So pretty cool. And the pictures of it are just beautiful because it's just a jumble of like well-preserved skulls and skeletal elements from the rest of the body.
Might have been pretty too. It had the pygostyle at the end of the tail. So
Yes.
maybe there were feathers like a peacock.
Yeah, I love that little depiction of it. It's really cool. And it was funny because we were going through all of our articles and I was like, there weren't that many theropods discovered this year that were really excellent finds with lots of bones and the kind of things that really get me excited. But you forget about oviraptors being theropods because they're so unusual for theropods. They're not like a T-Rex with the big mouths full of teeth. They don't have any teeth. They're just weird.
Almost as weird as the therizinosaurs.
Yeah.
Which are also theropods.
Yeah, there was a dinocheirid, but that one didn't have all that many bones to, I think, qualify as a best of. But we do have it as an honorable mention, and that's Paraxenosaurus from episode 300. And one of the first things I really like about it is the species name is Normalensis, named after the collection that it was found in, not because there's anything normal at all about dinocheirids. But yeah, dinocheirids are just always cool because they have those huge arms with massive claws, but also a hump back and a wide pelvis because they have to eat a lot of plants, so they need space for all those guts.
Really goofy looking.
Yeah, I love them. I think if dinocheirids had been well known when I was a kid, I think Dinocheirus might be my favorite dinosaur.
Because it's so strange.
They're so weird. Therizinosaurs are also amazing. And as well as like the fluffy ones like Eutyranus. Anyway, I'm digressing.
Now you're just starting to name all the dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's true. So Paraxenosaurus was found in Mexico, which is cool because we don't have a ton of dinosaurs known from Mexico. It's in that sort of Rio Grande area, not too far from Texas, and the claw on it was pretty laterally compressed, which meant that it wasn't that good for digging, and it was probably better for slashing. And it also had a large flexor tubercle on it, which is the part where the muscle attaches in order to engage those claws in a more like fighting type way. So it might be a good indication that dinocheirids really were using those claws for self-defense more so than, grabbing at plants, as sometimes has been proposed.
Well, that's good because before that, the only defense proposed for them was the fact that they're large because they can't move too fast.
No, because they got like the wide, awkward hips. They're not built for running, and their legs aren't really that long for a theropod. So, yeah, that's what we think, right? They needed these big claws, and they use those basically like a thagomizer on a stegosaur. If something comes near you, just slash big sharp things at them, and maybe they'll leave you alone. Just a fantastic creature. And now we know more about them being in North America because we didn't have them from this time range in about 80 million years ago until we found Paraxenosaurus.
Yeah. Does that make them like the sloths of the
Yes.
Mesozoic?
Yeah. I think more like the giant ground sloths, the ones that went extinct that were big and had the big claws and were kind of ferocious, but I think also herbivorous. Not positive about that. But yeah, more sloth-like, I would say, than other things. And next up, we have our best new ornithopod, and that's Aznabia odysseus. That was one we talked about in episode 312. And that is the first ever hadrosaurid material found in Africa.
Nice.
Super significant. It wasn't an amazing find in terms of the quality and the size of the bones or anything like that. I mean, like the size of the find, we didn't have a massively complete skeleton or anything, but we did have pieces of the jaw, including teeth, and part of the maxilla, which is the upper jaw, and that's really about it, which is unfortunate because it's obviously very important. But those two parts of the bone are pretty diagnostic, so it was enough to name a new species, based on a new genus, I should say. That's what Aznabia is. The species is Odysseus, and that was because, remember, it was after that mythical voyage, and you were talking about did it take a boat? How did it get there? And that was basically why they named it that. They don't know how it got to Africa. They think it must have been quite a journey to get from Europe because this individual And this species appears to be more closely related to hadrosauroids in Europe than it is to existing hadrosauroids that were in Africa. So not hadrosaurids. These were like earlier, not quite fully evolved into hadrosaurids. But yeah, so one might expect it's not connected to Europe. Why wouldn't this be something that evolved in Africa? But no, it came over from Europe. Nobody knows how.
Right. Well, probably swam at least part of it.
It could have, but it could have also been on a raft, potentially. That sometimes happens with dinosaurs. Who knows? But yeah, I guess it was probably either swimming or on a raft because it couldn't fly.
Right. Unless some bird-like things picked up the eggs and deposited them.
That's really Land Before Time, like how it starts out. Wasn't there like an egg sloshing around through a river in there?
Littlefoot.
Yeah.
He doesn't get far from home, though.
Does the mom pick him up out of the river? Is that what happens? Yeah. So the Ajnabia did not have a parent looking after the egg enough, apparently, because it ended up in Africa. Although I should clarify, we don't know that Ajnabia specifically is the species that ended up in Africa as the first, hadrosaurid from European ancestry, I guess. But phylogenetically, since it's closer to European Lambeosaurines, we know that either it or one of its ancestors did come over and, establish itself in Northern Africa. Very cool. I love African paleontology because it seems like everything we find there is the first of something.
Yeah, you learn a lot. As an honorable mention for best new ornithopod, we have Changmienia or Changmienia. Not completely clear on the pronunciation, but we talked about that in episode 306. And it's a burrowing dinosaur from China.
Yeah, they actually found 2 individuals. The holotype is a little bit less than 4 feet or a little over a meter long, and it's beautifully preserved. One of the individuals is curled up, and the other one has its tail sort of projecting out from it. But I just think they're beautiful. Both of them have gastroliths, although I don't think that they found any gut contents to go along with it. But since they were preserved in their burrows, we think, it's pretty phenomenal preservation. You've got essentially the whole individual. And they gave a couple of possibilities about how they might have gotten buried in their burrows. One of them is that they dug a burrow in unstable volcanic material and it sort of like collapsed in on them. Like they didn't dig a burrow structurally sound enough and it collapsed on them. But the other possibility, and the one that they propose, is that maybe they were in the burrow and then a mudslide caused by volcanic activity basically flowed into their burrow and just sort of sealed them in there and preserved them Pompeii-like, basically right in situ. So it's really, really cool. Unfortunate, as always, for the thing that got fossilized, because there's only one way to get fossilized, and step one is die. So,
right. But good for us curious mammals millions of years later.
Exactly, yeah. It was really cool. Unfortunately, since it was dug up by local farmers and they didn't take a ton of notes on how they dug it up, from what I can tell, we don't know exactly what the burrow might have looked like if it was in a cast. Like, we actually have some of these Eryctodromeus casts of the burrows themselves. We don't have that for Changmienia, but still an amazing find. And hopefully we find more of them and we can learn more about how these dinosaurs lived in their burrows.
I do love learning about burrowing dinosaurs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Up next, we have our best redescription, and that's Dilophosaurus from episode 296. And by redescription, I'm talking about a dinosaur that's been previously named, and then basically it got a thorough working over, looking at all the other finds that you can find in collections that have already, in some cases, been described, but in other cases, adding in new material, and then trying to flesh out really the state of the art and the state of the science on that individual. So it's not just naming a new dinosaur. It's like, when we put all of the information we've ever found about this dinosaur together, what do we know? And we know a lot about Dilophosaurus, it turns out. So again, not a small, frilled, venom-spitting monster like in Jurassic Park. It's about 20 feet or about 6 meters long. They're pretty big. It was probably the apex predator of its time and place in the early Jurassic of North America. The review supported Dilophosaurus being a single species. They didn't split out any other new species like had been occasionally proposed when new individuals were found with slight differences.
And they talked about its head crests.
Yeah, that was the coolest thing about it, is they described them as being air-filled and similar to modern hornbills, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, any connection that relates these big, terrifying, predatory, non-avian dinosaurs to modern birds is just, it really helps you connect what we see today in nature to that ancient Mesozoic ecosystem.
That wasn't the only bird-like thing about it either. There was a lot of pneumaticity in the skeleton.
Yeah, which is pretty cool considering it's almost 200 million years old. So we know that bird respiratory system with the fancy air sacs where they can breathe in and out at the same time. And we think that was why the bones had that pneumaticity, that's at least 195 million years old. So yeah, dinosaurs were really amazing even back in the earliest parts of the Jurassic. And for anybody who's a fan of Dilophosaurus, this paper was as good as it gets. Came with really cool paleo art and all sorts of great new details. We also have an honorable mention for the best redescription, and that's Scelidosaurus from episode 307. Unfortunately, we don't have a best new ankylosaur this year because none of them just wowed me. It's sad. We had so many amazing sauropods, and like there wasn't anything in the world of ankylosaurs. I hope I'm not forgetting any.
We do talk about the gut contents.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a couple papers about previously named dinosaurs, but we don't have like a newly named ankylosaur in our best of. 2017 was the all-time greatest year for ankylosaurs. And
right.
I think
Zool and Borealopelta.
Yeah, both in the same year. That was the greatest year. That was my favorite dinosaur news year for sure. So if you're an ankylosaur fan, I guess listen to our best of 2017 episode and you'll get a bunch of amazing ankylosaur stuff. But anyway, we do have this redescription of Scelidosaurus from 2020. And really, Scelidosaurus is pretty crazy. It's really cool. The paper was based on a really great find. It was mostly articulated from the skull to the tail, including limbs and even some sclerotic rings. And this was one of the very first dinosaurs ever found. It was found in 1858.
Yep, described by Richard Owen.
Yeah, and people call it the earliest known substantially complete dinosaur, period.
It's weird it's not in the original Dinosauria then.
Yeah, and then no one knows what it is. Like, if you say Scelidosaurus to a non-dinosaur fan, there's no way they know what it is. But if you say the other two...
Megalosaurus, Iguanodon, yes. Hylaeosaurus, I don't know.
Yeah, which is another ankylosaur, right?
Yes.
And ankylosaurs just got a short shrift there.
Oh, what does that tell you?
That they're underappreciated. That's what it tells me. And that if you're just thinking of them as lizards, having a little bit of armor doesn't make them that exciting. But if you know they have the tail club and they're actually ancestors of birds, sort of. I mean, ankylosaurs weren't really because they're in the wrong branch of the dinosaur family tree. But anyway, they're awesome. Be nice to ankylosaurs. So this redescription is really cool. They talk about how they were facultative quadrupeds, which means they were primarily bipedal, which is really weird for an ankylosaur to be primarily bipedal. And they were probably pretty quick as well. And so I think of them more as like armadillos, which scurry on their 2 feet as well while being armored on their back. And yeah, it was a really cool redescription.
Well, this one also had the horn-shaped osteoderms on the back of the head.
Oh, yeah. And they talked about how those horns might have curled back around on the sides of the head, sort of like a ram does in modern animals. So that would be awesome. They didn't include that in the paleo art, though. So I think that was a little bit more of a speculative assertion than something that they think is likely. But yeah, Scelidosaurus, maybe it'll make a comeback. Maybe people will start to know what it is now. That would be good.
Maybe. And next in our best of is the gnarliest pathologies. Prepare to feel sorry for dinosaurs. So the first one, the best one, is the worms in the sauropod leg we talked about in episode 316.
Yes, that was incredibly disturbing.
Yeah, this is that poor sauropod that in the paleo art, it just looks like it has a bunch of open wounds.
Yeah.
And it had a really bad bone infection.
Yeah, it was the first time they ever found the actual parasite in the pathology of a dinosaur. And in this case, like you said, it's that little worm that's basically in the bone tissue that they found when they did the histology and the scans.
We don't need to go into too much detail about it again, but if you listen to 316, we'll go into a lot of detail.
Yeah. It was gnarly. It was the gnarliest. I don't think there's anything else that comes close to being the gnarliest of 2020 in terms of paleopathology than the arrow candy-like bone texture of that leg.
But an honorable mention is the osteosarcoma in a Centrosaurus that we talked about in episode 307. The Centrosaurus that was found to have bone cancer.
Yeah, that's what an osteosarcoma is. It's also common in mammals, including humans, and based on their X-ray scans, essentially they compared it to X-ray scans of human osteosarcoma, and it looked like a good match. So that's what they're guessing that it is. But as we pointed out at the time, it's not the oldest osteosarcoma found to date. There's a 240 million-year-old Triassic turtle, which is almost 4 times as old because this is late Cretaceous, that had an osteosarcoma.
Take that, turtle.
I mean, are you wishing that the turtle had bone cancer?
No.
Okay. Moving on. We've got the best early dinosaur discovery of 2020, and that is the dinosauromorph Congonophon, I think. Again, I don't speak Malagasy, so I do not have a chance at getting that right, but that's the best I can do. It's not technically a dinosaur. Again, it's a dinosauromorph. They describe it as a tiny ornithodyrran archosaur, and ornithodyra is the group that includes both dinosaurs and pterosaurs. So it could be an early pterosaur, could be an early dinosaur, could be before either of those split off, and it could be a common ancestor.
Mm-hmm. But it helps us understand what the first dinosaurs looked like.
Exactly, and what dinosaurs have in common with pterosaurs. The cool thing about it is it had conical teeth that are a little bit more like what you'd see on a pterosaur. They have microwear that's consistent with eating hard-shelled insects. So that sort of aligns with our understanding that maybe the earliest dinosaurs ate insects and were carnivorous. It probably didn't have a lot of a choice because it was very small.
Take what it can get.
Yeah, they estimate it was only about 4 inches or 10 centimeters tall.
Yeah, fits in your hand, which is how it's depicted in one of the paleo art. There's 2 pieces of paleo art that we discussed and how they look so different because one shows it as this cute thing hanging out in plants.
Cute little red fuzzball.
Mm-hmm. And the other one is in somebody's hands, but it looks really angry.
It looks like a Tales from the Crypt. It's like green skin with like sparse white hair sticking out of it.
It's baring its teeth.
Yeah, super creepy. So choose your own adventure on whether you think it was a little cutie or some horrible monster. But
the beginning of the terrible lizards.
Yeah, either way, it's very important. The name is really fun. It means tiny bug slayer because of its propensity probably to eat these small insects. And they describe it as mid to upper Triassic in origin, or about 230 to 240 million years ago, which is that perfect time frame for the very origins of dinosaurs and pterosaurs. And they found quite a bit of it. So we have a good idea about its overall size and its limb proportions and a lot of details that will probably help us flesh out that early dinosaur tree as we find more fossils over the years. Up next, we have our best gut contents.
Do love a good gut content story.
They're fantastic. This one is another ankylosaur. It's Borealopelta. It's a nodosaur, although we did have a story this year that maybe nodosaur isn't a valid group, and we might have to be more specific in the future. But for now, I guess it's a nodosaur, maybe. Anyway, it's in episode 295, and we've talked quite a bit about Borealopelta because it has those amazing everything, really. It's got preserved keratin all over it, including on its scutes or its armor. It's got eyelids, and it's articulated. You can just see so much detail of this ankylosaur. It is amazing.
You can see it at the Royal Tyrrell.
Yes. Yeah, definitely, I think, the highlight of visiting the Royal Tyrrell Museum, although not everybody does. But they're wrong. But Borealopelta, this is the first time they've published on the gut contents. We kind of knew they might be there, but we didn't know what was in them. One cool thing is the gut contents are in the same position of the abdomen as Cumbarasaurus, an Australian ankylosaur, and that might mean that we know where the stomach was in these dinosaurs, which is really cool. It's on the left side, which is apparently where it is in most vertebrates, so that's nothing to be too surprised about, but it's cool. And when they took a thin slice of the gut contents, they did histology. They learned exactly what was in its guts. They gave us a statistical sampling, basically, of what they found. And it was mostly gastroliths. About 55% of it was rock, in other words, for grinding up the food. 25% of it was matrix, so that's just like rock and sand and stuff that filled in when it was fossilizing. And then 7% of it was empty space, leaving just 13%, which was actual food in that gut contents area. Among that 13%, they found 88% is leaves, almost entirely ferns and a little bit of cycads, as well as traces of conifers. And then there were some stems, other wood, and a decent amount, 6% of it was charcoal. And that might mean that it was munching on ferns from a recently burned down conifer forest, which is one of these elements where gut contents can tell us so much more about the day-to-day life of animals than the bones ever could.
Are gut contents considered ichnofossils?
Yeah, I think it would be considered an ichnofossil because it's not a fossil of the actual animal. It's a fossil of showing you what happened in their life. And yeah, so it's showing you on that day when it died, it had a bunch of charcoal in its gut. And that means it was probably in an area that burned down recently. And considering it was eating a lot of ferns and we're in the Cretaceous when ferns weren't as dominant as they were earlier in the Mesozoic, that probably means that it was taking advantage of this recently burned down forest because there were a bunch of ferns there that it wanted to eat. So maybe it like smelled the fire and wandered over because it knew that there was going to be some good fern material later. But in any event, it's a really amazing discovery. Anytime you get a new example of gut contents, it's super helpful to understand what was going on in the ecosystem generally, because in addition to that, they also found 50 paleomorphs, which are a type of really tough microfossil under 0.5 millimeter in size, and these include pollen and spores, and they managed to identify 42 of them. That means that we now know 42 of the plants that coexisted with Borealopelta because they were fossilized in its gut.
And that Borealopelta helped to spread.
Yeah, potentially.
So yeah, if you want to hear all of the details of the gut contents find, then listen to the full segment, episode 295.
Thanks for stopping me before I got too carried away redoing the whole story. It's awesome. I love Borealopelta so much. It might be my favorite ever individual fossilized thing. I don't know. Zool is also really cool. There's a few amazing ones, but Borealopelta is high up the list for sure. And I'm sure there's going to be more papers too, because it's so well preserved. There's got to be other little tidbits we can find in there. And a new category that we have this year is the best dinosaur nest, and that is Protoceratops, and also Moosaurus was in the paper, although not nearly as cool as the nest of Protoceratops. The Protoceratops had at least 12 eggs and embryos, and in at least 6 of those eggs, there were nearly complete skeletons.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It is astonishing, and the pictures of it are beautiful. They prepared away part of the egg so you can actually see the Protoceratops in them. It comes from Mongolia. I can't remember if this one was smuggled. I'm not entirely sure on that, but it is beautiful. I love this find.
And also, it shows that the first dinosaur egg was soft.
Yes, that was the key to it, which is why they included the Moosaurus egg with it, because that's on a completely different branch of the dinosaur family tree than Protoceratops. So if you assume that the two of them had soft-shelled eggs and their common ancestor also had a soft-shelled egg, that gets you all the way back to those first dinosaur eggs being soft. We've assumed that for a long time based on the fact that like crocodilians have soft-shelled eggs, and partly based on the fact that we can't find any Triassic dinosaur eggs to speak of. So we kind of figure, well, soft-shelled eggs barely preserve, so that's probably why we can't find them anywhere, whereas we find hard-shelled eggs in a lot of other places. So a really cool find. I think the coolest thing about it is the Protoceratops baby skeletons, but I guess the thing about the soft-shelled eggs is cool too.
You guess. That was what most of the headlines were about.
Yeah. But like when you get that growth series of
Yeah.
a species,
That's true. It's good to have.
especially with ceratopsians, because they have that big frill, they have such striking ornamentation. It's nice to see how it changes. And getting 6 individuals all from the same clutch, it's like a really great bone bed, but in a micro scale.
And next in our best of, we have the best biomechanics study, which probably doesn't surprise you if you've been listening. It's about the Spinosaurus tail. And we talked about that in episode 284, and then we also talked about it in episode 300 because it was the dinosaur of the day, and we interviewed Nizar Ibrahim. So now we know, based on the tail of Spinosaurus, that Spinosaurus was a swimmer.
Yeah, that's based on the biomechanics part of the paper. We had a tough time classifying whether this is the best biomechanics study or if it's like
An unexpected find.
yeah, because it's like it was so much at once. It was on a lot of lists of like best discoveries of the year, period. Whether or not they're even talking about dinosaurs, just paleontologically, it was amazing. But they went back to that original site, not original, Ernst Stromer original, but
The one in the Chem beds.
exactly in Morocco. And they found the tail, and it had these long, I describe them as needle-like, just very, very thin bones sticking out of the top of the tail. And it appears to indicate that it had basically a sail or fin-like structure on the tail and not only on the back, but there is a dip. So it's a completely separate structure than the one on the back. And it was probably using its tail as a paddle, just like we see with crocodilians. And that was the biomechanics side of it. They built these little models of the Spinosaurus tail and a crocodilian tail and a standard theropod tail as sort of a control. And they saw that, yeah, having those spines on the tail and connecting them with a piece of skin to make a little bit of a paddle would have made it a pretty decent swimmer. Not as good as a crocodilian, but a lot better than a regular theropod. So it's just one more piece of evidence that Spinosaurus spent a lot of time in the water and probably even swam actively, potentially hunting fish. We know that they ate a lot of fish. That was another paper this year.
And there's more coming out probably this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nizari hinted that he had more papers to publish. So we'll maybe have another best of entry from Spinosaurus for 2021.
We've also got best paleo art of 2020, and we decided to go with the ankylosaur cake.
Yeah.
We talked about this in episode 278. It was on a Buddy vs. Duff Food Network episode, and then we interviewed Ralph, who made it, in episode 281, so you can hear more about it. But my favorite part was how they added gumballs to give it that texture of the osteoderms. And it was a really scientifically accurate cake.
Yeah.
So really different in terms of paleo art that we normally talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a medium we hadn't talked about. But in 2020, there were a lot of memes about everything is cake, and that includes ankylosaurs, which is great. I guess there are a fair number of ankylosaurs in this best of.
Yes.
I really liked, they did such a good job with the eyes and the eyelids and everything about that cake. They even had the tail, it was like swingable. So it was more interactive than just your standard everything is cake.
Yeah, and the eyes were made of sugar.
Yep.
But they looked really realistic.
And it was very heavy, much like a real ankylosaur, to the point where it was breaking the platform they built to roll it into the museum on. Because they put it at the AM&H. Actually, they had a display. This was a pre-COVID cake. So pretty awesome.
Yeah, definitely. Although it wasn't as heavy as an ankylosaur would have been.
No.
But it was a very heavy cake.
Yes, heavy for a cake, not for an ankylosaur. There was a lot of other amazing paleo art this year, but it's hard to choose a favorite between like 500 or thousands of individual drawings. But so we took the easy way out and took the one cake.
We do have another best dinosaur art. And I say this because it's not exactly paleo art. I wouldn't say it's scientifically accurate, but I love the idea of this family in England that made dinosaur art from rocks on their daily walks at a quarry. We talked about it in episode 282. And it's cool to think of this family activity, something to do during COVID times, and something that a lot of people can enjoy.
It's a found art thing. So at some point it can be reused for something else or just disappear slowly.
We've also got best video, and there's a lot of great videos, but my favorite for 2020 is this short video. It's the Avatar Airbender dinosaur video. We talked about that in episode 312.
It's not an official Avatar thing. It was like a fan recreation of the intro into dinosaur form.
Right. Arturo Garcia remade the intro, but replaced all the benders with dinosaurs. So Spinosaurus was water, Ankylosaurus was earth, Dakotaraptor was fire. It's really well done.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not the only one out there who hopes now that they remake the series, but with dinosaurs.
It's a lot of work.
I'm sure. But it would be so amazing.
Yeah.
Next, we added a new category, Best Unexpected Place to Find Dinosaurs, and that is space. It's not the first time dinosaur things have been sent to space, but we talked about in episode 289 that SpaceX astronauts brought Tremor, the Thai beanie baby dinosaur, on their mission to the International Space Station, which was at the time called, quote unquote, the ultimate dad move.
That's pretty funny. I remember thinking at the time that I was glad they didn't take another fossil, because that's been done before as like a PR. Look, we took a dinosaur to space, but unnecessary risk.
This is an Apatosaurus stuffed toy.
Yes. And it's a lot lighter weight than a real fossil too.
Yes. And now moving on to Best Dinosaur Thought. In episode 308, we talked about, in the fun fact, how turtles are murderers. And I stand by that. Turtles are murderers. And it's because we learned during SVP in one of the talks or the hangouts this year that sometimes turtles get aggressive and then will just snap another turtle's head off.
Yeah, they're carnivores. A lot of like leatherbacks basically are hyper carnivores eating just meat. So
yeah,
it makes sense.
Got me thinking, in the battle between sauropods and turtles, it's not one-sided. I bet that turtles, given the chance, would try to hurt or maybe even kill a sauropod.
Oh, so you think they were coming after the baby sauropods and then the adult sauropods like stomped on them?
Not quite, but yeah, maybe they go after the babies, or maybe there's a sick sauropod that's lying on the ground and the turtle just goes for the head or something. We don't know.
But even in that situation, you don't think the sauropods are going to intentionally step on the turtles?
No.
So they sometimes occasionally get squished by sauropods.
On accident.
But that's better than the turtles, which actively...
Murder, yes.
Oh, okay, see. This is just a follow-up from last year's Best Of, where we had sauropods squishing turtles as our best dinosaur thoughts. So we're just trying to rewrite history.
Anyway, moving on. We've got another new category, Best Dinosaur Impression. And if you could only choose one of our episodes to go back to this year, I highly, highly recommend episode 293. Listen to Evan Johnson Ransom's T-Rex impression.
It's a good one.
I can't do it justice. I can't try it myself. You just have to trust me on this.
It was good. Yeah, so I'm just going to insert the clip here so that you can hear it, because there's no describing it. You just have to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of dinosaur sounds, the best dinosaur sound, I think, of the year was penguins walking around the Chicago Museum.
You do talk about this often.
It is so wonderful. Their little webbed feet pitter-pattering on the hard concrete floor. The Field Museum is just the greatest. It was in our news because they brought dinosaurs to see the dinosaurs, and it was like a whole, hey, get it? Penguins are dinosaurs. But that was not even the point to me. It was the sound of the feet, the webbed feet. It was wonderful. And I want to play a clip of that too, just because you need to enjoy it.
Next is we're calling this Best and Worst Dinosaur Auction. Garrett put in parentheses, ever.
Yeah.
And that's Stan the T-Rex. We talked about it in episodes 305 and 307. That was before and after the auction happened. Real quick, Stan's one of the largest, most complete T-Rex skeletons. 188 bones. It's been at the Black Hills Institute in South Dakota and is in many, many papers. A lot of people have researched Stan.
Also in many, many museums and other displays around the world because replicas have been sold everywhere.
Yeah. Garrett and I can spot a Stan from a mile away now.
Yeah, they're pretty ubiquitous, and they're a little bit unusual for a T-Rex. So the skull, you can tell Stan's skull once you're familiar with it.
Yep. And Stan sold for $31.8 million, which was a lot higher than the estimated $8 million people thought it would go for.
Yeah, I think the estimate is probably just based on Sue, because that was around $8 million, and that's how you appraise things, right? It's like, what is the other stuff that is like this sell for?
Mm-hmm.
We still don't know who bought it, where it's going, which probably means that it's a private collector who's going to squirrel it away in their house or something.
But you never know, because there are other stories that came out in 2020 of private collectors who bought or had bought dinosaur skeletons and now are loaning them to museums for public research.
Yes, true. So hopefully it is at least loaned to a public museum so that people can see it in person. We had the fortune of seeing it in person in the Black Hills Institute back when it was still there in the mid-20 teens. Now that we're not in the 20 teens anymore.
Oh, that sounds a long time ago. That sounds a lot longer than it should be.
Yeah, I think it was 2013 when we saw it, right before we started the podcast. And it's really cool. So yeah, I hope other people get to see it for sure.
We also want to call out the biggest court case of 2020.
Dinosaur-wise.
Yes. Oh, yes. I was thinking, since we're a dinosaur podcast, yeah, it's always dinosaurs.
There were a lot of big court cases in 2020,
right,
but this is the big dinosaur court case.
Right. I mean, that's also why we said 2020 was awesome in some ways, because dinosaur-wise, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, biggest dinosaur court case had to do with Montana ruling that dinosaur fossils are not minerals. And we talked about this in episode 287 and episode 291. So first, what happened? There was a lot of back and forth and different rulings in different courts. And eventually it was found that dinosaur fossils are not considered minerals, except it didn't necessarily apply to an ongoing case with the dueling dinosaurs.
But then they did apply that court case to the dueling dinosaurs. So they decided to say that the dueling dinosaurs also are dinosaur fossils, part of the surface estate, and not part of the mineral rights.
Which allowed the Murrays to finish their sale of the dueling dinosaurs to what turned out to be the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences.
Yeah, and I think we found out how much they paid for it, if I'm not mistaken.
It's around $6 million.
Yeah, it was a lot. And they're creating a new display for it. It's going to be awesome. It was sort of the counterbalance to that Stan being sold into a private collection, which is why we wanted to include it right here.
And if you want to hear more about the dueling dinosaurs and what's going on with them, we talked about it in episode 313. The best AR of 2020 is the National Geographic's Reimagining Dinosaurs filter on Instagram, which we talked about in episode 314. There's 3 filters you can use. It's Spinosaurus, Deinonychus, and Ichi. And you can have them, in your living room, or you can flip it around and make the dinosaurs move based on your facial expressions. It's really fun.
It mimics you, basically, like you're looking in a mirror with a dinosaur looking back at you. But I really like it because it includes a lot of facts about dinosaurs. It's not just the dinosaur in space, which is what we've always seen in other augmented reality things. These have a little play button, and they tell you about the dinosaur.
Yeah. Kind of goes along with National Geographic's Reimagining Dinosaurs issue, which came out in October.
Yep. And you can still get it. I just double checked. If you search for Nat Geo, all lowercase without a space, then you'll find it. If you search for dinosaur, or if you search for National Geographic, it doesn't come up. You find all sorts of weird filters. But yeah, if you go to the filters and search for it, you can still play with the augmented reality stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool. Then we have our best dinosaur game of 2020, and I'm giving it to Animal Crossing.
We haven't started playing yet, but we did recently get the game. We've heard good things.
I bought it for Sabrina along with a Switch, because that's the only way you can play it, for Christmas, because she wanted to play this game so bad, but hasn't played it yet. I think it's a little bit overwhelming because you know that it's really in depth.
Yeah. Well, I got hung up on choosing a name because Sabrinasaurus was too long.
Yeah, there's an 8-character limit, I think.
I can't remember.
I've come up with some alternatives, but they haven't been up to Sabrina standards yet. I think you might just have to go with Sabrina.
Yeah, maybe.
That is in fact your name. So
I guess.
maybe Sabrina and a dinosaur emoji or something if it lets you. But yeah, we talked about it a little bit in episode 297. The dinosaur connection to Animal Crossing is you can dig and then you can get the fossils out of the ground.
And build your own museum.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I'm excited about it. It won multiple awards. It got the best family game at the Game Awards, which as far as I can tell is like the biggest awards of video games. I think it said like millions of people watch it or something. So pretty popular award show. And it also got the 2020 Game of the Year from the Japan Game Awards. So very popular. It's not entirely a dinosaur game, but it is very popular and apparently very good. So I think that's cool. And I like that they included dinosaurs in a game that isn't specifically for dinosaur fans, because maybe it'll help make dinosaurs more popular. And who doesn't want that to happen? That is an honorable mention for best dinosaur game. I have Path of Titans, which we didn't talk about in any episodes.
No.
But
That's surprising.
It didn't. It's because it hasn't really come out yet. It's still in like a demo alpha situation. But it looks really cool. It's a lot like Saurian, where you play as a dinosaur, and there's a massively multiplayer online element to it where you can have like hundreds of people on a server. So we might be starting a server for this soon. It's not available yet to be on a server, but yeah, maybe we'll all be pretending to be dinosaurs on the internet soon. That would be fun. And that concludes our best of 2020.
Woo!
There was a lot to cover. There was a lot of other stuff that we couldn't include for time. Even with cutting out a lot of things, this is going to be one of our longest episodes in a while.
So now we just want to take a moment to talk about some things we're proud of from 2020. We visited the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show in February, just before everything shut down. So we got very lucky that way. And we talked about our visit in episode 274.
Yeah, we saw a couple really cool, massive dinosaur displays and some smaller stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
And as an update, it is canceled for 2021. So it's a good thing we went last year.
Mm-hmm. We also made lesson plans and resource pages on our website. So if you go to iknowdino.com, you can access those. Our lesson plans have different activities for different age levels, all dinosaur themed, of course. And the resource page takes you to a bunch of museums and other places we found online that they have lesson plans and activities and all kinds of dinosaur and geologic things.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely if you're still homeschooling or just looking for some sciencey stuff to do or to do with your kids.
Coloring pages to download even.
Yeah. And to that end of doing things from home, we successfully had an SVP from home for the first time. That was episode 308 to 311.
Mm-hmm. Because there's always so much to cover.
Yes.
But we made it to probably more sessions than we've ever made it to in the past because it was asynchronous.
Absolutely. It was a sufficiently dinosaur-filled week, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Also want to give a quick shout out to Black Birders Week that happened this year. We talked about it in episode 288. You know, we didn't have anything to do with that, but it was cool, and it also got Garrett to start birding.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been birding.
Yep.
It happened.
It happened.
It's a thing now.
He's got 2 apps on his phone.
There's 2 essential ones. There's eBird, where you document the ones, and there's the other one that's affiliated with it called Merlin, which is how you identify the birds. You got to be able to identify them, and then you got to track what you found.
Yep.
We were at a lake yesterday, and we saw a turkey vulture and a big old pelican.
A warbler, I think.
Yeah, some Canada geese and some coots, American coots.
Yep.
Good times.
Garrett can already spot them when they're hiding in the trees.
A little bit, yeah.
Better than me.
You did spot the turkey vulture from a long distance because they are massive.
Yeah.
And we walked over to it and it was letting us get closer and closer to the point where we were uncomfortable getting closer to it before it was.
Yep.
So we turned around and went away. And then we got surrounded by Canada geese.
Yep. Who didn't care that we were near them at all.
They did not. Maybe we weren't small enough. I think if we were at like child size, they might be more scared because those are the humans that chase them the most.
Right.
We also did lots of things on Discord. I talked about this a little bit when we talked about patrons at the beginning of the episode, but we did our watch parties throughout COVID times and we're still doing them. So that was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to doing more stuff on Discord. Definitely a highlight of 2020 for me.
Me too. Another highlight for me is that we got on TikTok. I don't know if I'd say I'm proud of this, but I am happy about it because I'm finally getting use out of our inflatable dinosaur costumes.
Yes. Sabrina's been dancing in them all the time.
Yep. It's a lot of fun.
That's pretty funny, though, that during COVID, you started TikTok dinosaur dancing and I started birding.
It's two very different things.
Neither of us are proud of these things. It's just things that happened and now are a part of our lives. We also have some things that we're really anticipating for 2021 because we like to look forward and be excited about what's going to happen. There are some upcoming dinosaur displays that I'm really excited about. First and foremost has to be the dueling dinosaurs at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. We already mentioned this, but in episode 313, we went into a little more detail about what we know, and it's going to be amazing.
There's going to be a lab. Visitors are going to be able to see all the work being done. It sounds really cool.
Yes, and you'll know as they know if it's a new species, if it looks like it's a new species, whether it supports Nanotyrannus. Probably not. Spoiler alert. And what species of ceratopsian it is. It's going to be really cool.
And speaking of ceratopsians, there's the Triceratops skeleton at the Melbourne Museum, which we talked about in episode 315. And it's really cool. It's 87% complete and includes skin impressions and tendons. It's really exciting.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And scientists around the world can go there to study Triceratops.
I'm not sure if these next ones are going to be in 2021, but there's a bunch of museum expansions on Australia's dinosaur trail that are due to be completed. The Eromanga Natural History Museum is supposed to be like quadrupling in size or something. It's not that small right now, but it's going to get massive. Same is true for the Australian Opal Center, although that one is actually really small right now, but it's going to be huge. I don't know when those are going to be completed. I couldn't find an update, but the Australian Age of Dinosaurs does have an estimated completion date of 2025, but I think they're already starting to put some things out.
Right. They've got parts of the March of the Tyrannosaurs.
Yeah. And that museum is basically 100% guided. So whatever is finished, you'll see it as it happens. It's not like they're going to open a new building. They'll show you through the different pieces of it, I'm sure, as different pieces are completing. So yeah, huge expansions happening out there, which are awesome. There's also some great dinosaur games that are going to be coming out. First of all, we got more updates expected from Saurian and Path of Titans because both of those are still sort of early release versions. But there are a couple of new games coming out. There's Ark 2, which should be coming out, I think, next year.
Oh, yeah, with Vin Diesel.
I still wonder how much Vin Diesel is going to play a role in this.
A lot, if you believe the trailer.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to play it just to see that aspect of it. That's probably what they're counting on, really. And then there's also Prehistoric Kingdom, which has been anticipated for a long time. I'm not sure if that's actually coming out yet. Right now, it has a release date listed as Q2 2021, so maybe we will get the Prehistoric Kingdom game everybody has been waiting for. From what I can tell, it's basically like a Jurassic Park builder style game, but with much more realistic dinosaurs. And then they use the word prehistoric because it's not just dinosaurs. There'll be stuff like mammoths and things like that, which in a zoo setting makes sense, unlike in some other games that I could mention where they're just in nature together or movies. In a zoo, you can combine these things and it's not outlandish. So hopefully that one comes out next year as is currently expected.
And then last, there's a lot of dinosaur shows coming out that we're excited about. So first, there's Dinosaurs coming to Disney Plus. If you've got it, that's happening this month.
That's the Jim Henson version.
The TV show. Also, the second season of Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous comes out this month, which is amazing. That's so quick.
Yeah, we're going to be doing watch parties for that. Talking about watch parties.
And then there's the Why Dinosaurs documentary that should be coming out. We talk about that in episode 303 and 314. And those are where they interview us and we interview them. And then last, Jurassic World Dominion was supposed to come out in June of 2021, but as you know, it's been pushed back a year. I'm sure we'll get a ton more updates, though. We've already gotten a lot. Like, they resumed filming. We talked about that back in episode 291, and we already know a lot of details.
Spread across many episodes. We've been talking about that.
Yep. I think like Pyroraptor is one of the biggest ones, and we've been seeing pictures of the various puppets to expect in the movie. Yeah. Speaking of puppets, quick shout out to we interviewed Phil Tippett back in episode 283, which was pretty cool.
Dinosaur puppeteer extraordinaire from the first Jurassic Park. And other dinosaur projects. So there's a lot to look forward to in 2021. And I'm sure dozens of more dinosaur discoveries, as always, for the last couple decades. Which is really what we're here for, above everything else.
Yes. And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Dilong, which is a request from Tyrant King via our Patreon and Discord. So thanks. Dilong was a basal tyrannosauroid that lived in the Cretaceous in what is now Liaoning province in China in the Yixian Formation. The holotype is a nearly complete semi-articulated skeleton, and it includes a nearly complete skull. The type and only species is Dilong paradoxus, and the genus name means emperor dragon. It refers to the relationship of Dilong to T-Rex, the king tyrannosaurid.
So it's above the king because it's the emperor.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. The species name means against received wisdom or against accepted wisdom, and according to the original description refers to, quote, the surprising characters of this animal, end quote. There's protofeathers on a tyrannosauroid.
Yeah, that is surprising.
So Dilong was described in 2004 by Xu Xing and others. The holotype was about 5.2 feet or 1.6 meters long, but the holotype might be a juvenile. So it's estimated to be more than 6.6 feet or 2 meters long as an adult.
That is very small for a tyrannosaur. It's like raptor size.
Another reason it's against received wisdom.
It's true.
Dilong had a long skull and slender neck, and it had this Y-shaped skull crest with 2 ridges along the snout. Dilong had relatively long arms and 3 fingers on each hand, and it had a large jaw with tightly packed front teeth. It also had short legs, so it probably wasn't a fast runner, but it was probably active, and it probably went after lizards, mammals, and birds. Dilong is similar looking to Eotyrannus, which lived in the Cretaceous in what is now the Isle of Wight in the UK, and it's closely related to Eutyrannus. Dilong is covered in protofeathers, and they were found in fossilized skin impressions. 4 specimens were found, but only one has the protofeather impressions. And these protofeathers were found around the tail and the back of the head, and they were up to 0.4 inches or 3 centimeters long. They were simple and filamentous. So based on that, Dilong was probably covered in a downy coat. It was most likely used for insulation, not for flight. So Dilong is a tyrannosauroid. It lived much earlier than T-Rex. Maybe that's why it got the emperor title. And it's the first direct evidence that tyrannosauroids had protofeathers. The feathers on Dilong may mean that T-Rex and then other later tyrannosaurs had feathers.
As proven later by the discovery of Eutyrannus.
Dilong had some advanced skull features like later tyrannosaurs, including fused nasal bones and a rounded snout with front teeth that are D-shaped and cross-section, and that would have given it a quote-unquote cookie-cutter bite.
Oh boy. Yikes. Imagine it like a cookie-cutter shark just taking chunks out of something and scampering off.
That would be painful. So it had a small skull compared to later tyrannosaurs, and the pelvis is not as robust as other tyrannosauroids. The skull is also less robust than other tyrannosauroids, but that could be because it was smaller. In other ways, Dilong looked like juveniles of later, bigger tyrannosaurs, though, and it shows that tyrannosaurs had some distinctions before they became large, like T-Rex. Adult tyrannosaurs in Alberta, Canada, and Mongolia has skin impressions that show pebbly scales. Shushing and others suggested that tyrannosauroids may have had different skin coverings on different parts of their bodies, so they had scales and feathers. And they also suggested that juveniles may have had feathers and adults had scales because adults got large enough they didn't need the insulation to keep warm. Scans of the brain case found that Dilong had an S-shaped brain with thin meninges. Those are the 3 membranes that line the skull and vertebral canal and enclose the brain and spinal cord. T-Rex, in comparison, had a more linear brain with thicker meninges. Based on the scans, it was found that Dilong was probably agile and had good balance, but it didn't have as good a sense of smell as T-Rex. Dilong lived in an area with early flowering plants, rivers, and streams, and there were nearby volcanoes. Other dinosaurs that lived around the same time and place included Eutyrannus, Borealopelta, and Sinocalioteryx. And our fun fact for this episode...
This feels weird.
I enjoy it. It's an extension of our dinosaur of the day, Dilong. So Dilong is the name of a dinosaur, but it's also a name used to mean earthworm in traditional Chinese medicine, and also as another term for Geosaurus, a marine crocodiliform. So these are Chinese words, and the pronunciation is the same, Dilong, but the characters, the way you would write it in Chinese, is different for Dilong the dinosaur compared to Dilong the earthworm and Geosaurus.
So they're homonyms in a Latinized alphabet, but not homonyms in the Chinese characters.
Yes. Well, they do have the same pronunciation, though.
That's homophone.
Oh, I see.
So they're homophones in both English and Chinese, but they're homonyms in just English, I guess.
Well, partially. So the character for long is the same, and in both cases that means dragon. And many dinosaurs with Chinese names use long. As I said earlier, the D character for Dilong means emperor, so emperor dinosaur. And then the D character for Geosaurus and the earthworm means earth.
So those are earth dragons.
And the first mention of Dilong, the earth dragon, was in the mid-7th century in the History of the Southern Dynasties biography from Admiral Wang Zhenbian from the Liang dynasty, who lived in the 6th century. And in the biography, it says that witnesses saw 2 dragons go into the sky and the earth dragon leaving Liang territory, which was interpreted as a sign of their defeat in the year 550.
Wow. That's quite the sight to see.
Yes.
I don't trust those witnesses, though.
Well, they're long gone.
It's hard to ask them. At this point, they just allegedly said it.
Legend has it.
Yeah.
Yep. So there you have it. Dilong can have a lot of meanings. But anytime we mention it, it's safe to assume we talk about the dinosaur.
And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino.
Oh, that is weird.
Thanks for listening. We made it through another year. Make sure you subscribe to us in your favorite podcast app so you don't miss out on any new episodes. And consider joining our Patreon if you want to talk to us on Discord or watch dinosaur shows with us or get this show ad-free. And that's all at patreon.com/iknowdino. Thanks again, and until next time. Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today in our 370th episode, we have our best of 2021.
All right. I'm excited.
There was a lot that happened this year.
Yeah. You could say that every year.
Yeah. But it seems to be more and more every year. This one might have been slightly less than 2020. I'm not sure. It was a lot, though.
A lot of good dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's true. That's the majority of our best of is all the new dinosaurs that were named, or at least a lot of them. We also have Dinosaur of the Day, a Silosaurus. And I have 2 of my favorite fun facts from this year. I picked a carnivore one and an herbivore one to balance it out.
Couldn't decide between the 2. Why not both?
It was hard to narrow it down even to 2 because I really enjoy all of my fun facts. It's like picking a favorite child, but
They're so fun.
there are 50 of them plus to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
To just pick one? No, I can maybe 2. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And we have a new patron this week, a Mattotitan, which is a great name.
Mhm.
Matt with a Nattotitan. You get a Mattotitan.
Yeah, that's good.
Fantastic. And rounding out our shout outs, we've got Graham, Jared Copeland, Daniel McGill, Dino Mo, Eric, Velociraptor, Anne, Paul Acanthus, and the Tolbert family.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think one of our big accomplishments this year is being able to reach so many listeners and meet so many new people.
Yeah.
That, of course, includes our patrons, who we're very, very grateful to have.
And this year we crossed the 200 patron threshold, and we did that Q&A live stream too.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously we wouldn't have made it there without all the wonderful patrons who joined. So thank you all so much.
We had some other big accomplishments this year. Like we got out our holiday gift guide. By the time this airs, we're getting to the end of the holiday season. But, there's never a bad time to buy a gift for somebody.
Could just be a regular dinosaur gift guide.
Yeah. We also put up our Bone Wars quiz, which a lot of people took. That was fun to see.
See how well you know the Bone Wars?
The dinosaurs specifically from the Bone Wars, yeah. And in general, we got a lot more content on our website in addition to our podcast episodes. For example, we recently released a new article. This was a guest post by one of our listeners and patrons, Taylor McCoy, all about the holotype of T-Rex. So you can check that out. And we'll be releasing more stuff in the coming months. So, things to look out for. As Garrett mentioned, we also reached 200 patrons. So we did our live stream. I think we did a few live streams this year.
Yeah, we did the one with the watch party with Tara and Terry, all about their documentary.
And Garrett live streamed playing Ark Survival Evolved.
Oh, yeah, with my mic volume so low that you could barely hear me. I think cooler than that was we did the t-shirt design contest, and we got so many awesome t-shirts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we bought something of each design because they were all so cool.
I got a lot of t-shirts, yeah. They're wonderful. Sabrina got a lot, too.
Oh, yeah.
Rare.
It's now most of my wardrobe, I think.
Really? I don't believe that.
Well, it's most of what I've been wearing this year.
Okay.
And then, of course, we had SVP 2021 online, which, if you've been following along the last few weeks, that's mainly what we've been covering.
Yep.
And for our patrons, of course, there's the bonus content, which is now recorded and coming to you soon.
I think one of them should be out by the time this episode comes out.
Oh, okay, cool.
But without further ado, let's jump into the best of 2021. Years kind of blurred together. So we're going to kick it off with our favorite stories, excluding the new dinosaur discoveries. So like the other science stories and other stories in general about dinosaurs. I think my favorite might be the evidence of cannibalism in tyrannosauroids that we talked about in episode 333.
Oh, this was about that foot bone that was being chewed on.
Actually, the foot bone was an earlier paper. That was the one with the parallel scratch marks where it looks like they were scraping flesh off the bone. We did talk about that, though, because it was like another piece. This one was more about a femur, which had a bunch of marks on it. And it kind of looked like a T-Rex had bitten off a leg to scamper off with it or something, because it had a really deep gouge, basically where the hip attachment is.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just like this massive scrape / puncture in it. There's also a big hole through a vertebra that got bit. The authors think that that vertebra came from a juvenile and it could have been a T-Rex. So it might have been a T-Rex, chewing on the tail of another T-Rex in that case. And that was the one where we talked about how it was a puncture and collapse bite. And it was the first time it's been seen in a tyrannosaurid bite, which basically means that rather than just poking a hole like a regular puncture that we see in all sorts of different animals all the time, because it's actually not that uncommon for animals to bite each other and produce holes through their heads or other parts of the body.
We heard that happens with dogs.
Yeah, somebody told us that their dog got bit through the head. I think it was their two dogs. One of them bit the other one on the face and poked a hole through it. So, yeah, a lot of animals can do that. Obviously, dogs can't bite nearly as strong as tyrannosaurs. But in this case, the tyrannosaur bit so hard that not only did it puncture, but then the bone actually collapsed. Like if you have a piece of tubing and you tried to stab something through it, and rather than just poking a hole, it sort of like collapsed the tube. That's basically what happened with this bite.
Sounds like it was hard to be a tyrannosaur.
Well, or really easy if you're
Mm.
trying to get at some bone marrow.
Oh, that's true.
And the reason we can identify most of this stuff as tyrannosaur cannibalism is usually the tyrannosaurids had pretty unique teeth for their ecosystem. So it's relatively easy to match these big, bulky teeth with the puncture wounds that you see on other bones. And a lot of times, too, the serrations, the scrape marks, like on that toe bone from a while back. That paper also mentioned that there are several modern cannibalistic dinosaurs, including red-tailed hawks, the great gray owls, and crows can all be cannibals. I was the most surprised by crows.
Yeah, me too.
Because I always think of them as like having a little society and being smart, and they like mourn their dead and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then every once in a while they eat each other, I guess.
I guess you don't let food go to waste. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that they kill each other, but if there's, like you said, don't want food to go to waste.
Another favorite story, well, I should say episode of ours this year was episode 350, our milestone episode, which I believe, Garrett, you titled Hadrosaur Hootenanny.
Oh, yeah.
It was about a bunch of hadrosaur lumps and splits. We covered over 50 different types of hadrosaurs.
Oh, yeah, you really got in the weeds on that. You made my fun fact rabbit holes or Erictodromius burrows look like nothing. That one.
Well, if you're going to do a special episode, you might as well go deep.
Yep, and we also had Albert Prieto Marquez join and tell us about all his work with hadrosaur lumps and splits over time.
So if hadrosaurs are your favorite kind of dinosaur, then that episode's for you. And as a quick reminder, hadrosaurs are also known as duck-billed dinosaurs. They're herbivores. They got the dental batteries. They include a lot of pretty well-known dinosaurs.
Yeah, and I think Albert Prieto Marquez was, when we asked him what he thought about duckbill as a term, was like, yeah, it's good. So we might go back to using that since everybody does. We thought it was a little too simplistic before talking to him about it because ducks don't have teeth. But I guess their overall head shape is pretty duck-like in some ways. So
Yeah.
I guess it's fair. Another really interesting article was about nesting dinosaurs that lived at the poles, and it finally answered the question of whether or not dinosaurs migrated to the poles just to, hang out for a little while, and then they would migrate south, especially the herbivores, when there wasn't any food to eat potentially for long periods of time because it was in complete darkness. And since they found all these babies there, we're now pretty confident that year-round, there were a whole bunch of dinosaurs living up in Alaska, basically.
They lived through the darkness.
Yeah. The Prince Creek Formation was at 82 degrees north latitude in the late Cretaceous. It's now significantly lower at 70 degrees, but 90 degrees is the maximum. And those 8 degrees are actually closer together as you get closer to the equator. The latitude lines spread out. So near the poles, those 8 degrees aren't that much of a difference. It's very close to the North Pole.
I wonder if those dinosaurs got seasonal affective disorder.
I hope they could hibernate or at least do some kind of torpor situation so they didn't have to just be up in the darkness all the time. But I don't know, because one of the estimations was that the dinosaurs would basically lay their eggs right when the sun was starting to come up in the spring, which would mean in the winter they'd have to be incubating those eggs. It'd be sort of like the penguin situation at the South Pole.
Could they sleep on top of the eggs? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, a lot of these are pretty heavy animals.
That's true. Much heavier than penguins.
Because there were at least 7 groups that we know of from both tiny teeth and mature teeth in the formation, so we know that they both nested there and lived there as adults, including a troodontid, a dromaeosaurid, an ornithopod, a ceratopsid, a hadrosaurid, another ceratopsid, and a tyrannosaurid.
That's so many types that lived in the darkness.
Yeah, and we've got predators and prey in the mix, small herbivores, large herbivores, really like all of the dinosaurs, right? So some of those, if you're talking about maybe an ornithopod or a dromaeosaurid especially, they could probably sit on their nest because the dinosaurs had pretty thick eggshells and they had feathers in some cases. So maybe they could just hang out. Maybe they could sleep, catch some Z's while they're incubating. But I don't know, like a ceratopsian,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Or a hadrosaurid, they might be too big. Even a tyrannosaur. It's possible, though, that they could have slept in the middle and had that arrangement kind of around the edge of the body, and then they're still in contact with the eggs, just not sitting on top of the entire egg.
Right.
But I don't know. In a cold environment like that, you might need a little more coverage. They might have to sort of squat over it or come up with some other strategy to keep the eggs warm.
Yeah.
Compost combination. I don't know. It wasn't super cold. It wasn't as cold there then as it is now. The mean annual temperature was estimated at about 6 degrees Celsius or 43 degrees Fahrenheit. And although it did reach about negative 10 Celsius or 14 Fahrenheit. And at those temperatures, you definitely need to be doing some incubating because you can't let your eggs freeze. That's no good. There are also some really amazing, super tiny fossils that came with this. They had basically all of the bones, or a lot of the bones, on a penny, and most of them were around the size of a pinhead.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So tiny. They're really amazing microfossils, and that included a lot of teeth, but there were actually some bones in the mix too.
It's impressive that they were even found.
Yeah. There's more research going into these microfossil sites that we see now, where you can basically take what would normally be like refuse from a site where you found a bunch of other dinosaur bones, and then you can go through it with a fine-tooth comb, basically, and try to find if there's anything good in there. There are automated methods to do that too, which could definitely be helpful when you're looking for these little tiny things. But yeah, the final way they decided that they probably were spending year-round there wasn't just because of the fact that there were babies there, because it's possible that the baby dinosaurs would hatch and then they would migrate together. But they figured out that at 82 degrees north latitude, in order to get out of the Arctic Circle, so that there's sunlight a lot of the year, you have to go all the way down to 23.5 degrees from the pole, which is a really long walk, especially for a newly hatched dinosaur. So even if they hatched right on the first day of spring, these dinosaurs took about 6 months in some cases to hatch, and it's just not feasible. They probably had to just stick around year round and deal with the negative aspects of living in darkness for 6 months.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I need my sunlight. Another favorite from this year was a nickname for one of the fossils found, Beautiful Nightmare. Maybe that one sounds familiar because we talked about it pretty recently in episode 363. This was a partial skull found in North Dakota in the U.S., and they're saying it could be a nanotyrannus. The reason for the nickname isn't that it was a nightmare to dig up this fossil, but rather that the fossil or the dinosaur back in the day was a, quote, nightmare in her day to a lot of other critters.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'll wait and see if it's a nanotyrannus or if it's a juvenile T-Rex.
Yeah, I think you said something similar when we first talked about it.
Anytime we say nanotyrannus, I feel the need to give the caveat of pretty much everyone thinks nanotyrannus is a juvenile T-Rex. Although there are some reasonable arguments to say that nanotyrannus is a valid genus, but just at this point, most people say it's juvenile T-Rex.
Yeah, but science always changes.
Yeah, Beautiful Nightmare could prove it wrong.
Yeah, who knows?
If we find something that has that nanotyrannus skull, which is all the holotype is, with a complete skeleton, and we see all sorts of differences in the skeleton, then all of a sudden nanotyrannus is valid again.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened with a dinosaur name. Another interesting story from the year, of course, was the auctioning of Big John, the world's largest Triceratops skeleton. And we talked about that in episode 354 and 362. Big John sold for nearly $8 million US, which is a lot higher. It's about 6.6 million euros, and it was estimated to only sell for like 1 to 1.5 million euros, so much, much higher. And Big John was found in South Dakota. There's something like 60% of the skeleton was found in more than 200 pieces. And there was a lesion on the skull, possibly from another triceratops that struck it. So it's not just tyrannosaurs that are fighting each other or biting each other.
For sure, ceratopsians with those big horns. We've thought for a while that in addition to defending themselves against predators, likely had some sort of intraspecific combat, fighting for mates, showing dominance, fighting for territory. Could be a lot of different uses.
Yeah.
Because I think we've seen a fair number of scrape marks on ceratopsian frills that look like they match with ceratopsian horns.
Yeah, that's true. A private collector bought Big John, so there was a lot of controversy around this sale.
Yep. It is controversial when you have a super scientifically interesting and useful specimen being removed from the scientific world that can't be studied. Hopefully it gets donated at some point.
We have some favorite feel-good stories from the year. One was about a 4-year-old who found a dinosaur footprint in Wales, and now that footprint is on display at the National Museum Cardiff, and it's called Lily's fossil footprint because Lily's the one who found it. And we talked about that in episode 324 and 349.
It's pretty impressive at 4 years old.
I know.
Anything.
It's amazing. I hope she grows up to be a paleontologist. And the fossil is also one of the best preserved of its type from anywhere in the UK, so extra cool. And it's from an herbivorous dinosaur from the late Triassic.
Late Triassic?
Mm-hmm.
That's an important time period in terms of dinosaur evolution.
Yes. Another fun story from the year was the Chrome dinosaur game had an Olympic twist. We talked about this in episode 348. We made a video about it too, because I had to play and try all the different Olympic twists.
Yeah, it was like a T-Rex and it was hurdling and riding a horse was my favorite one.
Oh, I liked the surfing.
Oh, yeah.
There's also the gymnastics and running. I think those were the 5. And it was great. You could stumble at any point and end up with a medal.
Yeah. You get I think it was a gold medal every time, too.
Yeah. And then another feel-good story from the year was this very inspiring story of India's youngest paleontologist. We talked about this in episode 360, where there's a 14-year-old girl, young woman, who is in India and has collected fossils from all kinds of things, marine invertebrates, vertebrates, including some dinosaur bones, microfossils. She's collected something like 136 fossils in 4 years, and she's given talks at schools and research institutes and museums, which is very impressive. So just goes to show there's so many different paths to paleontology.
Yeah, she's only 14.
Mm-hmm.
That's like almost 10 fossils per year. Oh, except she did it all in 4 years.
Yes.
So it's more like 30, 40 fossils per year.
That's amazing. And I should mention her name is Aswatha.
She's already on the way to being a paleontologist, already presenting at schools and things.
True.
And now we're going to go on to all the new dinosaurs, at least, well, not all the new dinosaurs, our favorite new dinosaurs from 2021.
We did cover new dinosaurs in almost every episode this year.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And that still didn't cover all of them. Stay tuned for next year, where we'll be catching up.
Yeah. There's always more new dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole reason we started this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So the first pair that I want to talk about are the new Spinosaurids we talked about in episode 358.
This is a good year for Spinosaurids.
It really is. So these ones were both from the Isle of Wight on the southwest coast, Bryston Bay, in case you're familiar. And they're about 125 million years old, putting them in the early Cretaceous. They're from the same formation as Baryonyx, so they might have coexisted. So there could have been 3 Spinosaurids on the Isle of Wight at that time. Just for reference, that's about 25 to 30 million years before Spinosaurus. The 2 new Spinosaurids are Ceratoseucops and Rheparovenator. Ceratoseucops, at least, is about 7 to 8 meters long, or about 25 feet, plus or minus a few feet, so a lot smaller than Spinosaurus, but maybe Baryonyx-ish. And we don't really have too much of either of them, but we have enough to know that Ceratopsuchops had some large brow bosses, which is why its name means horned crocodile face.
Mm-hmm.
And we found the tail as well as a bunch of other parts of Rhaparovenator, and we can see that its tail is more like a typical theropod tail than a Spinosaurus tail. So somewhere in the next 30 million years.
Something changed.
Yeah. Assuming that these are really closely related, it's possible there's some other dinosaur from 130 million years ago that has a Spinosaurus-like tail. So there we go. Kicking it off with 2 Spinosaurids from the same spot, and where there already was a Spinosaurid.
It's a good start.
I also want to mention we're expecting more Spinosaurus updates next year, because when we interviewed Nizar Ibrahim back in episode 344, he teased a bunch of Spinosaurus things that should be coming out soon. So hopefully 2022 will be another good year for Spinosaurus. The next one I want to mention, I'm referring to as the longest time coming discovery. This one is Kolumo Lumo, and it's a sauropodomorph from South Africa. It was actually originally found back in 1955.
Oh, I love those stories.
Yeah, they excavated them over a few years. It was like 55, 56, 59, 63, and 1970. But it didn't get officially described until 2021.
Worth the wait.
I think so. It's a pretty cool one. It's a Triassic sauropodomorph, so it's got that typical bipedal stance, and it's relatively small for a sauropod, but it was actually pretty big for its time. And the name is really cool too, Kolumo Lumo. It refers to a dragon-like monster from Soto folklore, and it's also sometimes called a giant lizard or crocodile. But more recently, it's been popular in quote-unquote cryptozoology, with people thinking that it's out there and, hunting for it or whatever. But people found it because they named a dinosaur after it.
Whenever you say that name, I think of Dragon Ball Z.
Kolumo Lumo?
Mm-hmm.
What's in Dragon Ball Z with that name?
It sounds similar to what they say when they're powering up.
Oh, when they get the banana hair?
Well, they always have that kind of hair.
But it's not always the big yellow spiky hair.
Oh, that's true. But it is spiky.
Yeah. Kolumo Lumo, though, is cool. I think we've got about 90% of it when you combine all the individuals, but unfortunately, the holotype is just a single right tibia because all the bones are so jumbled up that they couldn't differentiate any of them to know which individual was together. It's just like you took a bunch of them and shuffled them together so they could only pick one bone as the holotype. Based on the femur circumference from the bone bed, they think it weighed about 2 to 4 tons, and they were about 9 meters or 30 feet long as adults, which again, for a sauropod, not that big, but for a Triassic sauropodomorph, pretty big.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for a sauropodomorph, that's a decent size.
Yeah. Another potential candidate for longest time coming is Rebinian hadros, named after Anatoly Rebinian, who posthumously described the dinosaur in 1945.
But then it wasn't officially named until 2021?
Yeah, so when I say posthumously described, this was that crazy story where he stayed in Leningrad during the siege of Leningrad and eventually died probably of starvation, but he wanted to stay there to keep working and protect his collection. But he was really prolific in writing and super important to the field of paleontology.
Oh yeah, his name comes up all the time.
It does. And I always need to remember, I always want to pronounce it Ryabinin, but I think it's pronounced Rebinian.
That's good to know. We'll try to remember that going forward.
Yeah. So this one, Rebinian ohadros, you can probably guess by the hadros part that it's a hadrosaur. Although calling it a hadrosaur might not be that accurate because it's not a hadrosaurid. It might not even be a hadrosauroid, but it might be in the larger group Ankylopalexia. So we could just call it an ornithopod, and then we'd have our bases covered.
Yeah. And we talked about that one in episode 321.
Yes. And just for the record, it was considered relatively slender at about 7 meters and approximately 23 feet long. And it was also late Cretaceous. Pretty much latest Cretaceous, probably within the last 10 million years. This one was actually officially published in 2020, but we covered it in 2021.
Oh, okay.
That's what we're going based on, is when we covered it, not when it was published. Because otherwise it could have made it into the previous best of, but it wasn't eligible. Another really cool discovery was the surprise Abelisaurid, which was found underneath a sauropod skeleton.
Oh, yeah.
And it's called Spectrovenator, which means ghost hunter. And it, quote, refers to the fact that the specimen was found unexpectedly underneath the holotype of Tapuiosaurus. So it's like it was a ghost because it got squished or because it was already dead when that one fossilized. I don't know, but it's pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
It turned out to actually be a pretty decent find, too, because they got a complete set of legs, hips, and quite a few vertebrae going into the back and tail from that point.
So one could say that sauropod skeleton helped preserve it.
It might have helped draw attention to it.
Why not both?
I don't know if a dead dinosaur on top of another dinosaur helps preserve that dinosaur.
Keeps it from some of the elements.
Maybe. Could be.
Yeah, good job, sauropod.
Or it fell on it and killed it, and then...
that seems unlikely.
But that would also help preserve it, because it can't fossilize if it's still up running around.
I guess. Or it positioned itself in a way to help each other out.
No.
Yeah, probably
That
not.
definitely didn't happen. But it was a pretty cool Abelisaurid. It was about 2 meters or 7 feet long, so actually pretty tiny, and only about 1 meter or 3 feet tall, which makes it about a third the length of Abelisauris, which already isn't particularly large for a theropod. But it is in good shape. It's a really nice find, and it's estimated to be between 115 and 125 million years ago.
Well done, sauropod, keeping that Abelisaur in good shape.
Okay. I guess we could end on that note. There's also a couple really cool dromaeosaurids. One of them is the velociraptor-like dromaeosaurid Sri Devi, which we talked about in episode 328. Sri Devi is Sanskrit for a female protector deity in Tibetan/Mongolian Buddhism, but protector deity is like not the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one where the picture that they even include in the article is Sri Devi riding a horse or donkey across an ocean of blood. Her accoutrements include a saddle of a flayed human skin,
Ugh.
the book of the law, and the dice of fortune, which is like, I guess that's a protector.
That's
but
quite a picture.
it sounds more like the Grim Reaper or something, like a pretty intense figure. And Sri Devi is fairly aptly named, too, because it has a sickle claw, which is proportionally larger than velociraptors.
Oh, the claws?
Yes. Yeah, the big, scary sickle claw on the second toe. Relative to the metatarsal foot bone, it's actually slightly longer, too. So, like, depending on how you look at it, it might be bigger in total. It's pretty ridiculous. The claw is 91 millimeters or 3.6 inches long along the outer curve, and that doesn't include a keratin sheath.
Yeah.
So you could be talking about like half a foot of claw, and this is not on a large animal. It's velociraptor size, so you're talking a couple meters long.
With a giant claw.
Yeah, it's intimidating. It's an intense animal.
What was it protecting?
Yeah. It's also a really well-preserved specimen. It's one of those beautiful Mongolian specimens where it's like 3D. The sandstone has it all propped up, basically, in a really pretty way. And it's got a good amount of the animal, especially the legs and back and tail. Several other foot claw bones, too. There's also another velociraptor-sized dromaeosaurid, which was found this year. That's pretty important. This one was from Tajikistan. And we talked about it in episode 347. It was actually found back in the 1960s. So in some other years, that might get the winner of longest time coming.
Right. But we
Not
got
this
one
year.
from the 50s. So.
And one from the 40s. So this one's named Consignathus, and it's from the Santonian, or about 85 million years ago, putting it significantly before Sri Devi and Velociraptor and a lot of other popular dromaeosaurs. Unfortunately, the only bone that was found was a single dentary, which is the lower jaw, without any erupted teeth.
Oh.
But it did have 12 tooth sockets, and there looked to be 2 unerupted teeth. So
You can still learn a lot.
Exactly. Yeah. If you're going to find one bone, usually part of the jaw or the maxilla with teeth in it is really good, especially for dinosaurs that have unique serrations and things. If it's maybe a sauropod or something, it might not be the most useful with little disposable teeth churning out, but something like a velociraptor, it could be pretty handy. Again, the size estimate is just like velociraptor, about 2 meters long or 6 feet. And the coolest thing about it is that it fills in a 20 million year gap in the fossil record because we don't have a ton of stuff from that time period, or really from Tajikistan in general. I think we only had one ceratopsian of note this year.
What?
At least there was only one I could find. I'm sorry if I missed one to these ceratopsian fans. But that one is Menepheceratops, which is really cool. And as the title says, it's the oldest centrosaurine and a new ceratopsid, which was found in the Menephe Formation, thus Menepheceratops.
Yeah. We covered that one in episode 338 originally.
Thanks for reminding. I forgot to say that. So being a centrosaurine, it's in the same group that includes Styracosaurus, and they often have those big central horns and decorative frills.
Yeah, that's one of the ways you can tell they're centrosaurine, usually.
But of course, there are many exceptions to every rule, and this is one of those.
Yeah.
It doesn't have much of a nasal horn. It's got 2 brow horns that curve forward a little bit, but it does have a pretty nice decorated frill. It's got specifically 3 bumps at the top of each side of the frill. So 6 total, 3 on each side, because every ceratopsian frill I've seen at least is symmetric. There might be a couple that are slightly asymmetric, but usually they're symmetric. So a lot of times they only count one side. And if you're familiar with Xenoceratops, it's a lot like that, but with a slightly less decorated frill. They also found quite a bit of the body, which was cool, including vertebrae from all over the body, as well as ribs and a femur and a bunch of limb bones. But again, the really important thing is that it's the oldest centrosaurine ceratopsian. That's because it's estimated to be late early Campanian, in other words, about 80 to 84 million years ago.
Pretty old for a ceratopsian.
Yes. Although there are other older ceratopsians, like Zuniceratops, which is at least 90 million years old, but this is for a centrosaurine ceratopsian, so you got to be a little bit specific to get that record. I think the coolest hadrosaur we talked about this year was in episode 340, and that was Tlodolophus.
Oh, yeah. Good job remembering how to pronounce that.
Yeah, the lateral fricative, just like Welsh. So Tlodolophus is named after the Tlatoli, which is this glyph that looks kind of like a comma, and Tlodolophus has a sort of comma-shaped head bump. So it's sort of, if you take a Parasaurolophus, curl its head thing into like a comma shape on its head, then you've got a pretty good idea about what Tlodolophus looks like. So it's pretty cool. As you might have expected, it's from Coahuila, Mexico, like a lot of recent finds that are named in Nahuatl. And it's from the late Cretaceous, about 73 million years ago, which is about the same age as Parasaurolophus, although very far away since Parasaurolophus is from basically Montana, Alberta, Canada type area. It's also the most complete Lambeosaurine so far found in Mexico. And I think, based on what I've seen, it might be the second longest hadrosaur crest after Parasaurolophus.
That's pretty cool.
Although it's a pretty distant second.
Yeah, it's hard to beat that one.
But the full skull length is 104 centimeters or 3 foot 5 inches long. And about a quarter of that, or a foot, is just crest behind the head.
This is why we're so fascinated with how they sounded.
Yeah. Or what else they might have used them for, because it's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
In case you're curious, too, the full body size of Tlodolophus is estimated to be about 12 meters or 40 feet long, which could even be a little bit larger than Parasaurolophus. Even though it didn't have a bigger crest, it may have had a bigger body.
But what did it sound like?
That's the real question, isn't it? We need another paper for that.
Probably more than one.
Then in episode 342, we had the long-awaited Australotitan cooperensis.
Yes. We've been waiting for years for that one.
Yeah, that's Cooper, the famous titanosaur from Australia, which we actually saw the holotype of in Aramanga
Mm-hmm.
back in 2019 when we did our road trip.
Yeah, it's a cool museum.
It is really cool. And it makes it a little more exciting when you really have to travel to get to it, because it's like you feel like you're sort of going on a little bit of an expedition, kind of like the people that found the bones in the first place.
But much less rough, but yeah.
Yeah. It's officially the first named dinosaur from the Aramanga Basin, although we're expecting more to be named. And even though we saw it at the Aramanga Museum, it was found 100 kilometers west of Aramanga. But it's a really cool dinosaur, and it includes a complete right humerus, which is really helpful for size estimates,
Oh, yeah.
as well as a bunch of other limb bones and hip bones, and both partial femora. And they even referred a few bones from other localities to Australotitan, so it's not just Cooper. Comparing humeri alone, it's clearly the largest Australian sauropod. Australotitan is about 1.5 meters or 4 foot 11 inches of humerus, whereas Diamantinosaurus, Savannosaurus, and Wintenotitan are all in the 1.1 to 1.2 meters of length range, which is, about 20% smaller. And those are all from Winton, Queensland. So they're all from Queensland, but Aramanga has them beat out a little bit. The femur of Australotitan is about 1.9 meters or a little under 6 foot 3 inches long.
So the femur alone is about your height.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's also much, much larger than other Australian sauropods. The referred femur, so not the one in the holotype, but a different specimen, not Cooper, but a different Australotitan specimen, is estimated to be 2.15 meters or 7 foot 1 inches long. And even Australotitan's ulna, which is not usually that long of a bone, is over a meter long. So this is a very large dinosaur. They estimate that it weighed somewhere in the Footalongosaurus to Dreadnoughtus ballpark.
Yep.
With it's got pretty big error margin, somewhere in the 24 to 74 ton range, just depending on how much meat it had on it. And if you do an estimate of body length based on femur length, which is not the best way to do a body length estimate, but it's basically all we got. We don't have a whole lot of vertebrae to reconstruct. It brings it close to Argentinosaurus and Patagotitan, which is probably in the very roughly 30 meters or 100 foot long ballpark. But that's really, really, really loose. It could be like plus or minus 25 feet probably from that, because we don't know how long its neck was or how long its tail was or anything. They also did a really cool job with 3D scanned cyber types on this one.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a really nice paper and a really cool discovery.
Another one that was worth the wait.
Definitely. And just a quick honorable mention to the oldest titanosaur found to date, which was described in 2021, and that's Ninja Titan, named after Sebastian Apesteguía, who is nicknamed El Ninja.
It's a good nickname.
I just love that. His nickname's El Ninja, so they named it Ninja Titan. This one is very old. It's from the Bajada Colorada Formation in Patagonia, and it's between 134 to 140 million years old, which the Cretaceous only started 145 million years ago. So it's almost edging into Jurassic. It's that old.
Yeah.
It's a crazy old titanosaur. It's ridiculous how old it is. It wasn't particularly huge and didn't have tons of really interesting features, but its age alone makes it.
That's what happens when it's older. It tends to be on the smaller side, tends to not have as many unique characteristics.
Yeah, but by Cretaceous time, right?
Oh, that's true.
Especially for sauropods. What was it, 150 million years ago? We already had the biggest, basically, limit, and then it was just other groups that sort of repeated that size. But yeah, it's possible that Volga Titan could be a little bit older too, if it's valid. But Ninja Titan, definitely the oldest sauropod within Titanosauria, known from more than just a couple fragmentary bones. Now I've got to do a couple of my favorite ankylosaurs.
Of course, a couple.
Well, one of them is really astonishingly cool, and that's...
You say that about every ankylosaur.
No, this is unlike any dinosaur ever found in history, really any animal. It's Spicomelus or Spicomelus, and it's an ankylosaur that was found The name means spike collar in Latin, and the bone that was found literally does look like a spiky collar, like a dog collar with spikes sticking out of it. It's quite curved, and it has spikes sticking out of it, but we think it was a rib of an ankylosaur.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, episode 357.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It superficially looks a little bit like a thagomizer, that spiky.
But on its ribs, yeah.
Yeah, it, nobody knows how this worked. Did they poke up through the skin or like what was going on? It's just ridiculous. And when they looked closely at it, they found that it's actually a partial rib with a osteoderm fused to it. And that's what the spikes are coming out of. It's like one giant osteoderm with multiple spikes on that osteoderm. It's the most ridiculous bone I've ever seen. I actually just looked it up again just to make sure that there hadn't been a paper saying like, oh no, this wasn't an ankylosaur. We were wrong. It was some other thing. Because I'm still a little bit skeptical that it's even ankylosaur because it's so ridiculous that we don't have any ankylosaurs that are anything like this. Like the osteoderms grow in the skin
Mhm.
and they stick up and they protect it. They don't go down and fuse to the skeleton. It just never happens that we see. So I don't know. I mean, I guess in the tail clubs you get it a little bit, but it's crazy.
Hopefully they find more fossils.
I really hope so. It's such a cool bone. It's fascinating. They basically figured out it was an ankylosaur based on some subtle details of when they did like a thin section and saw that the osteoderm has what they call a plywood-like structure where it follows the curvature in a specific pattern. But man, it's a cool bone. Even if it doesn't end up being an ankylosaur, it's still one of my favorite animals because it's so interesting.
What was going on here?
Yeah. It's also from the middle Jurassic, like 165 plus million years ago, which is really early for an ankylosaur. So it's just all over the place, crazy interesting, so cool. I like you hope they find more of this because it's such an interesting animal. And then I have an honorable mention for another ankylosaur. It's a fossilized ankylosaur, which it didn't have a head, so we don't know what specimen, what species it was or genus, but it fossilized in a really cool resting posture with its like legs underneath it.
Oh.
It was found in Mongolia. We talked about it in episode 330, and it's just really nice preservation. It's got a whole bunch of ribs and osteoderms, basically more or less in place, a lot of it, and the limbs and all sorts of stuff. It's just Mongolian fossils are some of my favorites because they often are preserved in that sort of lifelike pose where you can
Mhm.
get a lot of information about how they were situated when they fossilized.
Sometimes it's nice to think of dinosaurs relaxing too, not
Yeah,
always
exactly.
fighting or in flight mode,
Yep. Yeah.
just hanging out.
I think in one of the interviews were saying like it looks like it sort of like sat down and then that's how it fossilized. Then I've got one last dinosaur for our favorite dinosaurs of 2021, and it is the Uzbekistani Allosauroid named Ulubaysaurus. The most interesting thing about it is that it was an Allosauroid that's about 90 million years old, and it's in the same formation as an early Tyrannosauroid, Timurlengia.
Oh yeah, it's weird that they're together.
Well, it's kind of weird, but this is the fifth known example of a Tyrannosauroid and an Allosauroid in the same fauna. And in all five of those, including this one, the Allosauroid is the larger individual. So it's basically another piece of evidence that the Allosauroids were the apex predators and the Tyrannosauroids were mesopredators. And with this one, it expands that range to now tens of millions of years, where Tyrannosaurids were these non-apex predators in their ecosystems.
I remember this in episode 355, and then the question now is, what happened to the allosaurs? What made tyrannosaurs so dominant?
Yeah, so the general idea is that they went extinct on their own, more or less, maybe because the herbivores were changing in some way, their prey was changing, or the ecosystem was changing somehow. And then when they went extinct, that's when the Tyrannosauroids filled that niche.
Mhm.
But we don't know for sure. Ulubaysaurus was pretty big. It was probably mostly based on other Allosauroids, about 7.5 to 8 meters or 25 to 26 feet long. And they estimate it weighed over a ton, which doesn't seem like that much for that length, but Allosauroids are a lot thinner than Tyrannosauroids, at least in some cases. This formation is now the latest known formation with a tyrannosauroid and a carcharodontosaurid living together, and it beat the previous record by about 5 million years. So we're starting to narrow in a little bit better on when that switch of Allosauroid to Tyrannosauroid as the apex predator happened. So now we know it was, at least in this formation, more recent than 90 million years ago, and obviously less recent than 70, maybe 75 million years ago, when we know Tyrannosaurids were dominating all over the place.
We've got a few other updates. I'll keep this a little more general because they were updates that we had in multiple episodes. So, for example, Jurassic World, there were a lot of things to talk about because there's all these previews coming out and teasers and all kinds of fun things to speculate on. The latest episode, the most recent episode where we talked about was 367, but we talked about it throughout the year. Then Massachusetts is practically got a state dinosaur. It's not quite there yet.
Practically. We were talking about it all year, and they still don't have it quite yet.
It's under the last step, I think. Our latest update was episode 361, so they'll get there soon. And the update was that it needs to go to the Senate, the state Senate, and then the governor signs it, and then it's official.
Okay, so 2 steps.
Yeah.
But presumably, they expect the governor to sign it.
And the Senate and everything to go smoothly, yeah. People want this. There was, of course, the controversial dinosaur Ubirajara, which we covered in a few episodes, and the latest one was episode 365.
Yeah, we talked about it last year with the controversy of the dinosaur got exported from Brazil to Germany, and then the Brazilian paleontologist said it was exported illegally. And then this year, the German paleontologist said, well, we don't think it was illegal. And then shortly after that, the description of it got retracted from the journal.
Yeah, the most recent update is their 4 scientists wrote up a letter published in Nature, Ecology, and Evolution about the moral and legal imperative to return illegally exported fossils. So this is an ongoing debate. I'm sure there'll be further updates about it next year as well.
It was pretty one-sided at SVP. I didn't hear anybody who was supporting Ubirajara staying in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I heard about it, although I heard from a lot more Brazilian paleontologists than German paleontologists. But yeah, I think the consensus is pretty much that it should probably be returned to Brazil. So I'm expecting that to happen within the next few years. Although who knows?
Yeah.
Sometimes people hold on to things in museums for a really long time that they shouldn't.
And then on a lighter note, one of my favorite fun facts, which we covered in episode 335, was that there are around 2.5 billion T-Rex that ever lived.
I looked it up the other day. There have been over 100 billion humans. So we already way beat out T-Rex.
Right. Well, depending with the model they used, there could have been more T-Rex. And just for reference, the range was that there could be as few as 140 million T-Rex and as many as 42 billion T-Rex.
Yeah, so even on the upper end, there have been at least twice as many people.
Yeah.
In a much shorter time period. We sure know how to reproduce better than T-Rex.
That's true. But it's crazy when you think about the number of T-Rex specimens that have been found so far. That's in the double digits. And then there might have been 2.5 billion that lived.
Yeah.
And now onto our dinosaur of the day, Amargasaurus, which was a request from Crow via Patreon and Discord. So thanks. It was a basal sauropodomorph that lived in the late Triassic in what is now Clifton, Bristol, England. Amargasaurus walked on 2 legs and it had a long tail and it had short neural spines on its back. It's estimated to be 6.7 feet or about 2 meters long and weigh 55 pounds or 25 kilograms. The fossils were found back in 1834, and they include part of the torso, back vertebrae, ribs, gastralia, shoulder girdle, humeri, part of the forearm, hand, and then more bones later were referred to as Silosaurus, and that includes bones from the neck, tail, pelvis, arm, and leg, and those might belong to the holotype.
So what are we missing at that point? We're missing hands?
Yeah, there's some hands.
How about feet?
Yes, missing some of the feet.
And the skull, I think. I don't think you mentioned any skull.
Yeah, the skull. So it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It was described in 1836 by Henry Riley and Samuel Stutchbury. Originally, it was described as Thecodontosaurus.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking 1836. I should have heard of this. I have heard of Thecodontosaurus.
Yes. A description of the fossils in 1836 said that they were obtained by Captain Cotley and, quote, found partly lying on the slopes among the ruins of fallen cliffs and partly in situ in the sandstone, end quote.
Now I'm seeing why you said they might be part of the holotype. Because that does not sound like the greatest and most precise field notes you could get.
Yes. Othniel Charles Marsh brought the fossils of what's now a Silosaurus to Yale University between 1888 and 1890. And because of that, these fossils survived World War II. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed in 1940 during the Bristol Blitz, along with the holotype of Thecodontosaurus. These fossils were then described as and named as a Silosaurus in 2007 by Peter Galton. The type species is now a Silosaurus yalensis, and the genus name means unharmed or sanctuary lizard because the fossils were not destroyed in World War II.
That's clever.
Yeah, and the species name refers to Yale.
It's like they got an asylum visa as a dinosaur during World War II.
A little bit. So Galton found that the fossils of Asilosaurus had 3 distinguishing features that made it its own genus and not Thecodontosaurus. There's differences in the deltopectoral crest, the humerus and manus, and the ischia. He also found some plesiomorphic or ancestral traits that it had, like basal sauropodomorphs, such as the structure of the manus and humerus and the shape of the brain case. In 2020, Antonio Bellel and others redescribed Thecodontosaurus antiquus based on new material found in Tytherington, England. They discussed the, quote, questionable validity of Asilosaurus yalensis. They said that the deltopectoral crest wasn't a valid distinguishing characteristic because Thecodontosaurus and Pantodraco, which Pantodraco was also formerly Thecodontosaurus, those specimens had incomplete crests, and the tip of the crest, it's pretty easy to be distorted through taphonomy.
And that's where the unique feature was?
Yes. So it's possible that what's thought to be this unique feature in Asilosaurus is because of the way it was fossilized and not actually a unique feature. They had the same issue with the humerus, and the way that the manus looks in Asilosaurus, they said, is similar to other basal sauropodomorphs like Eoraptor and Cerosaurus. And they said the third character was, quote, based on ischium fragments that were tentatively referred to Asilosaurus without any evidence, end quote.
Harsh.
So they concluded that none of the 3 characters were enough for Asilosaurus to be considered a valid genus and said that Asilosaurus yalensis was, quote, a taxon of highly questionable validity, end quote.
That's a bummer. It's such a cool name.
Yeah. They also doubted the validity of Pantodraco.
Wow. Thecodontosaurus is going to be the last one standing.
Could be. Bringing them all lumping them all back together.
I guess so.
So other animals that lived around the same time and place as Asilosaurus included theropods, phytosaurs, sharks, fish, crocodilomorphs, and lizards.
And our fun facts of the day, my 2 favorites. One's from episode 330, and that is that there is a Nanotyrannus equivalent of Tarbosaurus.
Oh, yeah.
So it's the same thing how Nanotyrannus is a small tyrannosaur or a small Tyrannosaurus, usually considered a juvenile T-Rex. But for Tarbosaurus, there's the dinosaur Shanshanosaurus, which is usually considered to be a juvenile Tarbosaurus. I just think that's fun because there's so many similarities between Tarbosaurus and Tyrannosaurus.
Yeah, and mix-ups.
Yep. And they both have their own juvenile / maybe unique species. And my other favorite fun fact is from episode 334, and that's that Stegosaurus had alternating plates, not pairs of plates, like it's sometimes depicted, but lots of other Stegosaurs have been recovered with pairs of plates.
So Stegosaurus was just a weirdo.
It might be, or it might be that we've found other weirdos. I don't know.
But Stegosaurus is a weirdo, at least in one way, and that's that it had really large plates for a Stegosaurus. Usually, the other Stegosaurs have much smaller plates. Oftentimes, they look more like spikes even than plates. Oftentimes, too, they change quite a bit as they go farther on the back. So, something to keep in mind when you're thinking of Stegosaurus and Stegosaurus.
Yeah. Good to keep in mind, I guess, if you want to doodle some.
It's true. If you want to go down the Erictodromius burrow with me on those two, episode 330 and 334, and go a little bit more into detail.
A little bit.
Especially the Nanotyrannus thing.
And that wraps up our best of 2021 episode for I Know Dino. We're really looking forward to next year, 2022. We already know there's a lot of new dinosaurs to cover.
Yeah, we've got Jurassic World Dominion coming out too.
Of course. And probably more Camp Cretaceous.
Yeah, considering how many seasons came out this year?
3, I think.
Oh, man.
Yeah. They were fun to watch. And then, of course, hopefully SVP 2022 will be in person. So far, it's scheduled to be in November in Toronto.
Which, hearing you say that makes me think it might not be the worst thing ever if it wasn't in person, because
of the cold.
November in Toronto is not my favorite destination. It's not where I would choose to go in November, at least.
It is pretty, and it would be full of dinosaurs, so.
Yeah, that's a win. Going into the ROM with a ton of paleontologists would be really fun, too.
Oh, yeah, and seeing their new galleries.
Yeah, seeing Zool again.
Mm-hmm. Is Zool there?
I'm not sure. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be back in time.
Thank you again for listening and being with us all year. And if you want even more dinosaur content, more than the podcast, check out our website, iknowdino.com. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today in our 422nd episode, episode 422, we've got the top 22 dinosaur discoveries of 2022.
It's all very fitting.
A lot of twos. Really, it's our favorite 22 dinosaur stories of the year.
And a couple of them were from the end of 2021.
Yes, and some of them aren't like discoveries per se, but some of them are multiple discoveries, so I think there's still at least 22 discoveries in there.
I think so too.
There's also a bonus mosasaur story that we have in the mix as well. We also have Dinosaur of the Day, Hansusia. And of course, we have 2 fun facts, which are our 2 favorite fun facts from 2022. More 2s. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons for helping to keep the podcast running. And this week we have one new patron to thank, and that is Chris. Thank you for joining just before the holidays, giving us a little pick-me-up for the end of the year. And then rounding out our shout-outs, we've got Talon, Brosis Girl, Samanchosaurus, Danny Hermes, Greg, Ben at Jurassic Site B, Morgan Eklov, Kessler, and George.
Thank you so much for being our patrons and, for sticking with us through the end of this year.
Yeah, and with the SVP bonus content, which we just released, we now have 100 recordings and even 100 of premium content on our Patreon.
Yes, and that bonus mosasaur story that we're sharing is actually a part of our premium content on Patreon, but it's the season of giving, so we felt like sharing it with you.
Yes, there are 15 other stories in there as well that we won't be sharing in this podcast. That's only available to our patrons.
Before we get into all of that, I just want to take a moment to go over some of our big accomplishments from the year, because the end of the year is a good time to reflect, and we have a lot to be grateful for this year. Starting with, of course, we had our baby earlier in the year. Big accomplishment. Yay.
Yep. She's our favorite person.
Yeah. In terms of what I Know Dino's done, we got our holiday gift guide out for the year. We did a lot of new types of content for our show. Episodes like What Makes a Dinosaur, and the Dinosaur Connection Challenge. That's our new segment. We hadn't announced the name until just now.
Yeah, we finally came up with a name we liked. We both liked.
Yeah, where If you're a patron, you can give us a topic, any topic, and we find a way to connect it to dinosaurs. And we've done it a few times, and we plan on doing it a lot more. This year was the first time we traveled since the pandemic started. We went to SVP in Toronto, and that was great. We got to connect with a lot of paleontologists we hadn't seen in a while, and of course, report on some amazing stories that came out.
Yeah, it was the first time it was in person in the last 3 years, too. So
yeah,
it was our first opportunity to go to SVP in a while.
Yes. And then earlier in the year, too, we did a live stream with one of the animators who worked on Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, a number of those movies. That was Glenn McIntosh. And that was a lot of fun because he has an amazing collection of dinosaur art.
Oh, yeah. And puppets and statues.
Sculptures,
that's the word.
Yeah. And something that I am not sure if we had announced on this podcast, but we got a book deal this year with National Geographic Kids. And so that will be coming out in a couple of years. It's going to be a dinosaur book for kids.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned. And yes, a lot to be grateful for. And of course, on the I Know Dino podcast front, we also covered something like 33 new dinosaur discoveries, which, yes, there were a few more that came out just at the end of this year. We'll be covering early next year.
Yes. Still very much in the golden age of dinosaur discoveries.
Yes. We also reached a milestone episode 400, and we interviewed Michael Benton, and we talked about Hatseg Island, the dwarf dinosaurs, and Franz Nopsche. And there were some other episodes that were a bit less about dinosaur news and more about other topics. If you're looking for something maybe a little more storytelling, like we also had an episode on Roy Chapman Andrews.
He's a very interesting guy. So is Franz Nopsche, for sure. I think you said your favorite episode was What Makes a Dinosaur, which was our episode 392.
That was one of my favorites to research. And I also really enjoyed the one you did, Garrett, on how dinosaurs became birds in episode 390.
The jury is still slightly out on that, but I covered as much as we do know.
Yep.
And yeah, there were countless other episodes we really enjoyed and lots of other great interviews, but too many to mention here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's safe to say we enjoyed all of our interviews.
So without further ado, we're going to get on to our long list of best and most favorite topics from 2022, kicking it off with the soft tissue discoveries.
Yes, I love soft tissue discoveries.
So we picked out our favorite 3. There were more than 3. It's really hard to narrow down, but these were what we thought the best were.
It's amazing we got it down to 3.
Yeah. Everything else we got down to at least 2, if not 1, but soft tissue, we could only narrow it down to 3. And it's because it is always so impressive when any soft tissue preserves in the fossil record. We all learned as kids that the only thing that preserves, the only thing that fossilizes, are bones and hard things like occasionally keratin. So we never expect to find anything soft tissue, but more and more, as researchers know what to look for in the rock and they get better preparation techniques and things, we're finding more and more soft tissue in the fossil record.
Mm-hmm.
So our favorite piece of soft tissue and what we consider the best soft tissue paper of the year was the description of Dakota, and that's an Edmontosaurus mummy.
Even if you've got a mummy, you know you've got a lot of good soft tissue.
Yes. This dinosaur Dakota is at the North Dakota Heritage Center and State Museum in Bismarck, and it's nearly complete. The skeleton is nearly complete. It's just missing the head, the tip of the tail, and the left arm. It is unfortunate it's missing the head because that's sort of a key part of a dinosaur, or really any vertebrate.
Soft tissue in a head, that would be amazing.
We've seen a little bit of it before.
Mm-hmm.
That's like how we know that they didn't have straight up duck bills. They had, teeth or a beak over the front that sort of overlapped a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But of that skeleton that's preserved, about half of it is covered in skin, which is pretty amazing. It includes a huge continuous area of both hind legs and the hips through all of the preserved tail, the amount of the tail that is preserved. And it also includes the front right leg or right arm, if you prefer, but it's quadrupedal, so it's basically a leg. The skin is also all a little bit shiny due to the high iron content.
Oh, yeah.
It's like sparkly, glittery skin, which is really beautiful. And it's still being prepared. Even though it's being described, It's been worked on for at least 14,000 hours so far.
Mm-hmm.
There's still quite a bit to do, and that's because they're taking their time since it's such an important specimen and they don't want to accidentally prepare away some of that skin or damage it in any way. The latest discovery, because like I said, this was actually found and put on display way back in 2008, but the latest detail that's been released is that there are tooth and or claw marks on the skin.
Yeah.
And what they said is, quote, prior to burial, the skin that originally covered the humerus was torn, inverted inside out, and pulled down the forelimb, partially degloving the arm and exposing the internal soft tissues and bones for further modification, end quote.
The description of degloving is... Ugh.
It is graphic. That was my favorite description of anything in terms of just like really gnarly dinosaur science in the year.
Mm-hmm.
And they also had another good quote, evidence that the specimen had an extremely thick, muscular, or fatty tail in life, end quote.
Yeah.
Which I just thought was really descriptive of how big its tail was. They said it was about 95 centimeters or 3 feet deep at the base, which is just a massive tail. It's hard to even imagine a tail that thick. The authors also proposed a different mechanism than immediate burial to preserve the skin, which they called desiccation and deflation. Basically, the animals are punctured through the skin so that the animals eating on them can get to the tasty internal organs or a few other tasty internal things, like muscle and fat and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't eat it completely, leaving the tough skin and less meaty bits alone. And again, scavengers usually skip the skin. That's why vultures are bald, so they can shove their heads deep inside an animal without getting all sorts of like viscera stuck in their feathers.
Also graphic.
Yeah. And then what they think happened is with all these holes in it, that left space for the juices to sort of ooze out of the body, and that eliminated the optimal environment for bacteria and other microorganisms to decompose Dakota. So Dakota dried out instead of just decomposing in like a mushy pile and then deflated with the skin sort of collapsing down onto the body. And then eventually it got buried maybe months later. And then that sort of aided in the mummification process. So that's partly why I thought this was the best paper on soft tissue, because it sort of explained a mechanism for how the soft tissue might be preserved in a lot of these mummies.
Yeah. And that one we covered in episode 413, so if you want to hear even more details, check it out. As an honorable mention for soft tissue, we have the dinosaur intestines, which we just covered in the last episode. We did think it might have been too recent to include, but it's just so cool. This is that Dromaeosaur daolong that was found with intestinal remnants, as the paper put it. There's a bluish layer on the back half of the rib cage, and it looks similar to an intestinal tract preserved in another dinosaur, Scipionix, so that is one way to confirm that, yes, these are part of the intestines.
Certainly, yeah, the more you find the same thing in different individuals helps you confirm that it's not just some random feature that happens to look like an intestine in one of them. If you see the same thing over and over again, that helps a lot.
Yeah. So it helps us learn a lot more about theropods. And, having a couple of specimens now, we know what to look for when you're comparing other specimens, and you can see, oh, they also have intestinal remnants. Or if we thought that there was something else, like, for example, there's a Sinosauropteryx specimen that we used to think had eggs preserved with it in the abdomen, but now we're thinking they're intestinal remnants. So things can change. And daolong also is just a really well-preserved specimen. We have a link in the show notes to the paper, which is open access, so you can check it out for yourself. It's really cool to see. And our other honorable mention for soft tissue is the paper we talked about in episode 385 about sauropod goosebumps. Well, goosebump-like structures, I should say.
Sauropod bumps.
Yeah. This was a team that studied or re-examined Hastosaurus skin, and they found scales and structures that looked somewhat like goosebumps. also known as papillae. They found it through laser imaging. The specimen is really old. The sample was found back in 1852.
That is really old. It's nice that it was actually still preserved, because a lot of the stuff that was prepped back in especially the mid-1800s, even mid-1900s, a lot of those details got lost.
Yeah. What they're thinking is that the structures help sauropods regulate their body heat by increasing surface area to keep them cool.
Oh, it's that one. That was a cool one. Yeah. Basically, they thought the skin was like super porous.
Oh, you're mixing that up with an SVP talk that talked about diplodocid skin.
Oh, that is a different one. You're right.
That was found in the Mother's Day quarry. That was one of those ones it was hard to decide which one to talk about.
Yeah, that was on the short list for the soft tissue talks for this.
But that's a good point. We just have more and more evidence of sauropod skin having these porous structures, and they were so big they needed a way to stay cool somehow.
Yeah. Or in this case, I guess bumpy. But either way, you're helping to increase the amount of surface area, because that is one of the big mysteries with sauropods. How did they keep their body cool when they had so much mass and so much heat, presumably generated from digesting all that plant material? And it was, a lot of meat around it, basically. Even though it's not blubber, it's still a lot of insulation.
Yeah. Personally, I just like the idea of picturing a sauropod getting goosebumps.
Yeah. Or permanently having goosebumps, just trying to cool off.
Oh, that'd be strange.
It is interesting to think of goosebumps as a way to cool off, because when we get goosebumps, it's because we're cold. And now on to our best paleopathology study. This is another sauropod.
It's right up there. Paleopathologies are right up there with soft tissue for us.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I might even like paleopathologies a little bit better, because they really, I don't want to say humanize the dinosaurs, but sort of bring them into a more realistic animal sort of frame of mind, that they weren't just sort of indestructible fighting machines or something like that.
Well, you can definitely sympathize, maybe empathize.
Yeah.
Some of the paleopathologies are gnarly.
Yes, definitely. So our winner was published in Scientific Reports by Carrie Woodruff, and it is Dolly. Dolly has the first evidence of a respiratory infection in a sauropod.
Oh, yeah, poor Dolly.
And Dolly's actually at the Museum of the Rockies. They found Dolly's skull and the first 7 neck vertebrae in a row, sort of in a series, which is really awesome and not something that you typically find. It's hard to find articulated sauropod anything, let alone multiple vertebrae connected to a head. And Dolly is considered a diplodocid, or diplodocid if you prefer, although the authors used Diplodocus for their drawings, so they sort of just went with Diplodocus, even though we don't know for sure which diplodocid it was. The pathology piece of it is that they found quote-unquote broccoli-shaped growths in 3 neck vertebrae.
Ugh, ouch.
And again, I'm quoting Riley Black with the broccoli-shaped analogy.
It's a good one.
It is, and it just seems very intense to have sort of broccoli-shaped growths.
Very uncomfortable sounding.
Yeah. The most simple explanation for these broccoli-shaped growths is that Dolly had air saculitis. And again, itis, you stick it on the end of anything and it means inflammation of that thing. So air saculitis means inflammation of the air sacs. It's a really common symptom of other problems. So an infection or a disease can cause air saculitis. Air saculitis is basically a symptom of some other issue. It's not a disease itself. And air saculitis is pretty similar to bronchitis, except that obviously bronchitis happens in the bronchial tubes in the lungs, whereas air saculitis happens in the air sacs. But birds have air sacs all over the place, and dinosaurs presumably had several different air sacs as well. So in this case, we're talking about air sacs in the neck. Even though we don't have air sacs, birds can still infect people when they're sick and when they have air saculitis. For example, if they have an infection in their air sacs, it sometimes spreads to humans and causes bronchitis.
Oh, I didn't realize about bronchitis.
Yeah, because we can't get air saculitis. Bronchitis is more or less our version, although we can get other sorts of inflammation in our respiratory system too.
All of it is uncomfortable.
Yes, and can be deadly. Sometimes air saculitis can be spotted with the naked eye on birds because their neck can get super swollen
Oh,
if the air sacs are swelling beneath at like the base of the neck. Modern birds have air sacs there, especially chickens. That's where a lot of these diseases spread.
so maybe it was obvious in Dolly the sauropod.
It's possible, yes. Although the authors did say, quote, note that the pulmonary disease infecting this animal would not have been externally evident, but the probable pneumonia-like outward symptoms would have included coughing, labored breathing, nasal discharge, fever, and weight loss, among others, end quote. So they didn't think you'd be able to see the air saculitis just, from the inflammation of the air sacs. But obviously, if it's oozing out of its nose and stuff, you might be able to notice that.
Yep.
In an advanced stage, it could also be really extra skinny after weight loss. And in a Q&A at SVP a few years ago, somebody asked how long would the animal have been sick? And they didn't know exactly, but they estimated 6 to 12 months, which is a very long time to be dealing with an infection like that.
Yes.
They think that Dolly's air saculitis was most likely caused by a bacteria or fungus. And over time, the infection got bad enough in the air sacs that it spread to the bones, and that's why we can see it in the fossil.
Oh.
And it resulted in osteomyelitis. Itis again, that's the inflammation of a bone in this case. And those are those broccoli-shaped growths. Although, since the only thing preserved is the osteomyelitis, it's possible it was caused by something other than a respiratory infection. We can't rule out other causes of bone inflammation. However, because the infection seems localized to a few neck vertebrae, it is the simplest explanation that it was an infection in the air sac in the neck. Even more speculative, trying to figure out what might have been the cause of that infection, the western interior seaway would have been warm and damp, which is a good place to grow fungus. So Dolly could have gotten aspergillosis, which is caused by a fungal infection in birds. It's not biomineralized, meaning you don't get osteomyelitis in birds, but it can be in humans. And the earliest record of aspergillosis is from about 40 million years ago. And in birds, it is lethal without treatment. So if Dolly had aspergillosis, that was likely the cause of death. And even if the cause of the osteomyelitis didn't kill Dolly, it would have weakened it. So it would have had that appearance of nasal discharge and fever and weight loss and all that kind of stuff. So it probably would have been a target for predators.
Well, would you really want to eat something so phlegmy?
You could just not eat the head and neck. Go for the legs.
That's true.
Base of the tail.
So we covered that story back in episode 379 if you want to check it out. Keeping with our sauropod theme, we've got earliest sauropod of the year. And by earliest, I mean it lived a long, long time ago, not that, it was the first sauropod of 2022 that we talked about. So this dinosaur, this sauropod, is Embargasaurus. It was found in what is now Zimbabwe, and it's one of Africa's oldest dinosaurs. It lived around 230 million years ago.
Yeah, they don't get much older than that.
No. The really interesting thing about Embargasaurus, this find, is that it helps show that the earliest dinosaurs lived in the far south of Pangaea in temperate climates. And the gist here is that in the late Triassic, there weren't many geographic barriers, but there might have been climate belts that kept certain animals in certain areas of the world.
Yeah, we think like the middle of Pangaea was super hot.
And in this study, the team made a model and they found that dinosaurs were more likely to move around the world when the climate barriers were lowered. This coincides with an event where globally there was just a lot more humidity, and that kind of made it less intense in the arid areas.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'd rather cross a desert when there's some more humidity and maybe some water from time to time than it being super arid.
Yes. And then when that happened, dinosaurs started moving north, so makes sense. And these climate barriers may have also affected the movements of other animals like mammals and turtles and amphibians. And that even influenced these groups today. And the fact that you see them in certain parts of the world today is because of where their ancestors were able to go.
Yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, technically about sauropods, but also about climate.
Mm-hmm.
I should say technically I've been saying sauropod, but Embargasaurus was a sauropodomorph.
That makes sense. 230 million years ago would be pretty early for a true sauropod.
Yes.
Up next, we have a carnivore, which any other year might have been the best new carnivore of the year, but we had an even better one.
There's so much competition these days.
There is. So this we are calling our best megaraptorid or largest megaraptorid of the year because it's not quite as good as the best carnivore. This new megaraptorid is called Mipe or Mape. I think Mipe is slightly more accurate of a pronunciation. That looks a little bit more like Mape because it's spelled M-A-I-P. Being a megaraptorid, unsurprisingly, it's a large carnivore with mega and raptor in the name. But maybe surprisingly, if you're not super familiar with megaraptorids, it is not a raptor in any way. The hand claw of the namesake megaraptor was originally thought to be a toe sickle claw and thus megaraptor.
Mm-hmm. Because the claw was so big.
Yeah, the claw was about a foot long, and people thought, wow, that's a really big raptor. But it turned out just to be a big hand claw. Still a very impressive claw. A foot-long claw on a hand or a foot is still scary. It's probably scarier on a hand, actually. Megaraptor itself is about 8 meters or 26 feet long and weighed about a ton. That's about the size of a typical Allosaurus, although maybe more slender, and it obviously had much more impressive hand claws, especially that first claw. This new megaraptorid, named Mape, is named after an evil entity from Anikonk mythology that represents, quote, the shadow of the death, and, quote, which kills with cold wind and roams in the Andes Mountains, which I just find to be a very creepy and impressive name for a dinosaur.
Yes.
Even though Mipe sounds not so scary in English, when you know the origin of it, it sounds really cool. And the species name is Macrothorax. Obviously, it has a very bulky body or a, quote, wide thoracic cavity. And it is very wide. It's estimated to be over 1.2 meters or 4 feet wide.
Wow.
It is a bulky individual. For scale, again, the average horse is about 2.5 feet wide. So this is a very large animal. It's roughly the same width as a Clydesdale horse.
I was just about to bring up Clydesdales, yeah.
Yeah. But if a Clydesdale had foot-long claws on arms, and yeah.
Yeah, no thank you.
So Mipe is from the early Maastrichtian, about 70 million years ago, so it's pretty late in dinosaur time. And they found a decent number of bones. Unfortunately, they didn't find any of the hands, so no new big hand claws to ogle over, or arms or skull, but they did find a ton of the body in different areas. If you want all those details, I get into it in episode 388, but I don't want to list it all out again. For the record, their reconstruction puts it at about 3 meters or about 10 feet tall while standing. They only found a couple fragments from the legs, so this is a pretty rough estimate. But lengthwise, they estimate Mipe was about 9 to 10 meters or 30 to 33 feet long, which would probably make it the largest megaraptorid ever found.
Yeah.
And that does make me wonder just how big its hand claws would have been if they found them. We still don't know exactly what the closest relatives to megaraptorins are, but in their phylogenetic analysis with these more complete bones to work with, they ended up recovering it right next to Tyrannosauroidea, which is really interesting, that this thing with huge claws, famously massive claws.
The opposite of a Tyrannosaur, yeah.
Exactly, despite being a close relative. And similar to tyrannosaurs that seem to sort of fill a void when allosauroids went extinct, that might be the same story with Mipe taking advantage of the lack of carcharodontosaurids in the southern hemisphere. So very cool new dinosaur, super interesting, and probably super scary.
Our next pick is keeping the debate going. You'll know what that means in a second. It's that Taurosaurus is considered a valid dinosaur in the latest paper about it. We covered this in episode 381. The authors of this paper described 2 frills found from Canada that were either previously attributed to other ceratopsians or hadn't really been described. There were some pieces of the leg associated with one of the frill too, and they found that specimen to be a late subadult or early adult individual, which is just a little bit older than we'd like for settling this debate. But what's cool is this is the first time talking about Torosaurus in Canada, and they even said there's possibly multiple species of Torosaurus, so really changing the debate there, or upping the ante.
Going from just Triceratops and no Torosaurus to Triceratops, Torosaurus, and another Torosaurus, and another Torosaurus.
Yep. It would still help to find a juvenile Torosaurus, though, in terms of settling the debate that, yes, there is Torosaurus. So I think this debate will continue for a little while.
Yes. Then our next category were the biggest movies / shows of the year.
I bet you could guess.
Obviously, we're talking about Jurassic World, Dominion, and Prehistoric Planet.
Which came out around the same time, so it was really hard not to compare the two.
It was hard. I think the producers over at Apple TV did a very good job capitalizing on the Jurassic World Dominion
marketing.
Yes. And everybody's summer interest in dinosaurs. So as far as Jurassic World Dominion goes, I really enjoyed the beginning of Dominion, as I said at the time. Just like with Fallen Kingdom, it featured really fun scenes with dinosaurs in interesting environments. You had that mosasaur taking down a crab boat, which was excellent. You had the little girl getting chased by compies. There was a clip we had seen of Stegosaurus walking across a mountain road with a car swerving off a cliff to avoid it. That looked like a YouTube video of somebody like racing down some mountain roads. And then there were doves getting eaten by pterosaurs at a wedding.
Oh, yeah.
That was hilarious. And then there were some other awesome little things, like there was a sauropod getting lured out of a log yard, and just lots of fun details of dinosaurs in different environments. What I really want is a spin-off of just Justice Smith at the CIA in their Dangerous Species Division investigating dinosaur incidents around the U.S.
That would be fun.
Still hasn't been announced.
You never know.
Yeah, it could happen. It would be great. I mean, they did the whole Camp Cretaceous thing for like 5 seasons. Why not have a couple seasons of Justice Smith running around, looking at different dinosaurs around the world, getting up to no good? That would be fantastic.
I did also enjoy the Therizinosaurus in Dominion.
Oh, yeah. And they made it blind, and it was sort of like echolocating, clicking and stuff. Yeah. I know that it really got a lot of people interested in Therizinosaurus because when I tried Googling Therizinosaurus afterwards, the first thing I got, like, was Therizinosaurus real? So, yeah, they definitely helped get a lot of people interested in some of these new dinosaurs. But I do have to say, Prehistoric Planet may be my favorite dinosaur documentary of all time now. It is so good. It's basically a very modern Walking with Dinosaurs. So if you haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend getting a month of Apple TV Plus. Maybe you can get a free trial or something and watching it because
it's gorgeous.
It's in a whole other league. It basically looks as good, if not better, than Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh.
The animation quality in it is beautiful. There are scenes with other animals than just dinosaurs, too. Like they have some crabs scurrying along the sand, and I still can't tell if that was a real crab or if that was CGI. There's some moments where you can tell it's CGI, but I think some of it is real. They did such a good job mixing in real effects and real animals with different CGI that it's fantastic. And there are a few things in it which are a little bit out in left field, like sauropods with like these big puffy balloons on their neck.
Oh, yeah, I loved watching that.
And there are Carnotaurus with like these bright blue arms that they're like flinging around almost like a hummingbird or something, which definitely is not, settled science. It's more of like a fun hypothesis. But there are other things in there that, like my favorite scene in the whole series was that Velociraptor sort of gliding down the cliffs and trying to take advantage of these pterosaurs nesting and getting at their eggs and the young. And yeah, it's just so interesting. Like I'd never even considered that maybe Velociraptor would have had that tail fan, or maybe that was an early advantage for having something wing-like on their body,
Yeah.
sort of attacking things on cliffs. It was just so interesting and so cool to see.
I will say I like both Dominion and Prehistoric Planet. They just fill different things depending on what you're looking for.
Yeah. As like big time science nerds, Prehistoric Planet is more our wheelhouse. But Jurassic World Dominion was still pretty enjoyable.
Oh, yeah. And like you said, it got people interested in different kinds of dinosaurs. And I mean, they introduced feathered dinosaurs, and their animations were also pretty great.
Yeah. I'm happy that even though the critical reception of Jurassic World Dominion wasn't great, fans still really liked it, and it made a ton of money, because that means that there's going to be more money available for other dinosaur projects, and that people will hopefully keep talking about them. And it didn't go the way with Jurassic Park 3, which I actually really enjoyed.
Yeah.
But critically, it was not well received, and fans didn't really like it. And then the franchise just sort of died for like 20 years.
Right.
So I definitely prefer it this way.
And some dinosaur projects have already been announced. So here we go. We talk even more in depth about both of these shows in episode 394. Our next category is most misunderstood dinosaur. And that's because it's all about the dodo. This was our April Fool's episode 383, and I go way in depth about the dodo bird, which turns out very misunderstood. It's kind of the symbol for extinct animals, but it was actually very resilient, and it was discovered at a weird time in human history.
It's very similar to the misconception about dinosaurs, and dinosaurs being like big, lumbering, oafish, irrelevant animals. Like dodo is synonymous with being
dumb.
Yeah. And so like people are like, oh, that dumb dodo, that's why it went extinct.
Yeah. And wasn't that case at all.
Yeah.
I want to share a quick poem that I found when I was researching this episode. The dodo used to walk around and take the sun and air. The sun yet warms his native ground. The dodo is not there. The voice which used to squawk and squeak is now forever dumb. Yet you may see his bones and beak all in the museum. Dumb there, I think they mean quiet.
That's a good poem. And true, we have the skeletons of it, although there aren't any good taxidermied ones, because like you said in that episode, we don't really know exactly what it looked like.
No, we have some speculations, there's some paintings, but the record keeping was it was a different style back then.
Yeah.
And for a long time, people didn't believe dodo birds existed. And then once they went extinct, people didn't believe that they went extinct.
Yeah. Yep. And the paintings don't agree either. So like, I remember you went into some detail about which painting was probably the most accurate and all that. But when you have multiple different paintings and they all look a little different.
Right. And one of the most accurate paintings was actually not native. Like there's other birds and they're not native to where the dodo was from. And it's because that dodo got shipped as a present somewhere far, far away and ended up in a collection of birds, exotic birds.
It was like painting something that's in a zoo, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, poor dodo.
We also have our favorite new segment, which is the Dinosaur Connection Challenge. So far, we've connected dinosaurs to sandwiches in episode 411, chocolate in episode 414, and baking in episode 415. We have a lot more to go.
Yeah, we have a long list of really good suggestions.
Yeah, it's super fun to do. I love talking about dinosaurs in weird ways, and I think this is a really enjoyable way to do it.
And it goes in really weird directions, too. Like, somehow you manage to connect turtles to sandwiches and dinosaurs.
Yeah. Because the question is a turtle a sandwich? Which I still don't think is quite resolved. But it's, it's got like the shell on the top and the bottom and like the meaty part in the middle. It's pretty sort of like a living sandwich. Especially if you eat raw meat like a dinosaur or like a, T-Rex would have.
Oh, I don't think you even brought that point up then. More to the debate. We have a really niche category next, which is best news for Ubi Rajara fans. Especially if you're in Brazil. And that's because in episode 408, we covered that Ubi Rajara is returning to Brazil. And it was at the State Museum of Natural History, Karlsruhe in Germany. And for a long time, there was this debate, or I guess battle, to get the Ubirajara fossils returned to Brazil.
And they basically had taken the stance that they weren't going to return them.
Yes, but then the museum changed their mind.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good. I think there was a lot of back and forth and probably a lot of negotiations happening.
Yes. It's always good when dinosaur fossils are near where they're discovered. We talk about this all the time, but especially when you're talking about a holotype or a really scientifically important specimen. Yeah, it's nice when it's near where it was discovered because that's where you can do the relevant science to that animal.
Yes. Then we've got in our next category, Best Dinosaur Embryo. This might be my favorite. It's definitely one of my favorites of the year in terms of dinosaur stories. And it's about baby Yingliang. We talked about this in episode 373, and it's an embryo that's in an egg, and it's so complete, and it looks like a baby curled up in the egg. So it's really cute. It's exquisitely preserved, is what the paper says, and I agree. Looking at the images, it's also open access, so if you get a chance, you should look at the images. We have a link to it in our show notes from the episode.
Yeah, it's very different than the SVP embryos we talked about, where people describe them as like being shaken up and just all jumbled up, where you can barely even tell if it's a dinosaur or not.
Yeah. This one, the skeleton's nearly complete. It's only missing the right forelimb.
And it's fully articulated, right? Like you can see the exact position of it.
Yeah, you see it in this posture that shows a tucking behavior. And we see that posture in modern birds and embryos like chickens. So it's really cool because then we can see more of this connection between dinosaurs and, well, non-avian dinosaurs and birds.
Yeah, and the tucking is, right, like how they fold up so that they fit in the egg.
Yeah, fit in the egg and then I think eventually hatch. It's really small, about 9 inches or 23.5 centimeters long. And if you look at the images, yeah, it's really, it has made full use of the space it has in its egg. It's probably a late stage embryo.
Yeah, that makes sense because otherwise it'd be less likely to fossilize. But that is super cool.
Yeah. So we have way more details about that in episode 373. And I just want to mention, so this year we had the embryo, which was really cool. Last year we had the ankylosaur in a resting posture from Mongolia. Lots of great stuff coming out every year.
Now we're going to pause for a quick sponsor break, but afterwards we have amazing new stegosaurs, T-Rex arms, our best herbivore and carnivore of the year, plus the bonus about mosasaurs. All right, so now we're getting to the good stuff because...
These are all the good things.
But this is the best early thyreophorian.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Biased.
Another pretty specific category, but there were several good thyreophorians, so that was what I came up with for this category.
So you could squeeze a few in.
You might be able to tell that every year we find our favorite stories and then we make up the categories to fit the stories. But like we don't always have the best early sauropodomorph. That's not
or the most misunderstood dinosaur. Yeah.
Yeah. But the best early thyreophorian of 2022 was Jacopil, or Jacopil, if you prefer. It was published on my birthday. Again, I just want to remind everyone of that because it is a birthday present to me, I think. Sci-fi called it a cross between a stegosaurus and a T-Rex. Others said it looked like a T-Rex covered in armor, possibly because of its small arms. Others said it was dog or cat-sized. I think that it looks mostly like a little tiny armored herbivorous Carnotaurus because it has a really deep head and tiny arms, and it has armor. They found a whole bunch of fragments of bones from around it, but they also found a bunch of osteoderms, a nearly complete jaw, which is how we know that it had that really deep head, and leaf-shaped teeth, which are typical of thyreophorians and some other herbivores. That's why we think it's a thyreophorian. The most noticeable feature is how deep its jaw appears. Even without the crest, it sort of has a crest on it. It's pretty deep for a thyreophorian too, and especially for an herbivore. You know, we see deep jaws on things like Tyrannosaurus, but this thing was chewing on plants, presumably. It's also reconstructed in a typical bipedal stance, which I think is why we got all those comparisons to T-Rex, why it reminds me of Carnotaurus. It is very small, though. However, it's considered a subadult and probably wouldn't have grown all that much more. They found 7 growth marks in a rib, which means that it was at least 7 years old. It might have even been older if there was a little remodeling in that rib in the early years. The individual is estimated at, quote, less than 1.5 meters in body length, which is under 5 feet. It's hard to tell exactly since we have no idea what its tail looks like, since we didn't find that other than one vertebra. And they estimated that it weighed about 4.5 to 7 kilos or 10 to 15 pounds, which is probably a more precise estimate since we have a partial femur to work with, and that's a really good way to estimate body mass. Interestingly, it seems to be the most close relative of Scelidosaurus, which is usually depicted as a big, heavily armored quadruped. And this one looks like, a bipedal little cat or dog sized thing.
Yeah, it's pretty cute.
It's, very interesting what's going on with this animal. There's also a whole bunch of details about the osteoderms that I get into in the description, the full description that we did in episode 409. But the key is that it's from the beginning of the late Cretaceous, about 94 to 97 million years ago. So it would be expected to be pretty derived, having lots of these features that you find in Cretaceous dinosaurs. But it's actually more like Scelidosaurus from the early Jurassic, about 100 million years earlier, which is just crazy. It means would be at least 100 million year ghost lineage of thyreophorans, basal thyreophorans in South America, which is just crazy. However, there's a big asterisk to all this because Susanna Maidment suggested on Twitter that Jacopil may have been an early ceratopsian, and we're missing the part of the skull that would have had horns or a frill if it was a ceratopsian, so we can't really compare too easily. And some of the features that look pretty unique for a thyreophoran are actually pretty common in ceratopsia. So there might be a revision on this, but I checked and there hasn't been a revision yet, so I'm still considering it to be a thyreophoran. Even if it's a ceratopsian, though, that might make it even crazier that it's a bipedal ceratopsian in the Cretaceous with osteoderms and this jaw and everything.
Especially being in the Cretaceous.
Yeah.
All right, we've also got a best stegosaur.
Speaking of thyreophorans.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We snuck a few thyreophorans in. I do like stegosaurs a lot. Maybe they might be my second favorite after sauropods. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that.
I mean, they're closely related to ankylosaurs, so I like them too.
This new stegosaur is Borealopelta. It was found in a wall of dinosaur fossils, and it's estimated to be about 9 feet or 3 meters long. It might be a subadult, though, so it's possible it grew more. What's really cool about it is it's the earliest known stegosaur in Asia and one of the earliest known stegosaurs in the world. It lived in the Middle Jurassic. And it might show or at least help show an Asian origin for stegosaurs. Stegosaurs have apparently been found on all continents except for Antarctica and Australia.
That's an interesting tidbit.
Yeah, they did pretty well for themselves. So we cover a lot more about Borealopelta in episode 382. Shifting gears a bit, we've got the furthest reaching dinosaur story. And by that I mean, this has to do with dinosaurs, and it went really far because the story's on the moon.
Yeah. The moon is very far.
Yes. We talked more about this in episode 412 when we talked about a bunch of papers that had to do with dinosaur extinction. But in particular, just this story, probably because it had to do with the moon, it was really interesting. And it's that you could study the moon, and that a team did study the moon to better understand asteroid impacts on Earth, like the Chicxulub, which led to the extinction of non-avian dinosaurs in the Cretaceous.
Mm-hmm.
They studied these glass beads that came from soil samples from the moons, and these are glass beads that formed from so much heat and pressure from impacts, and they shot up into the atmosphere. A lot of them fell back down, but some of them, because of the force, went all the way to the moon.
Yeah, they actually managed to escape Earth's gravitational well and make it to the moon. That's so insane.
Yeah.
It's another one of those depictions of just how hard that asteroid hit.
Yes.
It's almost unbelievable.
And the fact that you can kind of date these glass beads and know, like, yeah, these came from around the same time as the Chicxulub impact crater is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, who knew? And because I know there's a lot of us who, we like learning about dinosaurs. We also like learning about space, but putting it together like that, it's interesting.
Yeah, that's crazy that the moon has that sort of record on it of things on Earth, and that pieces of Earth were getting flung to the moon in the time of dinosaurs. It's just so interesting. So I tend to think about like the first time things from Earth made it to the moon were when we built rockets and went there, not when asteroids hit.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
It's supposed to be stuff coming to the Earth, not leaving the Earth. Right, then we've got our best T-Rex study, or studies. Every year there are so many T-Rex studies. I think this might be one that we actually have pretty much every year. This one is from SVP. There were multiple people talking about tyrannosaurs and why they had tiny arms. And I think the most interesting take was that they had tiny arms before they had huge heads.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as simple as you've got the legs in the middle and it's a teeter-totter. And because the head kept getting bigger and bigger, the arms had to shrink. Because now we've seen that there were other early tyrannosaurids or tyrannosauroids that were on the same sort of pathway towards Tyrannosaurus that were already getting really small arms back when they still had relatively small heads compared to some other dinosaurs that have pretty big arms. So
there was some other advantage to the small arms.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what it is. There still hasn't been a great proposal answering why, but we know now that it wasn't just because they had big heads. And that's going to take a really long time to make it out of all the facts that people memorize about dinosaurs, because I think that's one of the most common things. Why did T-Rex have small arms? Because it had a big head. Not exactly. It could have been because it had a head that was so useful, though, I suppose, which is related.
Things for future studies. Going back to sauropods.
Who'd have thunk it?
Yep. We've got the smallest sauropod of the year, and it's a titanosaur that was described. Iberania. That sounds like an oxymoron, being the smallest sauropod and a titanosaur.
Yeah.
It's about 19 feet or 6 meters long, and the paper that described it said that it's a nanoid taxa. Just, yeah, really interesting what is considered a titanosaur, and yeah, when you take into account the size. But I think it has to do more with the structure of the bones.
Yeah, it's like smaller than Dilophosaurus, like Allosaurus.
It is similar in size to the dwarf sauropod Amargasaurus, which is, from Hatseg Island and is known for being a small dinosaur.
This is one that wasn't from an island, though, right? Unlike Amargasaurus.
It was found in what is now southeast Brazil. And yeah, it did not live on an island. So the small size wasn't probably because of insular pressure when animals evolve to smaller sizes because they live in a small area like an island. But there might have been some pressures in its environment that were similar to living on an island, and that made them smaller in size.
Yeah, like a lack of food.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I thought that was the craziest thing about that one, that it was so small and it was on this continent that had lots of huge predators.
Yes.
This is nuts. What was going on there? There's got to be a very interesting story, ecological story there.
That one, as a quick bonus too, we also talked about that sauropod Iberania in episode 386 before it had a name because it had a gnarly pathology. It had to do with blood parasites.
Oh, yeah.
And the open sores over its body.
Well, weren't there like worms or something? Some kind of, like wormy kind of parasite?
Or actually, wait, episode 386 is when we talked about its pneumatic bones. Episode 316, which was not from 2022, that's why it wasn't included in our pathology consideration, is when we talked about, the blood parasites. Some kind of microorganisms. And there was a bone infection, too, that reached the bone through the bloodstream and spread.
Ugh,
so it all looked lesioned.
Yeah, that's That's unpleasant.
Yeah, but we can just think about it as this small sauropod that didn't live on an island.
They weren't all infected.
Yeah, that's true.
At least I hope not. And now getting to the main event, we've got the best new herbivore.
The main event.
And as I hinted at earlier, it is an ankylosaur.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
It is so cool. It was actually technically published in December of 2021, but we covered it this year and we do it based on our year of podcasting. It wasn't eligible for last year's best of, and it needs to be in a best of, so it's in this year's best of. It's a new ankylosaur named Stegouros elengasen, and the really interesting thing about it is its tail. Its tail is crazy. It's a really interesting weapon. When you look at the tail, you actually kind of think it's a stegosaur by the size and shape and everything of it. But the head is clearly an ankylosaur, and that's really how you know an ankylosaur is an ankylosaur, by looking at the head. So it's pretty firmly considered an ankylosaur. It's estimated to be about 1.5 to 1.65 meters, or 5 to 5.5 feet long, and about 50 centimeters or 1.5 feet tall. So it's a little cutie. It's also slender-limbed and probably an adult, since the expected bones are fused, the ones that you expect to see fused as an adult. And they describe it informally as dog-sized, which makes it even cuter.
We have a lot of cute sounding dinosaurs in our best of list this year.
They're our favorites, yeah. We've got some pretty intimidating predators in the mix too, though. The crazy thing about Stegouros is half of the tail is covered in 7 pairs of large triangular osteoderms sticking out of the sides, which look sort of like a thagomizer if a thagomizer was a little bit more blunt and more solid. So there aren't big gaps in between the spikes. They're all stuck together and they're wider. The mass of osteoderms is about 30 centimeters or 1 foot long, and about 15 centimeters or half a foot wide, and about 5 centimeters or 2 inches thick. So it is quite a formidable chunk of osteoderms.
Yes.
At the time, I described it as a huge double-headed axe, although on our Discord, somebody pointed out it's more like a makwa huit, which ends in that lateral fricative that you get in Nahuatl. That's a really interesting weapon in and of itself, because it's like a club or a bat with obsidian blades sticking out of both sides of it. It's really intense, just like Stegouros. By comparing its features phylogenetically, its closest relative is Antarctopelta, which means it's possible that Antarctopelta also had a crazy makwa huit-like tail club knife osteoderm spike situation.
Weapon on its tail?
Yes, because we didn't find any of Antarctopelta's tail. And they're both from around the same time in the late Cretaceous, about 72 million years, plus or minus a couple million years. And in the early Cretaceous, at least, South America, Antarctica, and Australia were still touching. And I should mention, it also has a lot in common with Cannibalisarus in Australia, although Cannibalisarus is about 30 million years older. And we do have part of Cannibalisarus's tail with no sign of the crazy weapon. So that one's a little less likely than Antarctopelta. But it is insane. Stegouros, maybe the coolest, most unique dinosaur weapon we've seen in this year. Although last year we had Spicomelus with that rib with spikes sticking out of it.
Yeah, that was cool.
Which is also insane.
What was going on with that dinosaur?
I don't know. I love these new weird dinosaurs. It's just fantastic.
So this one we covered early on in the year, episode 372.
And then I have an honorable mention of the best herbivore, which is another Thyreophorian, which looks quite a bit like an ankylosaur, but it's older in the dinosaur family tree than the branches of ankylosaurs and stegosaurs, so it has to just be a basal Thyreophorian and not an ankylosaur. It is named Eushisaurus. They found quite a bit of this one as well, lots of pieces from all over the body, including the skull in this case, and then a lot of the limbs and vertebrae and things like that. But the most interesting thing is that there were over 120 osteoderms that they found, and most of them are in really beautiful condition. They describe it as a medium-sized armored dinosaur. And even though they didn't give an official size estimate, I took an estimate from their skeletal, which they drew to scale, and it was about 5 meters or 16 feet long. I think that's about the same size as your tiny sauropod, isn't it?
It's similar, yeah.
As usual, about half of that is its tail, also similar to that sauropod probably, although we have 0 of the tail, sacrum, or hips, so that's only a really rough estimate how much of it is tail.
At least we have all those osteoderms.
We do, and we can tell from its humerus and scapula that it probably stood higher off the ground than ankylosaurs did as a basal thyreophorian. Its head is a lot like Stegosaurus. It's missing the large fused osteoderms that you see on ankylosaurs, and it has a beak. But if you look at the paleo art of it, you will think it is an ankylosaur because of all that armor that it has on it, and some of it has pretty big keels or like spike-looking armor on it as well. The crazy thing, though, is it is 185 million years, plus or minus 10 million years old, which is super old for something that looks like an ankylosaurus. It's the first early Jurassic thyreophorian found anywhere in Asia, but it's not the oldest thyreophorian in the world. Scutellosaurus takes that honor at about 196 million years ago from Navajo Nation in Arizona. This one was found in Yunnan province, China. The really cool thing, though, is that it shows that in the early Jurassic, we had these already ankylosaur-looking thyreophorians covered in armor, and the thyreophorians were already really widespread in North America, Africa, Europe, and Asia.
Yeah, so if you want to hear even more about Eushisaurus, we covered that in episode 385.
And last but not least, in our top 22, not including the bonus, is the best new carnivore.
Definitely not least.
Definitely not. Possibly the best overall dinosaur discovered in the whole year. Stegosaurus is amazing, but this one might be scientifically even more amazing.
Carnivores also just tend to grab more interest.
They do. This one is especially just so great. So it is Meraxes gigas. You may have already guessed that that was going to be the one because we haven't mentioned Meraxes yet. The name Meraxes comes from George R. R. Martin's The Song of Ice and Fire. It's a huge, crazy, cool dragon. And thus, this is a huge, crazy, cool dinosaur.
Very fitting.
It is the most complete Carcharodontosaurid ever found in the southern hemisphere. And a quick reminder that Carcharodontosaurids are a group of allosauroids. And so, I mean, there are probably some more complete allosauroids in the northern hemisphere. But Carcharodontosaurids look roughly like an extra large Allosaurus with arms that are proportionally smaller than Allosaurus, but still larger than T-Rex. However, this new paper will probably change that. And that's because they found Meraxes' arms, and they are really small. Just like Gualicho, Tyrannosaurids, and a whole bunch of Belosaurids, it has just very, very small arms. Unlike some of them, though, it did still have 3 fingers, so it looks kind of like a really miniature Allosaurus arm. They also found all the other best bits of the animal. They got most of the skull, other than the jaw. They got almost all of both feet, actually nearly all of both hind limbs, from the hips and sacrum all the way down the legs to the toe claws. They got about half of the tail vertebrae, starting from the hips back. They got over a dozen complete vertebrae. They got gastralia. They got rib fragments, neck vertebrae. And yeah, just so much of this dinosaur was found. And it fills in so many pieces that we don't know about these really large Carcharodontosaurids.
It was a pretty old specimen too, right?
Yeah, they estimate that it was about 37 to 53 years old. They only counted 22 to 25 legs, but when you get that old, the earlier bone starts to get remodeled. So you have to sort of extrapolate how many legs would have gotten resorbed in the meantime. It makes it way older than any T-Rex that's ever been found, but Carcharodontosaurids in general live longer than most other theropods. Not surprisingly, they think it was an adult too, so the size of it is probably a good indication of about how big these Meraxes individuals got. They consider it in the gigantic class of theropods, which is the group that are over 4 tons. And based on the skeletal, again, it's very roughly 10 meters or 30 feet long, which doesn't sound that long, but it's obviously very bulky. It has the most complete skull in all of Carcharodontosaurinae. The total skull length is estimated to be about 127 centimeters or 4 feet 2 inches long. It's a huge skull. And since it's such a complete skull, it's more complete than any Giganotosaurus skull we've ever found, but it's pretty similar in terms of its overall proportions and the way it looks and everything. So we can use Meraxes as a template for Giganotosaurus, and we think that Giganotosaurus now was roughly 162 centimeters or 5 foot 4 inches long. So still not the biggest Carcharodontosaur by any stretch, but just an incredibly important find. Meraxes also has a long, low, and profusely ornamented skull, as they describe it. Overall, similar to Acrocanthosaurus or Allosaurus, if you're not familiar with Acrocanthosaurus. It also has an especially long second toe claw, which is the innermost claw of the 3 forward-facing claws. And that claw is nearly twice as long as the outer claw. The big toe was about 44 centimeters or 17 inches long. This is a huge toe. And it likely lived after Mapusaurus, but before Giganotosaurus. Our selection of this as the most important new carnivore and maybe most important overall dinosaur was already validated by SVP because there were multiple talks about Meraxes, and some of them were just using Meraxes to start answering questions about Carcharodontosaurids that we couldn't answer before, like how did Carcharodontosaurids bear all this extra weight without having the fancy arctometatarsalia foot that T-Rex had?
Mm-hmm.
And they started coming up with some answers for that. So super important find, and just overall a really cool dinosaur. So if you haven't heard our 408th episode, I recommend listening to that so you can hear more about Meraxes.
Yeah. And then as promised, we've got a bonus non-dinosaur story about mosasaurs. This was a talk from SVP called Mosasaur Memoirs. It's like Stromer's riddle, but with mosasaurs. And again, this was one of the stories in our bonus content for SVP, so we're just giving you a taste of it, and we have even more stories like this for our patrons. So why is it like Stromer's riddle? Well, there's a whole bunch of different types of mosasaurs found in the Bear Paw Formation in Alberta, Canada. At least 5 different types, and it's curious, like how did they all live together? Well, it turns out that they probably spent their time at different levels of the water. One way you can tell this is by looking at carbon, oxygen, and strontium isotopes. The carbon isotopes help show the diets and the food chain. The oxygen isotopes help show how salty the seawater is and the temperature, and that helps in terms of checking habitat partitioning. And the strontium isotopes are in seawater, so animals that feed in seawater have them, and they help to, or they seem to indicate migration. There's some different strontium signatures that come from different soils. So it seems that these larger mosasaurs probably dove deeper in the water, so they kind of partition in that way in the water. And some of them, such as Tylosaurs, may have lived closer to the sea's surface. So yeah, they all lived in slightly different habitats, even though they're all mosasaurs and they kind of eat similar stuff.
They all lived at different depths.
Mm-hmm.
That is super interesting. Because with Stromer's riddle, the answer was partly maybe Spinosaurus was eating a lot of fish.
Yeah.
In this case, it's, well, maybe one of the mosasaurs was eating fish up high and the other one was eating fish in the middle. Another one was eating, I don't know, squid or something.
Yeah.
In a different layer.
And as you had pointed out earlier, when we first talked about this story, it's hard to know with fossils that animals lived in different levels of the water because they all kind of fossilize on the same level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you lose that vertical information for where they are in the water column once they all fall to the bottom and start fossilizing.
All right, so that is most of our top discoveries of 2022. Before we finish it off with our fun facts and also our dinosaur of the day, Hansusia, we're going to take a quick break for our sponsors. And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Hansusia, which was a request from Crow and Tyrant King via Patreon and Discord. So thanks. It was a pachycephalosaurid that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Alberta. It's been found in the Dinosaur Park Formation, Dinosaur Provincial Park, and the Oldman Formation, as well as Montana. It was found in the Judith River Formation. It looked similar to Pachycephalosaurus. It walked on two legs, it had short arms and a long tail, and of course that dome on the top of the skull. It's estimated to be 7.9 feet or 2.4 meters long. The type species is Hansusia sternbergi. It's named based on a skull dome.
Oh, so the holotype is a skull dome?
Yes.
I was thinking Hansusia is definitely a guy's name.
Well, yes.
But you're not talking about etymology.
The genus name is in honor of the paleontologist Hans Dieter Sues for his work on Pachycephalosaurs. And then the species name is in honor of Charles M. Sternberg, who found the fossil in 1928 in southern Alberta. And the fossil, again, it's just the skull dome. It did have a thick skull roof like other Pachycephalosaurs, and it had unique features, including that the front of the dome was as wide in the front as it was in the back. Now, originally, Hansusia was named Troodon sternbergi by Barnum Brown and Eric Schleicher in 1943.
Wow. It was thought to be a troodon.
Yes.
That's very different than a pachycephalosaur.
Yeah, but then just 2 years later, in 1945, Charles M. Sternberg referred Troodon sternbergi to Stegosaurus sternbergi.
I guess it was just based on teeth, so if they have teeth that are similar to pachycephalosaurs, you can see how that would happen.
Oh, the Troodon. Yeah, but again, this is just the skull roof. Hansusia has also been referred to Gravitholus in the past. Then it was named Hansusia by Robert Sullivan in 2003. And even though it's the skull roof, the holotype has been found to represent a nearly fully adult individual. And, it's estimated to be kind of large. In the 1943 description, Brown and Schleicher wrote that it was, quote, a rather large species.
Yeah, I guess for a pachycephalosaur, but for a dinosaur at 7.9 feet, 2.4 meters, that's not particularly big.
Yeah. Maybe in the 40s. It was considered bigger. Now, Sullivan, who named Hansusia in 2003, had mentioned that Stegosaurus had perhaps unintentionally become a wastebasket taxon. That does seem to happen to a few of these, for small to medium-sized pachycephalosaurs found in North America. And then he looked at this one closely, and that's how he came up with Hansusia. Now, in the same paper where he named Hansusia, he also synonymized Ornitholus with Stegosaurus, so he was both a lumper and a splitter. Sullivan wrote, quote, Brown and Schleicher, 1943, were largely correct in their characterization and assessment of this taxon, and it is to their credit that the species is herein resurrected, end quote. But it was hard to characterize until more specimens were found. Brown and Schleicher thought that there was individual variation, changes in growth, and differences in gender within Stegosaurus, hence differences in those individuals found. There are 6 referred specimens now in addition to the holotype of Hansusia. Most of those specimens, they're mostly frontoparietals, which is the front of the skull. So there's still some debate about the validity of Hansusia. Ryan Schott and David Evans had previously argued that Hansusia was Stegosaurus and that the differences in the dome were due to ontogeny. It changed as it grew. And in 2020, an abstract by Aaron Dyer and Mark Powers in the Canadian Society of Vertebrate Paleontology suggested Gravitholus and Hansusia to be synonymous with Stegosaurus. So there might be some ongoing debate here.
Either Stegosaurus is a wastebasket taxon or it is just Stegosaurus.
Yeah.
And for our fun facts, we got a double feature of our 2 favorite fun facts. And our first one is from episode 371, and that is unlikely that dinosaurs had venom, but some non-avian dinosaurs may have been toxic.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah. And so I need to clarify, venom is a poison that is actively secreted by animals, often like injected by something like a fang, whereas animals can be toxic without having venom, usually a self-defense mechanism. For example, plants and animals that you shouldn't eat, but like don't do anything to you unless you eat them, might be toxic. For the record, Dilophosaurus evolved about 100 million years before the first snakes. And the group of animals that evolved venom, which are called toxicophorans, didn't evolve until about 200 million years ago, which was long after dinosaurs were established. So the idea of dinosaurs having venom is possible, but you can't really rationalize it based on them being related to other reptiles that have venom, because that happened way after dinosaurs had split off. If we use birds and crocodilians as our modern dinosaur analogs, there aren't any birds or crocodilians that produce venom, but there have been reports of crocodile gallbladders being poisonous. That might be a myth. We're not really sure, but that would make them potentially toxic in some way. However, there are several birds that contain poison, and they are known as toxic birds. So they're actually, by definition, there are toxic dinosaurs. And so there might have been toxic non-avian dinosaurs as well. Toxic birds are thought to collect poison from poisonous plants and insects when they eat them, and then they store it up just like the same way they get their colors, their bright colors, by eating colorful plants and then storing those colors. One potentially poisonous bird is the common quail, also known as the European quail. Quail occasionally eat poisonous plants, which can make their meat poisonous, possibly hemlock seeds. There's actually a name for the illness called coturnism, because the quail genus name is Coturnix. But there are also two cute little birds that are basically poisonous all the time. There are pituis.
Gotta watch out for the cute ones.
Yeah. And ephreets, both in New Guinea, which are toxic. They can secrete neurotoxins through their skin, like a poison dart frog. And the toxin also sometimes covers their feathers. We think they collect the toxin from eating a beetle with the same toxin that ends up on their feathers. And researchers who have handled the birds report feeling numbness in their hands after the fact.
Oof.
It's a little scary. And in larger doses, the neurotoxin can cause paralysis or stop a heart. So it's serious business, not something you would want to eat, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There's also the spur-winged goose in Africa, which has a very powerful poison in its meat. It's also collected from beetles that it eats. So there are, in fact, multiple toxic birds, and it's possible that in the Mesozoic, there was a dinosaur that ate beetles or some poisonous plant, stored up those neurotoxins and secreted them onto their feathers or onto their skin, and became toxic to anything that tried to eat it. Unfortunately, signs of toxicity are much less likely to fossilize than signs of venom, because they don't have, fangs to go along with them or anything.
So we may never know.
Yeah. It's just kind of glands in the skin or something. But with these soft tissue things we talked about today, maybe we'll find something.
There's hope. That would be interesting. That would probably make it into a best of.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely.
And our second fun fact, and the last discovery we want to highlight from 2022, is that some dinosaurs had quote-unquote belly buttons.
Yeah. I remember when you said that, I was like, what?
Yeah.
How?
It's in quotes because...
Yeah, you couldn't hear Sabrina's air quotes around belly buttons, but they were there.
Oh, I said quote-unquote.
Oh.
But it's in quotes because it's actually umbilical scars, the umbilicus.
Very similar. I mean, that's not dissimilar from a belly button, right?
Yeah. It's developing embryos and egg-laying amniotes, and that includes mammals, birds, and reptiles, get their nutrients from membranes, including a yolk sac. And before hatching, those membranes detach and then leave either a temporary or permanent umbilical scar, also known as the umbilicus, and that's similar to our humans' belly buttons. And scientists found the umbilicus of a Psittacosaurus from 130 million years ago. It's the oldest known umbilicus of an amniote, and the first known umbilicus of a non-avian dinosaur.
That one Psittacosaurus find has so many firsts.
Yes.
It's got the counter shading. There's all sorts of soft tissue stuff. There was a whole thing on its cloaca.
Yeah, it's a very nearly complete specimen.
With lots of good soft tissue.
Yeah. Now, it doesn't mean all dinosaurs had these umbilical scars, but it is cool to know that at least some of them did.
Mm-hmm. Something to include in the paleo art, I guess.
Yeah. So we get into more details on that in episode 408. And that is our top 22 discoveries of 2022 for episode 422. How many twos can we cram in there? That said, we're really looking forward to 2023, and we'll be celebrating 8 years of I Know Dino. Can you believe it? 8 years already.
I can't. That's a lot. And it's actually 10 years if you include when we started the website.
Yeah, that's true. So a lot to look forward to and celebrate next year. We're also building a new recording studio, partly because we've run out of space. We need space for the baby.
Yeah, we need to turn the room we're recording in into a nursery.
Yep.
So, yeah, hopefully we'll get a nice little shed going in the backyard where we can record our episodes in the future.
Yeah, and then we've got lots of great plans, especially for our patrons, so stay tuned.
Definitely, lots of big announcements coming up.
And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you so much for listening. Happy New Year. Until next time.
Could tell from watching me walk, I'm a dinosaur. Don't give up.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett,
And I'm Sabrina.
and this is our 474th episode and also our year-end wrap-up for the top 23 dinosaur discoveries of 2023.
Woo! That makes it our last episode of 2023.
Yes,
This year went by fast.
it did. And there are so many new dinosaur discoveries. Actually, way more than 23. It was difficult to narrow it down to just 23 discoveries and studies to talk about.
Yes. Yeah, it always is. Although I remember at the beginning of this year, it was kind of a slow start when it came to new dinosaur discoveries.
That's true. And then they came in real hot at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Although, really interestingly, it was very much the year of the herbivore because not a single one of our best new dinosaurs is a carnivore, unless you include Alvarezsaurids. I wasn't sure if that counts as a carnivore because it's like maybe it ate termites most of the time.
Yeah,
That's technically an animal,
that's carnivorous.
but it's like still pretty uncertain what they spent their time eating. So I didn't feel comfortable calling it a carnivore per se.
Are we biased to the herbivores too?
I think so. But then I went back after doing the list and then piecing it together because last year we had the best carnivore and the best herbivore as sort of like the big thing at the end of the list.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wait, I don't have a carnivore on the list. And I went back and like double checked and triple checked. I was like, yeah, there's nothing that's really exciting enough to be the best carnivore. There were a couple carnivorous dinosaurs named, but they were so fragmentary, and honestly, all of the herbivores that we're going to talk about are more exciting. So it's just,
That's surprising because there were 40 new dinosaurs that we covered this year.
yes. And also, that's what we covered this year, not necessarily that we're all named exactly this year, because some of those were from like December of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
We do it based on our podcast year, basically. But anyway, let's get into it. And before getting into it, I should also mention we have Dinosaur of the Day, Elopteryx, and we want to thank some patrons. And this week we're going to thank Dino Dork, RC, Linda, Gabrielle, Seamus B, Reggie, Vincentrosaurus, Lazy Dump Truck, David, and Paul M.
Yes, thank you so much for being part of our Dino It All community, and we wish all of our listeners a happy new year. Thanks for sticking around with us, and we're excited for next year.
Yes.
And speaking of our Dino It All community, if you're a part of that, we have, if you include our SVP bonus content and our I Know Paleo monthly episodes, we now have over 100 recordings of premium content on our Patreon. So if you're not a part of that yet, now is a good time to hop on board.
Yeah, we added quite a bit this year with 52 new ad-free episodes, one for every single week, 11 episodes of I Know Paleo, including that one bonus, as Sabrina likes to call it.
Yes, the mammoth one.
Also 17 new extended interviews, and then some miscellaneous content like extra SVP stuff, and more dinosaurs on trial and answers from the Q&A.
Mm-hmm.
And for the record, too, our most popular episode of the year was How Dinosaurs Became Birds Update. We did an update on that episode. I think it was the most popular episode last year, and then the update was the most popular episode this year.
I see a trend.
Yeah, people really like knowing about how dinosaurs became birds. It's a really interesting evolutionary arc. So without further ado, we're going to get into our top new dinosaurs. And then we'll get into some of the other top dinosaur studies that we talked about. The first top new dinosaur category is Best Hadrosauroid.
All right.
Because everybody always forgets about the hadrosauroids, and I figured, let's give them some higher billing. We can get on to like the ceratopsians and some of the more popular herbivores later. We're going to give hadrosauroids the limelight for once. So our best new hadrosauroid is Gonkoken. It's significant for several reasons. For one, it was the first subantarctic hadrosauroid.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Which again is sort of this very specific region, roughly 46 to 60 degrees south. And this one is at around 51 degrees south. But more importantly, probably than that, is that it comes from a really cool site with lots of remains from several individuals, although they were all jumbled up, so they had to pick out just one bone as the holotype. So the holotype itself doesn't sound that exciting because it's just the right ilium from the hips. But when you include all the other bones, they have a lot of the vertebrae. They've got bones from all four of the limbs. They've got a good amount of the jaw and the skull.
So we have a pretty good idea of what it looked like.
Yes. And it's also kind of fun because it was pretty small for a hadrosauroid at about 4 meters or 13 feet long. It does look a little bit plain. Doesn't have any fancy head crests or anything like that. Just a typical hadrosaur body plan. But really interestingly, it's a closer relative to North American hadrosaurids than to the Patagonian duckbills. So it's possible that around the time that hadrosaurids evolved, an early species made its way all the way down to southern South America, and that little different group that was sort of isolated, or at least evolved separately from the northern Patagonian ones, eventually evolved into Gonkoken. So it's a cool dinosaur.
Yeah.
Scrappy little hadrosauroid way down in southern South America that we know quite a bit about.
Yeah, I like hearing about those. Does this count as a polar dinosaur?
Well, it's, I guess, subpolar.
Subpolar?
Being subantarctic.
Because even though it was warmer around those areas back then, it was still a really harsh environment. If you think about the long winter days / night. Well, I say that because it's like dark all day, pretty much.
I forgot to mention too, the name Gonkoken is kind of fun too, because it basically means wild duck mimic in a way, or maybe wild swan mimic from Tehuelche, which is just really cool.
Our next top dinosaur of the year goes to the cutest new dinosaur, Minimocursor, a neo-ornithischian we covered back in episode 453.
Minimocursor is very cute. There are some other contenders for cutest dinosaurs, like Vectodromius and Ampelognathus, but that's mostly based on their size because those remains from those two that I just mentioned are way too fragmentary to know what they looked like, so you can't see if it had a cute little face like we can with Minimocursor.
Yes, and with Minimocursor, the holotype's over 50% complete, so yeah, can't really compete with that when you've only got fragments. As a quick reminder, it looked kind of like Calindodromaeus, and it walked on 2 legs. It had a small, round head, short arms, a long body and tail. It's a basal neo-ornithischian, and it's one of the best preserved dinosaurs found in Southeast Asia. I like that they also found ossified tendons. And the jugalbos, it had a cheek horn, which we don't really see in most other basal neo-ornithischians and ornithopods, so it's the oldest evidence of this feature in basal neo-ornithischians.
It's a beauty mark. It's like the opposite of a cute dimple. It's like a poking out dimple.
Yeah. And I guess being small helps it with being cute, and its name goes to that because the genus name means the smallest runner.
Yeah, like a little toddler. Little small thing scampering around.
And they've got more fossils that are still being prepared, including another skull, so we'll know even more about this dinosaur at some point.
Hopefully they don't finish preparing that skull and it's like really not so cute.
I guess you never know.
Yeah.
Our next top dinosaur goes to the dinosaur with the best sauropod tail. Yay, sauropods. That's Ruishinia, which we covered in episode 427. Ruishinia is a titanosauriform that was found in northeastern China, and it lived in the early Cretaceous. There was a lot to say about this dinosaur, but since it's getting the award for best tail, I'll stick with recapping the tail part.
Mm-hmm.
They found 52 tail vertebrae, tail bones, in articulation.
That's so amazing.
Yes, and 36 chevrons. Those are the bones that attach to the bottom of the tail vertebrae. So it's one of the most complete tails known from titanosauriforms from Asia so far. And when you put all the vertebrae together, that makes the tail about 14.7 feet or 4.5 meters long.
That's a really long thing to preserve articulated as one.
Yeah, to last that long, millions and millions of years all together.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty amazing. But that's not even what makes it such a cool tail. The last 6 vertebrae are fused together and they form this rod-like or stick-like structure, which is unusual. And it helps show that this was a mature specimen, a mature skeleton, though they're not completely sure. The author said that they need to do future work to figure out the age. You see this fusion in tails of Spinosaurus, and there's also one specimen of Mummentosaurus, but they make different shapes. In Spinosaurus, it's like a club shape. The Mummentosaurus is this coxcomb shape, but this one in Ruishinia is stick-like. And just because I like talking about sauropod necks, they also found 14 neck vertebrae in articulation, and that's about 13 feet or 4 meters long, but the author said that it actually had more than 15 neck vertebrae or cervicals. Had to throw it in. We're talking about sauropods.
Mm-hmm. Another cool thing about Ruishinia is it's the largest dinosaur from the Jehol biota, which we're mostly usually talking about like little bird-like dinosaurs, so it's cool that there was a big old sauropod in the mix.
And speaking of sauropod necks, this next award, I guess, goes to Wentu for Best Sauropod Neck. It's one of the only complete necks of a sauropod, which is pretty amazing. It's actually, though, maybe not that long, or at least it doesn't have as many neck vertebrae as other sauropods. They found the complete neck, and there's 12 of them. 12 cervicals.
Yeah, like you were just saying, the other dinosaur had 14, and that wasn't complete. This one has 12, and that is complete.
Yes. So it did have a proportionally shorter neck, but they think it could move that neck in multiple directions based on how the vertebrae looked. And I like this titanosaur because it doesn't look necessarily like you'd think a titanosaur would look. It looks more like a different kind of sauropod, the Rabachisaurids, where it's a low browser, or it probably was a low browser. It had the short neck, its skull was oriented downward, and it had the broad snout and slender teeth. And this dinosaur was found in Patagonia, Argentina, and it lived in the late Cretaceous.
And we'll get on to more new dinosaurs, including our best new herbivore. But first, we're going to pause for a quick sponsor break. Our next dinosaur is the most disregarded dinosaur.
What does that mean?
It's also the largest ornithopod known from Europe in the late Jurassic, if you'd rather have a more exciting sounding name. But this dinosaur is a Bletosaurus, which you may remember means obsolete lizard.
Okay, now I see where you're going with this.
And it was forgotten in multiple ways. So first of all, it was the last fossil or set of fossils to be removed from the site, because apparently the other dinosaurs of the site were more important than a Bletosaurus.
Oh.
They were pretty cool. I mean, it was the largest sauropod from Europe, Turriosaurus, and then also the Stegosaur Dacenturus, which are both really cool dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
And as usual, the Iguanodontian gets ignored.
Good thing you're calling it out.
Yep. This dinosaur, also just the communication of it was really fun because the species name honors Spanish filmmaker Luis Buñuel, who was born in that province. and they made like a stylized poster like it was in one of his movies. And he also made a movie that translates from Spanish to The Forgotten Ones. So it works on 2 levels, that forgotten dinosaur name. And that Spanish movie poster says Buñuel's The Forgotten Lizard on it in Spanish, which is really cool. I like how they took it from being forgotten and then gave it a big ol' spotlight, showed it off on this paper, gave it a really cool name. And it is pretty significant. It's about 6 to 7 meters or 20 to 23 feet long, which makes it the largest known ornithopod from its time and place, which was very roughly 150 million years ago. And even though that doesn't sound that big, about 20 feet long, it's about twice as long as the European relative Draconyx, and about as big or bigger than Camptosaurus, which was in the US around that time. Being a iguanodontian or ankylopalexian, they did find not only teeth and a nearly complete leg, but also the thumb spike, which is always important.
Yes, we were just talking about how much we like those thumb spikes.
They're a very interesting adaptation that you don't see on a lot of animals.
And in a similar vein, we've got best, most forgotten sauropod, Egai, which we talked about in episode 456. The full name is Egai Semku, and it means the forgotten lord of the oasis.
It's a good name.
Unless you don't want to be forgotten.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's a titanosaur. It lived in the late Cretaceous. It was found in northern Africa, in Egypt. And it's the second titanosaur described from that area.
It was just a few years ago we were talking about Mansurosaurus from that area.
Yeah, that one was named in 2018 and known for its pronounced chin, but it's not about Mansurosaurus today.
We're already forgetting about it again.
Yeah. They are both saltosaurids. Those are the armored titanosaur sauropods. But they have, both of these sauropods have enough differences. That's why they named Egai.
I know one of the differences too is Egai is significantly bigger. It's estimated in the 10 to 15 meter long size, or 33 to 49 feet, whereas Mansurosaurus was probably under 10 meters.
Mansurosaurus was estimated 8 to 10 meters, or 26 to 33 feet long. So yeah, Egai was larger, but I think more gracile. Like Mansurosaurus was stockier. Scientists have known about this sauropod since the 70s. It's been reported in abstracts and a thesis, but it wasn't formally described until 2023.
That's why it was forgotten about.
Partly, yeah. But yay, more sauropods.
Our next award, after all this talking about different sauropods, goes to the best new ankylosaur.
Can't leave those out.
No.
Good thing there were new ankylosaurs this year.
Kind of. It's Amargasaurus, which was actually named in 2022, but we talked about it in 2023.
That's why you brought that up. Way to shoehorn it in.
It's not the only thing like that. It was named in December of 2022 also, so it's pretty close. But yeah, Amargasaurus is pretty cool. It's from 70 million years ago-ish, from northern Patagonia. It was pretty small. It was only about 2.2 meters or 7 feet long. So if I was being extra biased, I could have called it the cutest dinosaur of the year, but...
Oh, way to stop yourself.
Yeah, I reserved my biases. Tried to look at things a little bit more without bias.
Good explanation.
Although cute is a pretty biased term in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Amargasaurus, pretty small. They're not sure why it was so small, but it might be because it was actually on an island. Despite being in Patagonia, they think that the area it was in may have been a series of islands in the late Cretaceous due to the ocean basically invading the land and cutting off some spots. So it might have been an island dwarf. And they also found one of its cool cervical half rings, or those pieces of fused armor that basically protect where their shoulders connect to their neck. Kind of like, I always think of them as the collar that knights wore around their neck to protect, unlike those full suits of armor. So, pretty cool dinosaur. And there weren't a whole lot of ankylosaurs to work with, so it gets best new ankylosaur.
And there had to be a best new ankylosaur, of course.
If there's any ankylosaur, it's going to be the best one. And our next award goes to the biggest impact from a small fragment. And by biggest impact, I mean like scientifically speaking. And it goes to Amargasaurus, a silosaur.
Ooh.
Again, silosaurs are the oldest dinosauromorphs in the fossil record, possibly the oldest dinosaurs, depending on who you ask. And that is what made it a pretty big splash, because really all they found was the very lowest end and the very highest end of the femur, two little pieces of the same bone. But those are pretty important pieces when you're talking about dinosaurs, because just how the femur connects to the hip is a really big part of what makes a dinosaur, and also how the lower end of the femur connects to the other bones.
Mm-hmm.
They found that this dinosaur had the oldest evidence of some of these muscle attachments of any dinosauromorph, which could help argue for it being a dinosaur. And they also said that the size of its femur shows that it was about the same size as most of the dinosaurs at the time. Just another piece of it being very dinosaur-like. But they couldn't really measure the femur because, again, they only had the top and bottom pieces. Really, they only had just a couple inches of bone out of what's probably about 5 inches worth of bone. And by a couple of inches, I mean 1 inch from the top and 1 inch from the bottom out of 5 inches. They're technically actually probably from separate femora, but you get the idea. So they didn't really resolve whether or not silosaurs are dinosaurs in this paper. They gave their analysis like both ways, whether it's a dinosaur or not a dinosaur. But I do also love the name because it refers to the Carnian pluvial event, because its name means rain lizard, which is just cool because there weren't a lot of dinosaurs around during the Carnian pluvial event over 230 million years ago.
So maybe it's a contender for best name.
We didn't give a best name category, but yeah. If that was a category, then yes.
Well, our next dinosaur, we found a lot more than fragments. So in addition to best new ankylosaur, we have best new ceratopsid, which there wasn't much competition. I will say there's the ceratopsian gremlin, which another contender for best name, I think.
I actually thought about making Gremlin the cutest dinosaur, but they named it Gremlin. Gremlin can't be the cutest.
Oh no. Gremlins could maybe be cute.
Maybe.
Anyway, this is best new ceratopsid. So that goes to Furcadoceratops, which we covered in episode 455. It's a cool one. It lived in the late Cretaceous. It was found in Montana in the US, in the Judith River Formation, where a lot of ceratopsians have been found, but a lot of those skeletons are fragmentary. And this one, it was a nearly complete skeleton that was found. It was disarticulated, but they found parts of the frill, beak, horns, a lot of the skull, most of the middle of the body, ribs, vertebrae, pelvis, shoulder, and more, a lot of the tail, and bones from 3 out of 4 of the legs. It really helps fill in gaps of what the bodies of ceratopsids looked like. Because when we think of ceratopsids, we often think of the skulls.
Yeah. A lot of times that's all you get.
Yes.
A skull or part of a skull.
In this case, Furcadoceratops looked somewhat similar to Nasutoceratops, and they're closely related. So it had the bulky body, it walked on all fours, and it didn't have that nasal horn. It also had a short frill with 2 short brow horns that pointed straight ahead and a rounded snout.
When you say short, it's short for a ceratopsian.
Yes.
Long for any other dinosaur.
Yes.
Still quite large brow horns.
But so the name Furcadoceratops means fork-like, and that refers to the horns looking like a 2-pronged fork.
Yeah, they're pretty close together.
Yeah.
And parallel.
And like I said, there's no nose horn. Well, it's at least unclear if it had a horn on its nose. The nasal has a low bump. So that makes it similar to Nasutoceratops. So it was moderately sized. It was about 10 feet or 3 meters long and 5 feet or 1.5 meters tall. That's according to the skeletal reconstruction figure in the paper. So its body size is comparable to relatively large adult-sized centrosaurines.
Although nowhere near the size of a full-grown Triceratops or something like that.
True. Oh, and I should mention Forcotoceratops is a centrosaurine ceratopsid. They think that this specimen was a subadult. They did histology on it, and it was probably 2 to 3 years old when it died. And that makes it even more important because juvenile or subadult ceratopsian skeletons, especially these earlier centrosaurines, are relatively scarce. So it tells us a lot. It helps fill in a lot of gaps.
Yeah, it's a really good find. Our next award winner is the Best New Ornithomimosaur, and it goes to Tyrannomimus. We talked about it in episode 461. I don't know if I've mentioned that for any of the other ones, the way Sabrina has been. But we'll have the list of all the winners and what episodes they're in our show notes on iknowdino.com if you want to go there. It's probably easier than trying to remember the numbers. So Tyrannomimus is so named with the tyranno part because its hips, specifically the ilium, has a vertical ridge on it that was previously only ever found in tyrannosauroids. And it's also an ornithomimosaur, so you get the mimus part. So it's a tyrannosaur hip-like ornithomimosaur, Tyrannomimus.
Mm-hmm.
The really cool thing about this one is that sometime in the early Cretaceous, ornithomimosaurs split into Ornithomimidae and Dinochyridae, featuring Dinocyrus, one of our favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the main differences between the two is that Dinochirids lacked some of the adaptations for running fast, so they were probably slower than ornithomimids. Tyrannomimus is around that time period, about 120 million years ago. And they found quite a bit of it. They got pieces of both legs and feet, arm and hand bones, several hand and foot claws, 2 small skull fragments, and some vertebrae, and obviously that part of the hips. Unfortunately, none of the limbs are all that complete, but it's enough to tell us a lot about the dinosaur. And part of the reason it made news is because it is the oldest definitive dinochirid, as they put it, because there are a couple others that might be dinochirids, which tells us about this evolution to Dinochirus, one of our all-time favorite dinosaurs. And also just threw a monkey wrench into some of the Tyrannosaurus analysis, where we were using that ridge on the hip to identify things as Tyrannosaurus or Tyrannosaurids. And now we know that it wasn't just the Tyrannosauroids even that had that. Our next dinosaur is our best basal sauropodomorph and also our runner-up for the best new dinosaur.
Yay, sauropod. No morph.
Omorph. This one's Qianlong. And the discovery is more than just one dinosaur. Actually, it's 3 dinosaurs. There was a new adult and also a couple of subadults, also 5 clutches of eggs. 6 of those eggs have embryos inside. If we were just basing it on the find itself, it would be the best new dinosaur, but I'm trying to do it based on the dinosaur side of it.
I see. The eggs were leathery, too.
Yeah, so that's a whole interesting side of the dinosaurs. And, it's showing us that even in the early Jurassic, when this find is from, is about 190 to 200 million years ago, some of the dinosaurs still had those leathery eggs. It's very interesting. They weren't all hard-shelled. And one of the things that I found really striking about it is that Qianlong has kind of a pointed snout, more so than you see on a lot of these early Jurassic herbivorous dinosaurs. Although we're pretty confident it was herbivorous because there's a really great set of teeth preserved with it that are not serrated and clearly look more like what you'd expect to see on a plant eater. It's also pretty cool because they gave the species name Shouhu, which means guarding in Mandarin, and so it kind of has a similar name to the good mother lizard, Maiasaura, in that they think it was probably protecting these eggs and maybe the juveniles that were nearby.
See, sauropods aren't all bad.
Omorphs. It's also another piece of evidence that maybe sauropodomorphs went from quadrupedal to bipedal because there's an embryo preserved that clearly has arms and legs about the same length, so it's probably quadrupedal, whereas the adult is definitely bipedal.
Good stuff.
So Qianlong is definitely one of the best dinosaur discoveries of the year. And as I'm talking about it, I'm starting to wonder, maybe it should be the best herbivore of the year.
Ooh.
It's very good. But on to our winner of Best Dinosaur of the Year, and also Best Herbivore of the Year, and also Best Alvarosaurid of the Year, and runner-up for Cutest Dinosaur.
Way to give it away, Best Alvarosaurid.
And it is Jaculinicus, very recently on the show in episode 470.
You know, even though I love sauropods and sauropodomorphs, I do think Jaculinicus deserves the Best Dinosaur of the Year one.
It's pretty amazing. We don't have a lot of hands of Alvarosaurids, and in this case, we have both of its hands pretty much completely preserved, which is really amazing. And in addition to just the dinosaur itself, much like with Qianlong, how we saw something about its behavior a little bit in proximity to other dinosaurs. In this case, we saw a little bit of its behavior in its death pose because it's curled up into a cute little ball, like it just laid down for a nap in a similar position to a bird.
Yeah, I'm very partial to dinosaurs found in the sleeping positions.
Yeah, like Meilong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Jaculinicus is in a very similar pose to a bird. It's got its legs at its side and its head curved around, which looks like it might be resting on top of its tail. And then again, in the paleo art, they made the tail all fluffy. So it's like using a fluffy tail as
Like
a pillow. Yeah, it's so great. And of course, the name is pretty cool too, because it comes from a dragon, Jaculus, which was this Greek myth for basically a spear-like dragon almost, that it flew and would impale its enemies. It didn't have to use poison or big teeth or anything like that. For the record too, it's from Mongolia. It's about 75 centimeters or 2.5 feet long approximately, and about 1.5 feet or 45 centimeters tall, which is why it could have been the cutest dinosaur. But Alvarosaurids are a little bit creepy with their big chest claws, the huge claws sticking out, probably for getting at termites. Although this one with its little skinny pinky might have looked kind of cute and funny.
Might have been really fluffy too. So.
It's really hard to know. When you're only looking at skeletons, you really can't tell how cute something is. Because if you look at a horse skull, there's nothing cute about that. But then when you see the big fleshy nose rather than the pointy piece of bone, it looks so much cuter. We are probably a little biased though, because in that recent episode, we were talking about how we really like Alvarosaurids, so.
That's true.
Jaculinicus, our dinosaur of the year. We've got more dinosaur studies to cover, but I want to mention our most popular dinosaur connection challenges. The first one was Titanic.
I think it was our first dinosaur connection challenge too.
Oh, was it? I do love Titanic, and it was very fun researching. Basically, our connection was that this other boat, the SS Mount Temple, sunk 2 years before Titanic, also in the North Atlantic. And among other things, the SS Mount Temple was carrying 22 crates of dinosaur fossils. So there's this similarity between the two. And then even weirder is that that same boat, the SS Mount Temple, responded to the Titanic's distress call. So it sank in the same place roughly, and it also responded to the distress call from Titanic, and it dropped dinosaur bones at the bottom of the ocean, which are probably still there, waiting for somebody to go get. I haven't heard anything about anyone going to get them, but we've recovered deeper shipwrecks at this point, so it should be totally doable if someone wants to go down there and get them.
That's another call there. Remember when we first talked about it, you were like, somebody do this.
Yeah. And we know pretty well where it is because it was scuttled during World War I, and they kept good records of where it was scuttled. So I have pretty precise coordinates on where we think it was. It's easy to find. So hopefully someone goes down there and gets those bones.
The other Dino Connection challenge that we want to call out is the one with Alexander the Great from episode 463.
Yeah, that got a lot of people interested too.
Yes. And you know what? I missed some things the first time around, so I want to thank Tyrant King for calling to my attention another connection. Supposedly, skulls of Protoceratops or a similar animal found by Greeks in the Far East might have inspired the legend of the griffin, and Alexander used the griffin as his personal bird and emblem.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that connection between the griffin and Protoceratops, but not that Alexander the Great used the griffin. So in a way, he might have been using Protoceratops as his own emblem. That's pretty cool.
I did do some quick research on this, though, and Mark Whitten has a very in-depth blog post from 2016 titled, "Why Protoceratops Almost Certainly Wasn't the Inspiration for the Griffin Legend."
Da-da-da.
A quick summary of the main issues that he outlined are, quote, Near Eastern griffin culture seems to occur thousands of years before we have evidence for it in Central Asia, suggesting Protoceratops' anatomy could not be referenced in any way in the conception of the original griffin. Griffin anatomies in all their variants are entirely and best explained as chimeras of extant animals. There's no need to invoke any exotic fossil anatomies in their design. Griffin iconography and perhaps written legends are sufficiently varied to suggest a complex set of origins and legends for these creatures. Ancient Greek writings seem to lack compelling references to Protoceratops, and the aspects of appearance and behavior they discuss clearly indicate they were not informed by fossilized animals. Several details of these accounts suggest they must be talking about imaginary creatures. Protoceratops fossils are found hundreds of kilometers from ancient Scythian gold mines, undermining the suggestion they might be the source of griffin gold guarding lore. There's no indication, historic or geological, that fossils of this dinosaur species have ever been associated with gold. End quote.
Interesting.
He ends it with, quote, So no, I can't see any reason to think Protoceratops has anything to do with griffin lore and entirely understand the mainstream view of it as a chimeric animal cooked up by ancient cultures of the Near East. Interestingly, none of the recent papers on griffin lore and imagery I looked at in preparation for this article mention the Protoceratops griffin hypothesis, and it's surprisingly challenging to find much mention of it in any peer-reviewed literature, end quote. And he cited earlier in his blog post that the idea became more established in a 1993 paper. He ends it with, quote, It clearly has not been adopted as readily by archaeologists as by those of us interested in dinosaur science. I suspect this idea has found greater mileage among the paleontologically minded because it presents an interesting and seemingly reasonable story, but it also straddles disciplines and knowledge bases to discourage further research from people mainly interested in extinct animals. Given the lack of commentary on this idea from archaeological quarters, I'm curious to know what folks with a greater understanding of ancient cultures and history make of this idea, end quote. So it seems the link between Protoceratops and the griffin is not so cut and dry. But it was interesting to learn more about.
Yeah, it sounds like that connection he made between, or lack of a connection that he found between the gold mines and where Protoceratops was found is close, but not close enough, because he said it was a couple 100 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see how people are like, oh, it's in roughly this part of Mongolia where they find the Protoceratops and where they find the gold. But when you really get into it, you see that they're not quite close enough for that to be a good explanation.
But it was a widespread hypothesis for many years. So
yeah, we saw a book that's basically all about that.
Mm-hmm. We also had another tip from Weiser on Alexander the Great and all the Alexandrias that he founded. For example, the furthest one away from Macedon was called Alexandria Eschatos, which literally means Alexandria the furthest. He built the settlement in 329 BC. It's now known as Hujan. It's one of the oldest cities in Central Asia. It goes back to about 2,500 years to the Persian Empire, and it's been part of various empires, so that area has been renamed quite a bit. And now it's part of Tajikistan, and the city is close to the borders of Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. And it is situated on a river at the mouth of the Fergana Valley, which, thank you, Weiser, for that tip, because there are dinosaurs that have been found there. And a few that I found include Ferganosaurus, which means Fergana Valley lizard. It was a sauropod named in 2003. The holotype includes vertebrae from the back and tail and a pelvis and limb bones. The fossils were found in 1966, but they had been lost. And then there was a second specimen found in 2000. It's estimated to be up to 59 feet or 18 meters long and weigh up to 15 tons. There's also Ferganocephaly, a dubious neo-ornithischian that was at first thought to be a pachycephalosaur, one of the dinosaurs with domes on the head. But later it was thought, well, it's too incomplete to know what kind of dinosaur it is. And the teeth that it was based on, the name, doesn't look like pachycephalosaur teeth. There's no serrations. And it was first named in 2005 just based on teeth. But the holotype is just one adult tooth. So not a lot to go on. There's also some indeterminate dinosaurs, though we don't have enough fossils to know the specific species, but they include neosauropods, tetanurans, and stegosaurs.
We've talked about that region in Tajikistan before, and it does sound pretty promising, although I don't think there's currently much going on there in the way of paleontology. Hopefully that changes in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of animals that were inspiring mythical creatures, our most shared interview was the interview with John Holmes about Tolkien's presentation on dragons. That was in episode 433, and it was all about how dinosaurs helped inform Tolkien's dragons for Lord of the Rings. So don't fret if you're upset that the griffin was not inspired by Protoceratops, because Tolkien's dragons were, at least in some part, inspired by dinosaurs.
Yes. I thought you were going to rhyme there. Don't fret. Don't get upset.
I did do one rhyme, but yeah, it was just a single couplet. And we'll get on to our most impressive fossil of the year, which is quite controversial. But first, we're going to pause for a quick sponsor break.
And now for our most impressive fossil of the year. Dun dun dun. It's the fossil that shows a mammal eating a dinosaur. That's a very simplified way of putting it. We covered this in episode 458. The mammal Repenomamus is interlocked with a Psittacosaurus, and it seems that the mammal is winning and maybe even instigated this fight, and that the Psittacosaurus might have laid down and just succumbed to being prey, even though the Psittacosaurus is much bigger than the mammal.
And it might also just be eating a dead Psittacosaurus, but they're sort of interlocked in a way where it's almost like one is biting at the other, and there's like some grabbing going on in a way that makes it look like they're fighting.
Yes, there hasn't been any papers to refute this find as of this recording, and I don't know if there will be.
I expected there to be at this point because there was some pretty harsh criticism of it. So I just checked right before we recorded too to see if it had been cited by any other papers, but it hasn't yet.
Yeah, but the authors of the paper had a whole section on why the skeleton was real and why it wasn't forged and why they think that the mammal was the one that's attacking. They do say it's not immediately obvious that the mammal's the one attacking, and it could look like it's scavenging, but there's 3 things that gave it away. The Psittacosaurus didn't have teeth marks on it, which you commonly see when there's carnivorous mammals scavenging. It also seems unlikely that the two of them would be so entangled if the Psittacosaurus was already dead, and the mammal could have just taken bites of the dinosaur while on the ground, but instead it was on top of the dinosaur.
Yeah, but I think the biggest criticism for it looking fake is that just how interlocked they are, because they've got arms and legs intertwined in a way that don't make a lot of sense if there was still meat on both arms and legs. It's almost like the bones are wrapped around each other, like the hand and the foot of the mammal are sort of grabbing directly onto the bones of the dinosaur. And it looks really good in the skeleton form, but when you think about it covered in meat, if it was eating or if they were fighting, that hand and foot would have been really far away from the actual bone. They wouldn't have been wrapped around the bone the way they are in the fossil. But it is possible that they decomposed and it sort of slowly over time came down and maybe with a little bit of rigor mortis type stuff grabbed around those bones. But it does look a little suspicious once you notice that detail.
If I'm remembering correctly, though, the controversy isn't on whether the fossil is fake so much as, well, it seems like it could be a scavenging type thing, not attacking.
There's also a controversy about it being fake. And not necessarily that the bones themselves are fake, but that it was posed, essentially. But again, there haven't been any follow-up papers. So for now, it's just the most amazing fossil that we have of the year. And we'll have to see if it holds up.
I hope it does. It's really cool. It looks really cool. I do want to say The controversy, even if the fossil is found to be faked in some way, it's not that the paleontologist who described it did that. It's like maybe it came to them that way because it was donated, I think.
I think so too, yeah. Up next, we've got our best paleopathology.
Oh, I love pathologies.
Although I always feel like, is it best? And also saying we love pathologies seems a little mean because it's injuries.
Yes, but you know what? They haven't been suffering for a long time.
That's true. They've been out of their misery for tens of millions of years. So our best paleopathology is Tarchia, and specifically nodules that are found in its nasal passages. Way back in episode 215, Sabrina mentioned that a skull of Tarchia has what looks like a Tarbosaurus tooth mark on it. And then in episode 440, we finally found out about the pathology that may have resulted from it. Basically, this giant hole may have introduced an infection that eventually spread from the outer part of its head into the sinuses and caused all these nodule bumps to form and actually are preserved in the fossil. Although the other possibility is that the Tarchia got a sinus infection that got really bad and eventually spread to the bone and the brain and probably killed Tarchia. So we're not sure if the infection spread from the inside out or the outside in this case. But either way, the sinus got really infected. And the interesting thing, too, is that almost all the nodules are on one side of the nasal passage, which is the kind of thing that you often see in a nasal infection. If you've ever had a nasal infection, you know it tends to affect one side more than the other.
We have a couple runner-ups for pathologies, including an ornithomimosaur that was injured via blunt force trauma to its foot. Ouch. Looking at it through x-rays and histology, the scientists found this butterfly fragment fracture pattern that's commonly associated with blunt force trauma to a long bone. And they also found inflammation of the bone. So they think there's this blunt force trauma, possibly from battling another ornithomimid or from defending itself against a predator. And it seems like it resulted in a fracture and some soft tissue injury and then developed into a bacterial infection that ended up destroying the bone.
Oof.
And the poor ornithomimosaur probably had trouble putting weight on its foot until it died.
That's a nasty one.
Mm-hmm.
We also, in episode 468, talked about another occurrence of T-Rex biting Triceratops, and in this case, potentially biting hard enough on the frill that it completely broke off the edge of it, which was my pizza crust analogy, like it ate the crust off of the pizza of the Triceratops. And there's also a whole bunch of gouges and other little holes and things in the frill, so that Triceratops was in for a rough time.
Mm-hmm.
It survived some of them. We could see some healing on some of it, but not all of it. I also have a best ankylosaur paper.
Couldn't help yourself, could you?
I couldn't. It was from Victoria Arbor talking about how Zool shows evidence of ankylosaurs fighting each other. And basically what they found was that there are a bunch of osteoderms near the hips, but way down on the sides, like the sides of its body, that are broken. And they're broken in a position where you wouldn't expect it to have been caused by a predator biting on it. Because a predator you'd assume would come from above, because most of the predators were pretty tall compared to Zool.
Mm-hmm.
And the osteoderms on top of it seem to be in pretty good shape. It's the ones that are on the side that are damaged, and they line up with where if a couple of Zool backed up next to each other, they could just bash each other in the hips with their tails, and that's about where they line up. So that makes the most sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the clubs were used for most of the time, but they may have been used for defending themselves against tyrannosaurs and other large predators, as well as competition. Rock'em Sock'em Robot style.
I like Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Rock'em Sock'em Zools
Yeah.
or Ankylosaurs.
We also have an award for Best Dinosaur Egg Hiding in Plain Sight. It's like the ultimate Easter egg hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an agate crystal that was found in the collections of the Natural History Museum in London that turned out to be a titanosaur egg.
Yeah, that's so cool that it was just in their like gem collection.
Since 1883. Yeah, the egg, it's spherical, it's light pink and white banded inside. It's about 6 inches or 15 centimeters across. And one of the mineral curators, Robin Hansen, actually noticed that it might be a dinosaur egg when they went and saw a mineral show somewhere else and found, or somebody showed them an agatized dinosaur egg that looked exactly like the one in their collections.
Like, wait a second. I've seen this before.
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out this egg's about 67 million years old. But it got, there's some silica-rich water that might have gotten into it, the shell, and then crystallized. So, pretty cool. Our next award goes to, we put biggest disappointment, but I feel bad saying that. So, I'm going to say biggest surprise, maybe? And it's the Therizinosaurus claws may have been useless.
Yeah.
We covered this in episode 434, and there was this study about a bunch of different claws they called it the most bizarre theropod claws. But yeah, the gist is that Therizinosaurus claws, they were just so large, maybe they were just too delicate to be able to do much with them.
Yeah, I think you said it was sort of the proportions, right? That they were too thin for their length to put much force on them. It might break them if they were actually trying to slash or do too much with their claws.
Yeah. Which is too bad. Why did they have such big claws? Well, maybe it's for decoration, or just to look bigger, or to attract mates.
I do want to see another study on this, what other people think, if they were completely functionally useless, or if they might have still had a little bit of value in something physical. Our next award goes to the best Mohawk study.
That's a very specific one.
Yeah. It's for Amargasaurus, and it's really cool neck spines in episode 439. So Amargasaurus is a dicraeosaurid, just like Borealopelta, and their vertebrae actually have these really long, they call them hemispinous processes, hemi meaning half. Sometimes they're also called bifurcated neural spines. Either way, it means there are two long pieces of bone that stick up off the top of the vertebrae. Mm-hmm. So twice as much as you see on something like Spinosaurus or Tyrannosaurus, where it's just the one sticking up.
In Amargasaurus' case, it's a sauropod. So it's got the long neck.
Yes, all dicraeosaurids are sauropods. And previously, it's mostly been thought, I would say, some of the recent studies were that Borealopelta and Amargasaurus had these similar spines sticking up out of their neck, and that they might have been covered in keratin. But this new study this year looked at the structure of the bone in these bifurcated neural spines and found that the bone had obliquely oriented Sharpie's fiber, which basically means that there were anchor points for tendons and ligaments on those bifurcated neural spines. And if it was covered in keratin, it wouldn't have tendons and ligaments in it. The only reason it would have those is if it would actually had a sail connecting the spines together. So they think that instead of having spiky horns sticking out of their neck, they instead had a pair of sails running down their neck, and thus a mohawk.
Nice. Yeah, I remember I liked the art that went with it, or not necessarily with that paper specifically, but the art that has popped up since.
I like them both ways. Either with the keratin or with the sails, it looks really cool. You can't really go wrong with those really impressive spines sticking up out of the neck. And last but not least, in our awards for this segment, I'll do a couple more for the fun fact, but for this part is the biggest change to a popular dinosaur, and it's not Spinosaurus.
Not this year, anyway.
No, I'm giving it to Utah raptor, which is now considered 10 million years older than it was previously thought. And that's because the yellow cat member of the Cedar Mountain Formation, where it's found, had some new dating from zircon radiometric dating, and also this thing called the Weissert event, which was a drop in carbon dioxide levels, and they both line up with this being about 10 million years older than it previously was thought. So originally, Utah raptor was estimated to be about 125 million years old, and now it's thought to be about 135 million years old. And the reason this is such a big deal is it shifts not only Utah raptor, but several other dinosaurs back. And as one of the co-authors put it, this is an agenda-setting discovery that will reverberate for decades. Certainly in plenty of books that have said Utah raptor is 125 million years old.
Yes.
Not anymore. And I'm sure it's going to shift some other similar sites in Utah as well.
So those are the big discoveries and papers from the year. But we also had some milestones of our own, I would say, for this podcast. For example, we celebrated our 8-year anniversary of the podcast with our Styracosaurus patch. We also made a special episode about the best dinosaur museums in the world to celebrate our 8 years of podcasting. And of course, we started our I Know Paleo bonus episodes. We've done a few mini seasons, including the Prehistoric Planet mini season, where we actually got to watch the episodes a little bit earlier than when it was released, so we could get all that content out in time, which was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. And we had some interviews to go with it.
Mm-hmm. We have our Dinosauroid episode and a few other special episodes like that. We had our milestone episode, Celebration of Ceratopsians, for episode 450. We started doing some classic episodes where we remastered the audio, so hopefully we, and by we I mean mostly Garrett, won't feel like it's all cringy to listen to.
And hopefully more people can understand the interviews.
Yes. We had the Beyond Bones, another mini-series. We covered SVP again this year. We got to go to a Hollywood premiere to see the documentary Why Dinosaurs, which was amazing. And we hosted our first trivia night at the California Academy of Sciences, which was a lot of fun. With those 40 new dinosaur discoveries, we set a record for ourselves where we covered 7 of them in one episode. Of course, we had our mammoth episode, the bonus?
Maybe. It was just 2 bonuses.
Just 2 bonuses.
2 bonuses is enough. You don't need 3 bonuses.
I like to add where I can. And we got to do some cool stuff with our listeners, like our new Dinos on Trial segment and our Dinosaur Connection Challenge segments. So I'd say 2023 was a very good year for us. And thank you to our listeners. Because of you, we're able to do all of these things.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully you liked those things. If there are things you didn't like, there'll be a survey coming up soon, and you can tell us which parts you didn't like so much.
And which parts you did, so we can keep doing it.
Yeah, that's true.
And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Elopteryx, which was a request from Tyrant King via our Patreon and Discord, so thanks. Elopteryx was a theropod that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Romania, on the Hatzeg Island. It looked bird-like, but with a really long tail, and it also had long legs, and it had a beak. This is according to paleoart that shows it. It's known from very few fossils, so many paleontologists consider it to be a novum dubium. We did talk about it briefly in episode 400, which was all about the Hatzeg Formation, but I found a little bit more information for this episode. So the type and only species is Elopteryx knopshaii. Franz Knopscha found bone fragments of the small theropod, which were acquired by the British Museum of Natural History, and then Charles William Andrews named Elopteryx in 1913. The genus name means marsh wing, and the species name is, of course, in honor of Knopscha. The holotype is just a left femur, so just a left leg bone. There was a fragment of upper left thigh bone that was later referred to Elopteryx, as well as part of a lower leg. Andrews thought that it was a seabird when he named it. And there's been a lot of debate over what Elopteryx was. Was it a bird, a troodontid, a maniraptor, an alvarezsaur? And various fossils have been referred to it, but most of them were then reassigned to other species.
I can see why it might be a nomen dubium when we have so little that you can't even figure out more specific than theropod.
Yes. It was bird-like, but it's not related to modern birds. Which just adds to what you were saying, Garrett. There were 2 studies in 2019 that found Elopteryx to be a basal bird.
So maybe it was related to modern birds.
Maybe. It lived on a large island in the Tethys Sea in a subtropical climate with rainy and dry seasons, and other animals that lived around the same time and place include the Titanosaur Magyarasaurus, the Rhabdodontid Zalmoxes, and the apex predator, of course, the Azhdarchid pterosaur Hatzegopteryx.
And for our fun fact, I'm going to go through my 3 favorites for the year.
Couldn't narrow it down to one, huh?
I couldn't. So the first one, I think, is that T-Rex had the largest eyes of any dinosaur and probably the largest eyes of any land animal, period.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
We think that their eyes were about the size of an average grapefruit, about 13 to 16 centimeters in diameter or 5 to 6 inches, probably weighed about 2 kilograms or 4 to 5 pounds.
Just the eye.
Just one eye. That's pretty nuts. And there was also a study done this year that said T-Rex's eyes could have been even bigger, but they sort of sacrificed having larger eyes for having a stronger bite. So it's pretty incredible how big their eyes were. And for the record, the largest eyes of any living animal today are still on a dinosaur, and they are on the ostrich, which are about 2 inches or 5 centimeters in diameter, although they only weigh about 60 grams or 2 ounces.
And a much smaller head.
Yeah. Another favorite fun fact of mine that has come up many times since I mentioned this fun fact is that the late Triassic is most of the Triassic.
Oh, yeah, you do bring this up a lot.
It's so confusing because it really doesn't seem like the last 80% almost of the Triassic should be the late Triassic. But really, it's just the late Triassic is a proper noun, and it just refers to most of the Triassic, as it turns out. The middle Triassic is about 20%, and the early Triassic is less than 10% of the Triassic. So it goes less than 5 million years, about 10 million years, and then over 35 million years for early, middle, late. But just keep that in mind. Whenever you hear something is from the late Triassic, it doesn't mean that it was near the end of the Triassic. A lot of times it means it was basically right in the middle of the Triassic. Super weird. And kind of fun.
A fun fact, one might say.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your favorite fun fact?
My favorite fun fact goes to the fact that sauropods would have been really vulnerable to lightning strikes, and not just because they're so tall.
Your favorite fun fact has to do with sauropods being harmed.
I didn't do this just to troll you. Part of the reason I like it so much is because I also learned that the 3rd full week of June is Lightning Safety Awareness Week, and I really wanted to fit that into our show somehow, and I was happy that I was able to do that. And the more I looked into it, because I was trying to figure out what animals would be the most at risk during a lightning storm, and I kind of figured it would be sauropods. I think we talked about Europasaurus getting hit by lightning at one point as like a hypothetical. Not that we have a fossil that's like singed from lightning or anything. But the really interesting thing to me is that with lightning, yes, it's really bad to be the tallest object in an area. So sauropods likely would have been at risk. But it's actually can be worse to be standing right next to a tall object because the lightning can jump over. So if you're something that eats leaves off of trees, that could be a problem. And we think some of the sauropods did that. But then the even weirder thing is that most lightning doesn't have anything to do with being tall and being hit directly at all, or even the lightning jumping over to you. Most animals that get killed by lightning get killed by ground current. So the lightning hits the ground and then travels to the side, spreads out. And if you have a really wide stance,
which sauropods did.
Yeah, it increases this effect. It increases the hazard because it'll go up one leg and then down another leg. And sauropods just had the widest stance of any dinosaur. So that combination of tall height, wide stance, eating from tall trees, it's really a perfect storm for getting hit by lightning.
Poor sauropods.
Yeah.
Glad we're on the same page there.
Yeah. There isn't really any way you can disagree with sympathy for animals that are getting hit by lightning.
It's a little bit of a downer to end our episode on.
A little bit.
Well, don't worry. We have a lot of plans already for our episodes in 2024. We're looking forward to it. We'll be celebrating 9 years of podcasting, making I Know Dino. And we're working on a new recording studio. So lots of exciting things in the works.
Yeah, hopefully we finish it in 2024. We've been working on it since 2022.
Yeah.
So
things take time.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening and for listening with us all year. If you want even more dinosaur goodness, then head over to our website, iknowdino.com. You can sign up for our mailing list. And stay tuned, we have a 2-part episode coming up on the traces that dinosaurs left behind, also known as ichnofossils. Thanks again, and until next time.
Good day.